everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Blue Lock, my ego is unstoppable. Chapter 111 to 166, Chapter 111, Own Goal. 1,387 words. Chapter 111, Own Goal. Counterattack. Raichi wasn't about to let Kira's showboating shut him down. He was vibrating with a need to hit back. Time to press our advantage. Zantetsu adjusted his glasses, looking serious. Raichi just rolled his eyes, too focused to waste breath roasting his idiot teammate. On the other side of the pitch, even Tetsu Sakura felt a surge of energy. Playing with a guy like Raichi made it impossible to quit. The word surrender just wasn't in the man's vocabulary. And I thought you guys were already broken. Karasu nodded to himself, a cold smirk playing on his lips. His teammates were actually stepping up. Fine. Let's challenge the number one. Challenge. Karasu's words acted like a spark in Rin's mind. That is right. Right now, I am the challenger. He shoved thoughts of Itoshire Sae to the back of his mind. Right now, the only obstacle that mattered was the monster standing in front of him, Ryosuke Kira. Rin's eyes sharpened, filled with a primal hunger to tear Kira off his throne. Team B kicked off. Immediately, they launched a blistering offensive. Rin, Karasu and Zantetsu linked up, their movements a synchronized blur of clinical efficiency. Team B's trident was beginning to hum. Kira and Shido were suddenly on their heels. Bakira tried to drop back to help, but in a defensive scrap against those three, even he was outmatched. Bakira was a specialist, but defense was a dirty job he wasn't built for. Unexpectedly, Kurona, the one with the shark-like teeth, stepped up. He began ghosting into passing lanes, disrupting Team B's flow just enough to kill their momentum. Kira went into a hard slide, his studs catching the ball and sending it spinning out of bounds. Rin, caught in the follow-through, lost his footing and slammed into the turf. It was a violent, perfectly timed challenge. No foul. Rin didn't complain. He just pushed himself up, swatting the dirt and grass off his jersey. Kira stood up as well, his eyes locked on Rin. Both of them were covered in grime, a testament to the absolute war unfolding on the pitch. Team B corner kick. Rin stepped up to the position. Team A packed the box, their focus entirely on Zantetsu and Karasu. Kira was glued to Karasu, a mirror image of the other man's hounding style. Karasu felt the pressure. Kira was using his own tricks against him, making it impossible to find a pocket of space or a clean jumping lane. Shido was busy snarling at Zantetsu, acting like a manic guard dog. Rin's eyes scanned the chaos. He didn't look at his primary targets. Instead, he whipped the ball toward the near post. It's not for Karasu. Kira realized the trap a second too late. He tried to leap for the interception, but Karasu was already shoving him, pinning him down. Neither of them got more than an inch off the ground. The ball whistled over their heads. The box was a mosh pit. In the middle of the scramble, a figure burst through the crowd, shoving Bakira and Kurona aside. It was Raichi, his face contorted, veins bulging in his neck. He launched himself into the air, meeting the cross with a savage header. The ball took a sharp deflection toward the net. The robot goalkeeper, who usually had a 0% save rate, suddenly morphed into Prime Neuer. It actually parried the ball away. Raichi's jaw dropped. Motherfucker. You choose now to actually be a goalie. Just against me. The ball rebounded into the heart of the box. The penalty area turned into a battlefield. Players from both teams converged on the loose ball, a mess of kicking legs and shoving shoulders. Shido and Zantetsu got tangled up and went down together. For Team A, it was a code red disaster. Someone's boot connected with the ball, squirting it out of the pile and right into Rin's path. Rin didn't hesitate. He swung his leg, aiming a point-blank blast at the net. Just as the shot left his foot, the fallen Shidu instinctively lashed out a leg to block. The ball clipped his heel, taking a wicked, erratic deflection. God damn it, Shidu. Kira had already moved to the goal line, his brain calculating the original flight path perfectly. He was ready to clear it. But because of the deflection, the ball changed direction in midair. Kira's foot missed by a hair. The blue lockman was already diving the wrong way. The ball hit the net. Tie game. 1-1, the pitch went dead silent for a second as the reality of the messy goal sank in. Then, Team B erupted. Reiwa. Raichi let out a primal scream, punching the air as he ran across the field. His voice echoed through the pitch, a raw explosion of relief and excitement. He had been beating himself up over the previous goal, but now he felt like he had personally dragged them back into the fight. Even if it was ugly, it was a goal. Phew. Rin let out a long, controlled breath. 1-1. His tactical gamble had paid off. Shidu sat on the grass, looking completely baffled. He had tried to help, but he'd only succeeded in sabotaging the defense. Great news, he scored another goal. Bad news, it was his own net. The ball had ricocheted off him so perfectly that Kira couldn't react. Kira walked over and patted Shidu on the shoulder. Nice hustle, Shidu. Just bad luck on the bounce. Kira wasn't about to play the blame game. Shidu's defensive intensity was exactly what they needed, the result was just a freak accident of physics. Audiovisual room. Talk about a lucky break, Igaguri muttered, shaking his head. An own goal. Is that the first one in blue lock? Leave it to Shidu to set that record. Nico, sitting next to him, shook his head. The finish was luck, sure. But Team B's setup was intentional. What do you mean? A's defense was so obsessed with Zantetsu and Karasu that they completely forgot about Raichi. Rin saw the hole and exploited it perfectly with that corner. He forced the chaos. Igaguri blinked, finally getting it. So Kira actually lost that exchange. Not necessarily, Nico countered. Kira knew the risks. He gambled that Raichi wouldn't have the technical skill to finish it, and he was right, the header was saved. But that's the beauty of the game. Anything can happen in the scramble. Lady Luck smiled on Team B. On the pitch. Kira wiped the sweat from his eyes. He noticed something. Rin was starting to look like Isagi, he was actually starting to think like him. Meanwhile, the so-called god of field, Isagi, snore. Sleeping soundly, completely missing this match. Match restart. Team A kickoff. Kira tapped the ball to Shidu and surveyed the field. Team B had changed. Under Karasu's barked orders, they had pulled back into a compact, low-block defense. They were all sitting in their own half, refusing to bite on the press. The crow. Kira realized the strategy. Karasu wanted to use Reichi's tenacity and Zantetsu's breakaway speed to play for the counter. It was a smart, cynical way to handle a superior opponent. Rin, however, looked disgusted. He hated this. He didn't want a tactical win, he wanted to dominate. Accept it, Rin. Acknowledge that we're the underdogs and play the game that wins, Karasu shouted, trying to keep Rin in the line. Rin froze. He turned his head, his eyes burning with a cold, terrifying rage. I will never acknowledge that. Leaving his teammates behind, Rin charged alone toward the 5 players of Team A. What the hell is he doing? Raichi shouted, panicked. TCH. Karasu's face darkened. Rin was going rogue. Forget him. The 4 of us stay put and hold the line. Let him do whatever he wants. Oh ho. Look at the hero, Shidu cackled as he drove the ball toward the incoming Rin. I love tearing down people who think they're special. Then come and try it. Rin's voice was like ice, his rage flaring to life. First goal, 300 stones plus 1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 112, Instinct. 1179 words. Chapter 112, Instinct. The match raged on. Shidu, facing down Rin, wasn't holding anything back. He threw every trick in his arsenal at the younger brother, desperate to break through. Rin, however, was a wall. He refused to give Shidu even an inch of breathing room, and the two stayed locked in a stalemate in the midfield. Shidu was actually teetering on the edge of losing possession. Dribbling was never his specialty. The penalty box was his true throne, that was where he belonged. Despite his savage appearance and manic behavior, Shidu had a high football IQ. Realizing he couldn't force a breakthrough here, he flicked a pass out to Kira on the flank. Kira received the ball and gave a sharp nod. Bakira and Corona immediately understood the signal and pushed forward, leaving Haiji alone to anchor the backline. Kira took control of the tempo, and Team A began a slow, suffocating advance into Team B's territory. Rin tried to disrupt them, but he was a lone wolf. No matter how much ground he covered in the midfield, he couldn't halt Team A's momentum by himself. However, once Team A reached the final third, they realized that breaking Karasa's compact defense wasn't going to be easy. Kira and Shidu were being shadowed so closely they barely had room to move. Bakira tried several crosses to open up the play, but the Team B defenders were playing out of their skins to block every path. The tension on the pitch was suffocating. Audiovisual room. The Crow were dissecting every play. Team A is hitting a wall, Chidori noted, clicking his tongue. Karasu's tactical adjustments are perfect. He's completely neutralized their rhythm. But if nobody scores, what's the point? Igaguri asked, looking confused. Team B is playing for the kill, Nico said, his eyes sharp behind his bangs. Even though the defense has retracted, Rin is still positioned like a poison stinger in the back of Team A's half. One mistake from A, and the counterattack will be lethal. Nico knew this style well. It was exactly how his Team Y used to play. Igaguri nodded like he understood, though he probably didn't. Back on the pitch. Under Team B's relentless pressure, Kira's Karasu trial card finally expired. Fortunately, Team A hadn't made any fatal errors yet. Corona and Bakira were maintaining a solid passing foundation, acting like the electrical conductors for Team A's offense. The current was still flowing, even if it hadn't struck the goal yet. Team B's box was under siege, with Shidu nearly breaking through once before Karasu sniped the ball out of bounds for a corner. Kira knew it was time for his own evolution. He needed something primal to shatter this deadlock. Kira closed his eyes and whispered, "Use Ryusei Shidu Attribute Trial Card." Ryusei Shidu Trial Card activated successfully. Strength +4 Continuous Decay. Shooting +4 Continuous Decay. Duration, 10 minutes. Suddenly, Kira felt every cell in his body ignite. It was as if a buried, savage hunger had been unleashed from the depths of his soul. A wave of pure, aggressive adrenaline flooded his system. Kira felt his body temperature rise. The Shidu Ryusei card was a pure rush. "Bakira-chan, give me the ball," Kira whispered as he jogged past his teammate. Bakira blinked, a little surprised. Kira calling him Bakira-chan was a total departure from his usual style. But Bakira trusted Kira's instincts implicitly and nodded. Bakira stepped up to take the corner. Deep breath, Bakira thought, scanning the chaos in the box. Karasu was glued to Kira's back. He knew Kira's off-the-ball movement was legendary, so he kept it simple. If Kira didn't move, he wasn't a threat. "You're not going anywhere, Kira. You can't score with your back to the goal like Shidu can," Karasu thought. Bakira took his run-up and lofted the ball directly toward Kira's position. The box exploded into a mosh pit of shoving and grabbing. Kira used his back to pin Karasu down. Karasu assumed Kira was just going to trap the ball and look for a layoff. He prepared to lunge and kill the play the moment the ball touched Kira's foot. He was wrong. The moment the ball dropped into range, Kira didn't trap it. He performed a violent, mid-air pivot. Using a completely illogical, contorted posture, he struck the ball blindly behind him. Boom. The ball screamed into the net. Goal. NGH. Kira shouted, unable to stop himself. He finally understood why Shido was always making those weird noises. When you score a goal like that, purely on instinct, it's impossible not to feel the electricity. Karasu stood frozen. Kira had moved as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He hadn't even looked at the net, he had just known where it was. It was an instinctive strike that defied every defensive principle. Is he even human? He just pulled a Shido move without a second thought, Karasu thought, looking at the goal in disbelief. Kira-chan. That was beautiful. I love it. Shido cackled. He had finally found a kindred spirit, someone who understood the ecstasy of the box. He felt a surge of pure joy. Kira felt like a weapon. With Shido's cells humming in his body, he felt like he existed only to put the ball in the net. Rin's expression turned even darker. While he was still trying to solve the game with his mind, Kira had just rewritten the rules with his body. Rin felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't find an answer to this level of spontaneity. The match resumed, but Team B's morale had taken a massive hit. Karasu tried to organize another clinical attack, but Kira was everywhere. Usually, Kira was conservative on defense, but now he was a manic force of nature, sprinting across the pitch with endless energy. He finally understood why Shido was so active. When the adrenaline hits this hard, your body just moves. The balance of the game had shifted entirely toward Team A. Kira sniped a pass in the midfield, intercepting a Team B transition. Team A's counterattack ignited. Normally, Kira would have slowed down to coordinate with Bakira, looking for the most rational path. But with the Shido card active, he didn't want to wait. He drove forward with a jagged, taunting laugh. Did you catch rabies from that dog or something? Rin growled, closing in to shut him down. Kira didn't answer. He just gave a sharp, predatory grin. Rin felt a chill of intuition. Kira launched a high, arching ball toward the penalty area. Karasu realized the danger instantly. In his peripheral vision, the real Shido was already tearing toward the box like a heat-seeking missile. This was a connection between two monsters. A limit break link-up. Did they plan this? Karasu wondered. Shido wasn't even looking at the ball. He was just running. He knew where the ball would be, and Kira knew where Shido was going. It was a play built entirely on raw primal instinct. Here's your extra chapter. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, The Link. 1,335 words. Chapter 113, The Link-Up. Rin watched the ball leave Kira's foot, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. That pass made no sense. It was a completely irrational delivery that defied standard tactical logic. The only person on the pitch who could possibly read a ball like that was the man currently sprinting at full throttle Ryusei Shido. Shido reached the goal mouth just as the ball descended. He launched himself into the air, soaring like a predator to meet the cross with a powerful diving header. Boom! The ball slammed into the back of the net with zero hesitation. Goal. 3-1, just moments after Kira's own strike, Shido had transformed into a master of the box. It was a goal that looked like a work of high-stakes art. Hell yeah! Bakira cheered, vibrating with excitement. He didn't quite understand the mechanics of what he just saw, but the chemistry between Kira and Shido was absolutely explosive. Unbelievable, is this what it looks like when two of the top 6 truly resonate? Corona muttered, his eyes full of awe. Shido landed and looked back at Kira, his tongue darting out as he caught Kira's gaze. Kira felt the urge to stick his tongue out in return, caught up in the heat of the moment, but he managed to reel himself back in. Rin felt a dull throb in his temples. What was he even looking at? Was this the ultimate link-up between two total freaks? He replayed the goal in his mind. Kira's pass hadn't been a pre-planned play, it was pure improvisation. Shidu's run was the same. These two were operating on a wavelength where their pursuit of individual extremes had somehow synced up. It was absolute resonance. Rin couldn't wrap his head around it. When did Kira learn to speak the same language as a maniac like Shidu? Then again, looking at Kira's ever-evolving style, maybe nothing should be surprising anymore. Audiovisual room. Igaguri's jaw was on the floor for the 100th time. Shidu is a total freak. That diving header was mental. Nico stayed silent for a long time. Shidu's finish was dominant, sure, but the real magic was Kira's orchestration. The way Kira threaded that needle, and the way Shidu charged into the spot without a second of doubt, if you didn't know better, you'd think they had been playing together for years. It required a terrifying level of mutual understanding, an ego-to-ego connection that surpassed words. Ha ha ha. Kira-chan, that was the most messed up pass I've ever received. Shidu laughed like a delighted child. And that was the most messed up run I've ever seen, Kira replied, his voice a bit shaky from the adrenaline. Then it's official. We're both freaks. Shidu's eyes were glowing. Ah wait, I didn't mean. Just embrace it. Being a freak is where the magic happens. Shidu threw a heavy arm around Kira's shoulder. Kira sighed, unable to find a way to argue with that kind of logic. The match resumed. Rin's expression was grim. The situation was spiraling out of control. The resonance between Kira and Shidu was only getting stronger. If they didn't find a way to shut one of them down, this game was over. I'll take Shidu. Reichi's gravelly voice cut through the air. He looked at Rin with fierce determination. Leave the pink-haired freak to me. You just focus on the offense. Reichi wasn't entirely sure he could do it, but he knew if someone didn't step up right now, it was game over. Everyone else, get up the field. Attack. I'll hold down the fort back here, Reichi growled, his teeth bared. Can I actually trust him? Rin wondered, his mind calculating the risks. Karasu shook his head. Sending the entire team forward and leaving Reichi alone on the defense was tactical suicide. Reichi glared at Rin. Trust me, iceberg. Rin didn't say a word. He just waited for Karasu to restart, then immediately sprinted forward. Reichi's mouth opened to say something, then closed. This Team B wasn't Team Z. There was no bond here, and they didn't have a leader like Kira to pull them together. For a split second, Reichi felt a pang of nostalgia for the old days. If Kira were here, he would have just grinned and said, "He's all yours, Reichi." Team B's attack ignited. Team A, buoyed by their lead and Kira's newfound defensive aggression, stood their ground. Karasu couldn't find a single opening against Kira's press, and was forced to dump the ball to Rin. Rin exploded into a sprint. He bypassed Bakira and Corona with 2 surgical touches, reminding everyone that he was still Itosha Rin. He was a master of speed, technique, and anticipation. Rin tore through the final line, coming face to face with the keeper. He wound up to fire, but Shida came flying back on a defensive recovery. Not on my watch. Shido lunged, trying to block the lane. I knew you'd come, you freak, Rin said. He'd predicted the recovery. With a calm, clinical move, he dragged the ball back and spun away, leaving Shida sliding into empty space. Rin squared up again and hammered the ball into the corner. Boom. Goal. Team B pulls one back. 3-2, phew. Rin let out a breath, finally feeling some of the pressure lift. He'd found a way through. If they could keep this pace, they still had a chance. The morale of Team B surged. The comeback was on. Nice. That's the Rin I know, Karasa noted. They had to keep the game in their rhythm, or Kira would devour them. Raichi remained tense. The score was closer, but the threat hadn't changed. He locked his eyes on Shidu, ready for the next war. Match restart. Team A kickoff. Kira, Bakira, and Corona advanced in a synchronized triangle. The ball moved between them with lightning speed, carving a path toward Team B's half. Kira took the ball. Don't let him find the lane. Rin shouted, a rare moment of vocal urgency. Karasa didn't need the warning. He stepped up immediately, trying to suffocate Kira's options. Kira just gave a sly, knowing grin. He let fly with a high ball. Oh ho! Here it comes, Kira-chan. Shidu didn't even look at the ball, he just dove into the box, waiting for the impact. Don't you dare ignore me. Raichi screamed, slamming his body into Shidu's to ruin his balance. Huh? Who the hell are you again? Get out of the way, extra, Shidu muttered. He didn't even acknowledge Raichi as a threat. Raichi's rage boiled over. He poured every ounce of strength into shoving Shidu, trying to win the physical duel. You've actually got some kick in you. Shidu felt the pressure. But his eyes never left his target. Just as the ball arrived, Shidu didn't go for the shot. He adjusted his header, flicking the ball laterally across the face of the goal. What? Raichi was stunned. The goal-obsessed Shidu had actually looked for a pass. Kira was already there. Following his instincts, he had ghosted into the exact spot where the header landed. He met the ball first time, slamming a volley into the roof of the net. Boom. Rin and Karasu arrived a second too late. Goal. The second link-up. 4-2, Rin stood there, sweat dripping from his chin. It was getting harder to breathe. Having one monster in the box was a nightmare. Having two who were starting to speak the same language. That was an apocalypse. A/N, hello, guys. I've just published a brand new multiverse and villain-themed fanfic. I'm confident it is going to be a very interesting and entertaining read for you all. If this kind of story is your cup of tea, I'd like to invite you to check it out. You can find the work through the recommendation section below, on my profile, or by simply searching for Apex Evolution, Godhood in the Multiverse. Have a great day. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Selection Phase Over. 1185 words. Chapter 114, Selection Phase Over. Nice pass, Shidu. Kira gave him a brief nod. To be honest, even he had been moving on pure instinct. There was no pre-planned strategy in his head for what had just happened. Like I said, we are both total freaks. Shidu opened his mouth wide, baring his tongue with a manic grin. Yeah. Not doing that. Kira suppressed the urge to respond in kind. He still had an image to maintain, he couldn't go full psycho just yet. That link-up was insane, Bakira said, his eyes wide with curiosity as he jogged over. Was that all just on the fly? I did not know you were building a new golden duo while I was away, Kira. Haha. We just follow our gut. That is the only football that matters. Shidu boasted, puffing out his chest. The match resumed. But Team B's morale had flatlined. Kira and Shidu's synchronicity was a crushing weight. Rin and Karasa tried to flip the script, pushing the ball through the midfield. Rin eventually managed to claw back a goal off a clinical through ball from Karasu, bringing the score to 4-3. But it was a band-aid on a bullet wound. No matter how much they scored, they had no answer for the Kira-Shidu onslaught in the box. Raichi was pouring every ounce of soul he had into his defense, but he couldn't stop two monsters operating on a separate plane of existence. Finally, Kira delivered the killing blow, slotting home the fifth goal to secure a 5-3 victory for Team A, match over. Team A wins. The speakers blared the final result. TCH. Rin's face was a mask of pure rage. This was the second time he had lost to Kira. Shido was already an unpredictable chaotic variable, but Akira who had been infected by that style. It was too much. Rin felt like he was fighting a storm. All his calculations, all his high-level predictions, they were useless against two guys who just decided to score because they felt like it. He and Karasa could trade goals with them, but they couldn't stop the bleeding. Kira's style was shifting too fast for Rin to adapt. By the time he found an answer, Kira had already moved on to a new question. "Ah, look at that face. You look like you want to beat someone, Rin-chan. Can't handle the loss." Shido went straight into taunt mode, getting right in Rin's personal space. "Shut it, you pink-haired freak," Rin spat. He turned his back and walked off the pitch without another word. Karasa just shrugged, looking exhausted. He walked over to Kira and offered a handshake. "Number one for a reason, I guess. I'll be back for that throne next time." Kira gave a respectful nod. Karasa had been a massive pain in the ass for the duration of the game, a true 70-30 matchup, even if Kira was the 70. "Catch you later, Kira." "See you at the top," Kira said, giving a quick wave. He'd been relatively quiet since his initial assist, the spotlight having been hijacked by the monster duo. One by one, the players cleared out until only Kira and Shido were left on the grass. "Hey, Shido." "Yeah? Don't we have one more game to play?" "Think so. You take the lead on the next one." "I'm done running," Kira said, collapsing onto the turf like a dead fish. "Ego, you bastard, this is way too exhausting." Shido just stared at him, for once lacking a witty comeback. Audio-visual room. Finally over. "Man, what a hell of a show," Igaguri said, leaning back. He looked around and realized Nico was gone. "Wait, where did my commentator go?" He asked around and found out Nico had headed to the cafeteria. It was finally dinner time. Igaguri looked at the screen and saw Kira and Shido lying in the middle of the pitch. He gave a smug little smirk. "Doesn't matter how good you are if you miss the meal." He hopped up and headed for the cafeteria. Meanwhile, the god of field, Iseijai, snore. He was still out cold. Kira's stomach let out a violent growl. He felt his face heat up as he looked over at Shido, who was also clutching his empty gut. They were starving. The heavy steel doors to the pitch hissed open again. The final match was here. Team C, Otoya, Yukimiya, Akira and Doji, Reiji Hiragi, and Nagi. Team A, Kira, Shido, Jin Kiora, Tokimitsu, and Shingen Tanaka. "All right. Let's finish this so I can go eat," Kira muttered, forcing himself off the ground and stretching his aching limbs. Shido cracked his neck. "Yo, Goggles," he called out to Yukimiya with a predatory grin. "You better watch out. You're about to deal with the hunger of two very cranky strikers." "Is that so?" Yukimiya adjusted his glasses with effortless grace. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Match start. The opening minutes were a chaotic blur of high-level play. Nagi, Otoya, and Yukimiya were the clear engines for Team C. On the other side, Kira was definitely slacking. He was basically walking through his routes, but even a walking Kira was enough to keep the defense honest. To Kira's surprise, his teammates were actually holding the line. Kiora and Tanaka were playing out of their minds, trying to secure their spot on the final roster. "I guess I can take a back seat for a minute," Kira thought, watching the game unfold. Kiora and Tanaka were desperate to prove they belonged. They were linking up with Shido while Kira acted as a high-level decoy. Tokimitsu was a ball of nervous energy, as usual, but his physical presence was undeniable. 30 minutes later. "Ugh, what time is it?" Iseijai rubbed his eyes, stumbling out of bed. "I thought I had more time before the third game. I must have overleapt." He opened the door to the video room and froze. The place was packed. I say, Jai. You finally crawled out of your hole. Hyori asked, looking back from the front row. Wait, what's going on? I say, Jai asked, looking at the clock. Chidori and Kunigami were there too. Isn't Kunigami's game next? The third and fourth games are already in the books, Raichi grunted. Morning, I say, Jai, Nanae said, waving him over. Are you serious? I slept through everything. I say, Jai couldn't believe it. Yeah, you were dead to the world. Hyori tried to wake you up, but you didn't even move, Nanae explained. You missed a hell of a show. Kira and Shido's link-up in the fourth match was literally art. You can catch the replays over there. The scoreboard is updated too, Nanae added, pointing to a side monitor. I say, Jai hurried over to check the results. Team A was undefeated. Check the big screen, I say, Jai. The fifth game is at the climax, Nanae said. I say, Jai looked up, his eyes widening as he watched the monsters on the screen. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 115, the final roster. 1,268 words. Chapter 115, the final roster. On the screen, Shido and Yukimiya were locked in a desperate, lung-bursting sprint for the ball. Not far behind them, Kira stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the struggle with the detached air of a spectator who had already seen the ending. Come on, Goggles. Do you really think you can stop me? Shido barked. I won't know until I try, will I? Yukimiya shot back. The two collided as the ball dropped, but Shido's raw, erratic physicality won out. He contorted his frame at an impossible angle, snapping his foot across the ball. Goal. The buzzer sounded. 5-2, Shido had buried the final nail in the coffin. Match over. Final score 5-2. Team A wins, the intercom announced. Finally. It was over. Kira let out a massive yawn and stretched his arms toward the ceiling. He immediately felt a few sharp, resentful gazes burning into his back. He turned to see Kiora and Nanae looking at him with pure, unadulterated salt. Ah. Hey guys, Kira said, giving them an apologetic, sheepish grin. He knew he'd basically been coasting for the last 20 minutes, and his lack of hustle was pretty obvious. Assemble in the main hall in 6 hours, Ego's voice crackled through the speakers. I will be announcing the starting 11 for the match against the Japan U-20 national team. Hell yeah, Kira muttered, pumping a fist. Finally, he could go get some real food. Cafeteria. Kira and Shido were currently systematically destroying a mountain of food. As the warm nutrients hit his stomach, Kira felt a wave of pure bliss. He could have cried. As he ate, a thought crossed his mind. In the original timeline, Shido was supposed to get into a massive brawl with Rin during this phase, land himself in solitary, and eventually get poached by Itoshire SAE for the U-20 squad. But because Kira existed, the team brackets had shifted. Rin and Shido still hated each other, but they hadn't come to blows. I wonder if SAE will still come looking for Shido, Kira thought, pausing with a fork halfway to his mouth. Hey, Kira-chan. Why'd you stop? The meat's getting cold, Shido said, noticing the pause. Nothing. Just wondering what kind of team Ego is going to put together. Don't sweat it. No matter how he builds it, you and I are locks for that list, Shido said, his voice dripping with confidence. Once we're out there, we'll show those national team brats what real freaks look like. Yeah. Hopefully, Kira replied. He wanted to believe it, but he knew Ego was dealing with external pressures now. Monitoring room. Ego stared at the screen, his face a mask of calculation and slight annoyance. He had finally finalized the roster. Anri walked in, looking anxious. Is it ready, Ego-san? TCH. Ego let out a long, frustrated sigh. What's wrong? To win, sometimes you have to make sacrifices. Ego muttered, sounding like the words tasted like poison. If Kira and Shido hadn't shown such terrifyingly good chemistry, this wouldn't be so hard. But they were a lethal duo, and now the JFU had forced his hand by demanding Shido for the other side. Ego felt like he was being forced to break his own masterpiece. After hours of rearranging and theorizing, he finally clicked the save button. The central hall. Kira had managed to squeeze in a nap before heading to the meeting. When he walked in, the room was already buzzing with nervous energy. Kira. Over here. Seiji called out, waving him over. Where's Shido? Isn't he usually attached to your hip? Kira scanned the room. He's not here yet. He felt a pit of unease forming in his stomach. He looked around the entire hall twice, but the pink-haired menace was nowhere to be found. Are you looking for me, Kira? Bakira asked, popping up in front of him with a wide, mischievous grin. Damn, Bakira. Don't do that. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Kira said, clutching his chest. I was looking for Shido. Haven't seen him since dinner. Bakira tilted his head. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him either. So it happened after all, Kira thought. The JFU made their move. Oh man, I can't breathe. My heart is pounding, Nane said, clutching his chest. If it pops out, can I eat it? Hyori asked with a completely straight face. Wait, what? Nanace jumped back, looking genuinely terrified. The heavy doors at the front of the hall slid open. A thin, bespectacled man stepped out, a tactical clipboard tucked under his arm. Whoa, is that him? The man himself. A living, breathing Jinpachi Ego. The players erupted in whispers. They were so used to seeing him as a giant head on a screen that seeing him in the flesh was a surreal experience. Ego waved a hand for silence, and the room went dead quiet instantly. They had spent months being conditioned to follow his voice, seeing him in person only amplified that authority. Listen up, Ego began, his voice cutting through the silence. First, let's redefine the premise of this game. Football is a scoring sport. Period. Goals are the only metric that determines the value of a striker. That is why I designed the third selection, to test your adaptability and find the core of a team built on pure scoring efficiency. Are you ready? I am about to announce the starting 11 that will take down the Japan U-20 national team. Everyone held their breath. This was it. The moment their lives changed. Even Kira felt a slight tremor of anticipation. First, our lone striker. The tip of the spear, Ryosuke Kira. Obviously. No surprises there. I'm not even mad. He earned that spot, someone muttered. The players accepted the choice without a hint of protest. Even Rin gave a slight, begrudging nod. Kira was the most versatile offensive weapon in the building, and everyone knew it. Ego glanced at Kira before continuing. Ryosuke Kira. An average of 2.8 goals per match. The highest efficiency in the facility. This team will be built entirely around your ability to produce high-volume, high-impact offense. I don't want a team that plays it safe. I want a team that can be down 5 goals and still have the ego to believe they can put 6 in the net. And the only player capable of leading that kind of hyper-offensive evolution from the front is our all-around center forward. Kira felt a surge of pride. All-around center forward. I like the sound of that. Keep it coming, Ego. Next, the goalkeeper, Jin Gagamaru. Gagamaru looked like he'd just been told he won a free toaster. He'd been playing keeper for Team Z, and during the trials, and he'd actually grown to like the view from the back. Your reaction time and total body flexibility are unmatched, Ego explained. You are the guardian of this team's ego. Sure. Sounds good, Gagamaru replied, looking as spacey as ever. Kira couldn't help but chuckle at how chill the guy was. Now the center-backs. Aki Nico. Gyube Ariu. No surprises there either. Nico's ability to read the pitch and intercept plays was elite, and Ariu's reach and verticality were essential for stopping aerial threats. And to provide speed and ball control on the flanks, our fullbacks, Ego continued. On the right, Hyoma Chijiri. On the left, Meguru Bakira. The defensive line of Blue Lock was set. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 116, the list is finalized. 1,262 words. Chapter 116, the list is finalized. Chijiri and Bakira. Kira turned his head to look at both of them. Chijiri let out a long, heavy breath, looking like a man who had just survived a death sentence. It was clear the pressure of this selection had been weighing on him. Bakira, on the other hand, just kept that mindless, carefree grin on his face. I don't care where I play. My only goal is to put the ball in the net. As always, the guy was brimming with pure joy. Ego paused for a moment before continuing. Next, the single defensive midfielder who will act as the bridge between the back line and the front. Ito Karasu. Karasu looked completely unsurprised, his expression bored. Knew it would be like this, dumbass. A vein popped on Ego's forehead. Stay calm. Don't lose it. Of course Karasu was the anchor. It didn't surprise Kira at all. This arrangement matched the original plan perfectly. Karasu's ball-shielding ability was far and away the best in Blue Lock. Beyond that, he possessed eyes that could dissect passing lanes and a clinical analytical mind. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in Ego's vision, Karasu was the heart of this machine. Now for the offensive lineup. The two wingers who will tear through the enemy's walls from the outside. Left winger, Kenya Yukimiya. Right winger, Saishiro Nagi. One is the unstoppable 1v1 duelist who leaves defenders helpless on the left. The other is a prodigy who uses his god-tier traps to hammer home unconventional goals. In the crowd, Ryo's eyes suddenly lit up. Nagi made the starting 11. But the spark faded just as quickly. Based on his own performance, Ryo knew he wasn't at the level of a starter yet. The distance between him and Nagi still existed. Meanwhile, Isagi felt his heart hammering against his ribs. Only 2 spots left. Could he actually make the cut? The players who hadn't heard their names yet all wore different masks of desperation. Kunigami's tension was written all over his face. Raichi looked like he was about to start a riot. Listen up. I'll say it once more, this team was built for one purpose, to maximize Ryosuke Kira's potential. In other words, I need players who can exist as Kira's shadow. People who can assert their own value while achieving total coexistence with him. Ego's sharp eyes swept across the room. The final 2 are Itoshi Rin. Yoichi Isagi. As Ego's voice fell, the Blue Lock 11 for the U20 national team match was set. The chosen players couldn't help but let smiles slip onto their faces. Kira walked over to Rin and offered his hand with genuine sincerity. Looks like we're fighting together again, Rin. Rin shook his hand with visible reluctance, his voice like ice. I'll let you off for now. Next time, I'm the one who wins. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting. At that moment, Kira had completely forgotten about his recent partner, Shido. Yes. I made it. Isagi's mind was screaming with joy. He was so hyped he nearly jumped out of his skin. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent washed over his back. Isagi stiffened, standing perfectly straight. He didn't need to turn around to know that Baru was staring daggers into him. Damn it. Baru's eyes were bloodshot with frustration. His face was contorted into a snarl, looking like he wanted to devour everyone in the room. Kira caught the movement out of the corner of his eye. Baru's individual talent was undeniably top tier. However, Ego had prioritized team compatibility. Baru's king style simply didn't mesh with the way Kira played. For now, there was no room for him in the starting lineup. I have a question, Ego-san. Yukimiya spoke up like a student challenging a professor. Why isn't Shido in this lineup? He's the number 2, isn't he? And he scored multiple times during the trials. Ah, good question. Ego knew he'd have to explain Shido's absence to these kids eventually. Seeing this, Kira was now certain Shido had been poached. The scoring ability Shido displayed is second only to Kira and Rin. His absolute dominance in the penalty area is a lethal weapon. Furthermore, his chemical reaction with Kira was perfect. They understood each other's intent without a word. Then why? Yukimiya asked, more confused than before. If that was the case, shouldn't Shido be a guaranteed starter? My original plan was to have Shido as an attacking midfielder to support Kira's offensive. However, the president of the Football Association informed me that Itoshire SAE was dissatisfied with the U-20 forwards. He demanded a striker from us. And that target was Ryosuke Kira. Kira? No way. How does Itoshire SAE even know about Kira? If Kira went to the other side, how are we supposed to play? The room exploded into chaos. Rin's reaction was the most visceral. Kira could practically feel the temperature around them drop several degrees. Kira silently took half a step back, putting some distance between himself and Rin's mounting rage. Ahem, quiet. Ego waved his hand, coughing a few times to regain control. Naturally, I refused such an absurd demand. After some intense bargaining, Shido was the one they walked away with. Itoshire SAE didn't care about the rest of you. His first choice was Kira. His second was Ryusei Shido. Igaguri looked like he'd seen a ghost. For real. So Shido. He will be facing us as a member of the Japan U-20 national team. Ego confirmed the suspicion. Everyone sucked in a breath. Thank God it was Shido and not Kira. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even known how to start planning for a win. Rin's hands were clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. Itoshire SAE hadn't even looked at him. The match will take place in 15 days. Including substitutes, we can register 23 players. There are 12 spots on the bench that I haven't finalized yet. To those who weren't called, seize your chance. Prove you belong. As Ego concluded the announcement, everyone knew that their football careers would hinge on the next match. The very fate of Blue Lock would be decided on that pitch. Blue Lock main gate. Shido carried his bag over his shoulder, a mocking smirk on his face. All that talk about saving Japanese football, and in the end, they just sold me off like a piece of meat. TCH. How annoying. Shido's mind was full of irritation until he suddenly broke into a wide grin. But I guess this is fine. I get to play against Kira-chan. Shido licked his lips reflexively. I wonder what it'll feel like to tear Kira-chan apart. Beep beep. A car pulled up in front of the gate. 2 people stepped out. The first was a young man whose eyes were strikingly similar to Rin's. The second was a massive, hulking bodyguard. The young man stood with his hands in his pockets, sizing Shido up with an arrogant gaze. He's not the premium choice, but I suppose a demon will do. Seeing those eyes, Shido was reminded of a certain person he detested. He knew immediately that this was Itoshire SAE. You the hotshot from overseas. Itoshire SAE ignored him completely. I need your ego. Come and help me burn the place down. Before Shido could respond, the bodyguard stepped forward and physically hauled him into the car. Shido. Blue Lock starting 11. Forward, Kira. Wingers, Nagi, Yukimiya. Attacking midfielders, Rin, Isagi. Defensive midfielder, Karasu. Defenders, Chijiri, Nico, Ariu, Bakira. Goalkeeper, Gagamaru. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Oliver Aiku. 1,490 words. Chapter 117, Oliver Aiku. The meeting room at the Japan U-20 training camp was packed. In a corner of the room, a teenager with a bit of stubble and a look that didn't quite match his age stared out the window, looking completely bored. That was Oliver Aiku, the captain of the Japan U-20 national team. What's the old man up to now, Aiku? Bringing us all here for some big announcement. The guy sitting next to him, Kazuma Nayu, nudged him. Nayu was another one who looked a few years older than his actual age. Aiku just shook his head. He didn't have a clue, and he didn't really care. The door creaked open, and their head coach, Yasunori Hoichi, walked in. He scanned the room before dropping the news. In 2 weeks, they were scheduled to play an exhibition match against a team from a project called Blue Lock. Blue Lock? Nayu looked confused. He'd never heard of it. Probably just another PR stunt cooked up by the Federation to get some eyes on the sport, Aiku muttered, his interest already fading. To make sure we win, the Federation has officially drafted a few newcomers to join the U-20 squad, the coach continued, his voice rising with forced excitement. And more importantly, making his debut with the national team, the man everyone has been waiting for, Itoshire Sae. On cue, Itoshire Sae walked into the room, hands buried in his pockets. Holy crap, it's actually him. He's even cooler in person. I can't believe we're going to be on the same pitch. Look at that attitude. He thinks he's royalty. What a prick. The room erupted into a dozen different conversations at once. Aiku's eyes sharpened. So, Sae was actually here. The genius midfielder who had made a name for himself across the globe was finally stepping onto their turf. Oh? I thought even Itoshire Sae wouldn't be enough to wake you up, Nayu joked. I'm not that cynical, Aiku replied, a spark finally lighting up his gaze. He's a world-class talent. I've never played with someone like that before. Hey, who's the other guy? Who knows? Probably just Sae's lapdog. The rest of the room finally noticed Shido, who had invited himself in, and was sitting off in a corner by himself. Shido was busy digging around in his nose, looking like he didn't give a damn about anyone or anything. That guy looks like trouble. Nayu could tell just by looking that Shido was a loose cannon. Aiku glanced at him for a second and then looked away. In his mind, a nobody like Shido wasn't worth his energy. As you all know by now, our opponents are the Blue Lock 11, the coach said, trying to regain control. This match is about the pride of the U-20 national team. We cannot lose. Sae. Would you like to say a few words to fire up the boys? Yasunori Hoichi turned to Sae with a pathetic, fawning smile. Aiku looked away in disgust. It was embarrassing to have a head coach who acted like a spineless servant. Fine. Sae said, pausing for a moment. When he spoke, it was like a lightning strike. Playing with me is a privilege. You should be honored. The room went silent. I don't care about any of you. This is likely the only chance you'll ever have to play at this level, so try not to piss me off. That's all. Wait, what? Does this guy think he's better than everyone? What an arrogant bastard. The coach froze, completely blindsided by Sae's lack of teamwork. He didn't even know how to play it off. Aiku just smirked. This was going to be a hell of a show. Suddenly, someone slammed their hands on a table and stood up. It was Shido Sendo, the current ace striker for the U-20. He was the rising star of the domestic league, and right now, he was livid. Listen here, genius. Don't look down on us. Maybe you're world famous, but at the end of the day, you're still just a youth player, right? Sendo shouted. I'm a regular starter in the J-League's top division. Watch your mouth. When it comes to a real career, I'm way ahead of you. Sendo puffed out his chest, looking proud of himself. Sae looked at him with pure boredom. And? Sendo blinked. And what? Did this kid not get it? Sendo was a professional. Sae was just a kid in an academy. There was a hierarchy here, and Sae was at the bottom of it. Sae's expression didn't change. In a few years, you'll fight to be the top scorer in a mediocre domestic league. Then you'll get called up to the senior national team. You'll make about 50 million yen a year. You'll marry some gravure idol and have a happy little family. That's it. That's the peak of your pathetic career. Marry a gravure idol. The image of himself marrying his favorite model flashed through Sendo's mind. He stood there, stunned. Wait. Isn't that a perfect life? He thought for a split second. Aiku covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Sendo was getting absolutely demolished. My goal is to be the best in the world, Sae said. Our ambitions are on completely different planets. The fact that you even hesitated for a second proves you'll never be anything. Get out of my sight. Sendo's face turned bright red. His ego was screaming at him to fight back. I want to be the best in the... Before he could finish the sentence, a massive force slammed into the back of his head. Crash. Sendo's face was crushed into the table. Too bad. Better luck in the next life, Shida said, a feral grin splitting his face. This whole hierarchy thing is so trashy. You're the one who needs to watch his mouth, rookie. Shidu had been annoyed since he walked in, and Sendo was the perfect punching bag for the Blue Lock demon to vent his frustrations. Who the hell are you? You think you can just lay hands on our ace? You want to go, punk? The U-20 players were shouting now, looking like they were ready to brawl. Oh? You guys want to fight? Shidu asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Come on then. All of you. If I win, I get to start. As the king of violence, Shidu wasn't backing down from anyone. Hey! Everyone! Stop! Coach Yasamori Hoichi was panicking. He never imagined things would spiral this far out of control. Sae just watched the chaos with cold, indifferent eyes. Ugh! I can deal with Itoshire Sae, but a nobody like you thinks he can insult me. Sendo sat up, a massive lump forming on his head. He glared at Shidu. I'm going to make you regret that. Eat this. Shidu hopped onto the table and launched a vicious kick. Just as everyone thought Sendo's head was about to be taken off, a hand reached out and caught Shidu's foot with incredible strength. It was Aiku. As the captain, he couldn't just sit back and watch his team get humiliated anymore. Shidu tried to pull back but he couldn't budge. Even Sae's eyes flickered with interest. Huh? Shidu couldn't believe it. Someone was actually better at brawling than he was. He threw a punch at Aiku's face. With one fluid motion, Aiku executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. Shidu hit the floor hard, pinned down and unable to move. I like the intensity, little puppy, Aiku whispered right into Shidu's ear. But at the end of the day, you have to prove it on the pitch. MMPH. Aiku had his hand over Shidu's mouth, muffling his response. You need a hand, Aiku. The other three defenders of the U-20 stood up behind him. Aiku was the heart of the defense. If Kira and his team wanted to score, they would have to get through the iron wall of the U-20 first. I've got this, Aiku said, waving them off. He turned his gaze back to Sae, his voice calm and steady. And one more thing, genius. Don't just talk a big game. Use your play to earn our trust. Sae's expression finally turned serious. The U-20 wasn't just a bunch of random players. They had their own king. Oliver Aiku. Meanwhile, at the Blue Lock training grounds, the hellish pre-match training camp had begun. Kira sat on the grass, gulping down water. The intensity was insane. Kira looked up at the sky, thinking about his friend, Shido. He wondered how that maniac was holding up with the U-20. Knowing Shido, though, he probably wasn't the one getting beaten up. A/N/YESSS. It's almost time. We are southwest damn close to the U-20 arc. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Captain's Armband. 1,431 words. Chapter 118, The Captain's Armband. What's on your mind, Kira? Kira was pulled out of his thoughts as Chidori sat down beside him, a tactical tablet in hand. Kira looked up and did a double take. Chidori had his long hair pulled back into a sleek, high ponytail today, a sharp departure from his usual flowing style. I have to admit, the look really worked for him. It gave him a focused, aggressive edge that matched the tension in the air. Check this out. The U-20 defensive line is locked in, Chidori said, ignoring the look. He tapped the screen, bringing up the dossiers on the U-20 backline. Finally, he pulled up the profile for Oliver Aiku. Kira's eyes narrowed. Aside from Shido and Itosher Sae, Aiku was the undisputed heavy hitter of the national team. He was the wall they had to climb. What are we looking at? Bakira and Isagi jogged over from the pitch, crowding around the screen. Four heads hovered over the tablet, dissecting the data. Chidori is breaking down the intel Ego gave us on the opposition, Kira explained to Bakira. Ooh, let me see. Bakira's eyes widened with curiosity. Seeing their interest, Chidori continued. According to Ego's report, Aiku is only 19, but he's already fielding serious offers from top-tier clubs in the Italian Serie A. This U-20 team is built entirely around his ability to anchor the defense and launch counterattacks. 19. Isagi looked stunned. Aiku was barely older than they were, yet he was already on the radar of the world's most elite leagues. Bakira, on the other hand, just tilted his head like a curious predator. So we just have to smash through them, right? Well. Chidori sighed, clearly trying to find a way to explain the scale of the challenge to someone as instinct-driven as Bakira. In theory, yes. But we're talking about the most talented roster Japan has ever produced for this age group. The media is calling them the Diamond Generation. If we think we can just walk over them with raw offense, we're in for a reality check. Bakira blinked, looking completely unimpressed by the title. Like I said. We just smashed them. The Diamond Generation. Kira turned the phrase over in his mind. It sounded flashy. He wondered what the press would call the Blue Lock players after the match. The Blue Generation. That sounded a little too generic. Isagi stared at Bakira, clearly exasperated. Bakira, it's not that simple. Tactics matter. But if they can't stop us, we win. Isn't that how it works? Isagi felt a headache coming on. Listen to me for a second. Did I say something wrong? It's not wrong, it's just you're oversimplifying it. It was like watching a scholar try to argue with a hurricane. Isagi was getting red in the face trying to be the voice of reason, while Bakira remained perfectly unbothered. Attention. Morning training is officially over. Take your break, the speakers blared. The announcement didn't stop the debate. Isagi kept following Bakira, gesturing wildly as he tried to explain defensive rotations, while Bakira just hummed a tune, occasionally muttering, "Still think we just need to beat them." Chidori burst out laughing at the two of them. They're a comedy duo. Hey, where'd Kira go? Bakira realized Kira was no longer standing with them. I think he headed toward the gym, Chidori noted. Inside the gym. Itosher Rin was punishing the leg press machine. Every muscle in his legs was corded and strained, his gear completely soaked with sweat. Take it easy, Mun. Training is over. You're going to blow out a tendon if you keep this up, Kira said, leaning against a nearby rack. Rin didn't even look at him. The weight plates clanked rhythmically as he pushed through the burn. I'm almost done, Kira. Don't get in my way. Kira knew better than to push it. He watched Rin for a few moments, respecting the sheer intensity of the guy's drive, then turned and walked out without another word. 10 minutes later. Phew. Rin finally stopped, collapsing against the machine, as his breathing stabilized. The chance to face Itoshir Sae was finally here, and Rin was obsessed with proving he was the superior brother. That drive had only intensified after hearing Ego mention that Sae's first choice for a partner had been Kira, not him. The need to dominate both of them was burning him alive. I need a drink. His throat felt like sandpaper. He reached out to grab his water bottle, but found a fresh bottle of high-end sports drink sitting right next to it. Kira. The guy had left it there before walking out. Rin didn't hesitate. He grabbed the bottle and drained half of it in one go. That guy, always doing things his own way, Rin thought, a rare flicker of something other than spite crossing his mind. The days bled into one another until, finally, the morning of the match arrived. 15 minutes before kickoff. The Blue Lock locker room was thick with tension. Kira had finished dressing early, his blue jersey fitting perfectly. Kira, how do I look? Bakira spun around in his kit, looking for a second opinion. Kira gave him a nod. Looks sharp, Bakira. Suits you. I agree, Isagi said, adjusting his own collar. It's wild. This is the first time we've actually worn official Blue Lock match kits. I never thought we'd actually be taking on the national team, Chidori added, tightening his laces. We really made some noise, didn't we? Yeah, we did, Nagi muttered, looking surprisingly focused. But this isn't the finish line. It's just the beginning. Kira nodded. Nagi was right. This was the moment they stepped out of the shadows. The door swung open, and the room went silent. Jinpachi Ego walked in, wearing a sharp black suit and carrying a tactical board. I spent until the very last second agonizing over the final roster, Ego said, his voice flat but carrying an undeniable weight. But the substitute list is finally set. He rattled off the names of the players who would start on the bench. Kunigami, Raichi, Ryo, Baru. Tokimitsu, Shingen Tanaka, Hyori, Nanace. Jin Kiora, Ishikari, Zantetsu, Otoya. Igaguri's face fell instantly. I didn't make the cut. Kira glanced at Igaguri. He remembered the original roster having him as a sub, but things had shifted. The stakes were too high for anything but the absolute best. We have 3 substitutions, Ego said, his eyes scanning the room. To those on the bench, stay ready. I expect you to be at 100% the second your feet touch that grass. We've spent 2 weeks building this team to win. The world doesn't even know you exist yet. To them, you're just diamonds in the rough. Go out there and show them. Go win this game, Blue Lock. Yeah, the team roared. The energy in the room was electric. Every player was vibrating with the need to get on the pitch. Ego reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow armband. He looked directly at Kira. Ryosuke Kira. Step forward. The room went quiet. Kira's heart skipped a beat, but his voice was steady. Sir. He walked up to Ego, standing tall. Ego took the armband and fastened it securely around Kira's left bicep. I assume you know exactly what this represents. Kira looked down at the band. It was the captain's mark. In a room full of the most egotistical strikers in the country, it was a declaration. The captain wasn't just the leader, he was the one the team respected most, the one the coach trusted to maintain discipline when the pressure became unbearable. Kira hadn't expected this. In the original timeline, this never happened. He looked around the room. His teammates had various expressions, some were jealous, some were neutral, but in every pair of eyes, he saw a fundamental layer of trust. They were ready to follow his lead. Kira took a deep breath, feeling the weight on his shoulder, and the surge of power that came with it. Today, Kira shouted, his voice echoing through the locker room, we make the world remember our names. We make Blue Lock a brand they'll never forget. Hell yeah. The response was deafening. Every player was now a weapon, primed and ready for war. Ego watched them, a small, crooked smile playing on his lips. It was time to see the results. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Fire Ignites. 1543 words. Chapter 119, The Fire Ignites. The tunnel of the Blue Lock Stadium felt like a pressure cooker. The Blue Lock 11 marched forward in a tight, disciplined line, their shadows stretching long against the concrete. Waiting for them at the mouth of the tunnel were the Giants themselves, the Japan U-20 national team, clad in their pristine white kits. Check it out. The Blue Lock lab rats are actually here. They look intense. I'll give them that. Doesn't matter how they look. Let's see if they can actually play ball. The U-20 players didn't bother hiding their whispers, sizing up the strikers with a mix of curiosity and condescension. Kira's eyes immediately locked onto Itoshir Sae. The genius midfielder stood apart from the rest, his presence like a cold front moving through the tunnel. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Absorption successful. Obtained Itoshir Sae attribute trial card X1. Dribbling +15, continuous decay. Passing +20, continuous decay. Technique +18, continuous decay. Duration, 10 minutes. Retention time, 24 hours. Silently chant, use Itoshir Sae trial card to activate. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Absorption successful. Obtained Oliver Iku attribute trial card X1. Defense +15, continuous decay. Strength +5, continuous decay. Reflexes +5, continuous decay. Duration, 10 minutes. Retention time, 24 hours. Silently chant, use Oliver Iku trial card to activate. Kira felt the rush of the system as the cards slotted into his inventory. Sae remained staring straight ahead, acting as if the entire Blue Lock squad was invisible. Rin, however, was staring a hole into the side of his brother's head, his jaw clamped shut in a silent rage. Damn, the air in here is heavy. I love it, Karasa muttered, his pulse quickening. Yukimiya adjusted his glasses, a sharp smirk on his face. Now this is a stage worth standing on. The aesthetic of this showdown, it's flawless, Aryu added, his long hair shimmering under the tunnel lights. Kira led the formation as the captain, putting him face to face with the man at the front of the U-20 line, Oliver Iku. As Kira drew level with him, the stubbled captain turned his head, a confident, knowing look in his eyes. So you're Ryosuke Kira. Kira didn't break stride, but he met Iku's gaze. You've heard of me. I've seen the tapes. I have to admit, you've got serious potential, Iku said, his tone casual but edged with iron. But don't get your hopes up today. As long as I'm on the pitch, you aren't touching the back of the net. Not even once. Is that a challenge? Kira shot back, his voice steady. Then I guess I'll just have to break that record in front of everyone. Iku chuckled, unfazed. Bold. I like that. Oh, and one more thing, that former teammate of yours, Shidu. Don't count on seeing him today. He's stuck on the bench. We'll see how long you can keep him there, Kira replied. The conversation ended as the stadium lights flooded the end of the tunnel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your players to the pitch. The roar of the crowd hit them like a physical wave. Over 60,000 people had packed the stadium, creating a wall of sound that vibrated in Kira's chest. Flashbulbs went off like 1,000 tiny stars in the stands. The stadium was a sea of blue and white. Japanese flags waved in every section, but the biggest banners were reserved for one man, Itoshire SAE. U20. Let's go. SAE. We love you. Show them who's boss, SAE. The sheer volume of the cheering was dizzying. Kira took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of freshly cut grass, and the heat of thousands of bodies. He couldn't tell if the temperature was actually rising or if it was just the adrenaline boiling in his veins. Either way, he was electric. This was what real football felt like. Welcome, everyone. You are watching the most anticipated match in the history of Japanese youth football, the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. I'm your play-by-play commentator, Etsudo Teresa. The energy in this stadium is absolutely off the charts. Joining me today is the legendary football analyst, Natsuki-san. Natsuki, what's the vibe down there? Up in the commentary box, Natsuki adjusted his headset, leaning into the mic with visible excitement. Teresa, I've been waiting for this since the day it was announced. This is Itoshire SAE's homecoming. The world is watching to see if the U20 can handle the hype. Teresa nodded, shuffling his notes. Let's look at the lineups. The national team is coming out in a classic 4-2-3-1. As expected, SAE is slotting into the attacking midfield role right behind the striker. Natsuki, how do you see this formation playing out? Natsuki cleared his throat. The U20 defense is an absolute fortress, it's the backbone of this team. But with SAE orchestrating the transition from back to front, I expect their offensive efficiency to hit a level we've never seen from a Japanese youth squad. And what about the other side of the pitch? The Blue Lock 11? Natsuki's tone shifted, becoming more skeptical. Well, they're a group of unknowns. I'm told the entire roster is made up of strikers. Frankly, it's hard to take a team like that seriously on a professional level. It's an experiment, nothing more. A bold take. We'll see if those unknowns can make a name for themselves today. In a quiet suburb of Saitama, Kira's sister, Rinko, was glued to the television. What a bunch of hacks, Rinko muttered, glaring at the screen. They haven't said a single word about Ryosuke's team. So much for professional commentary. She crossed her arms, a pout on her face, but her eyes were shining with pride. She had never truly taken Ryosuke's talk about being a pro athlete seriously. It always felt like a childhood dream. But seeing him stand there on national television, wearing the captain's armband and leading his team onto a massive stage, it finally hit her. Her little brother was the real deal. She wasn't the only one watching. From high-end sports bars in Tokyo to mobile screens on the subway, the entire country was tuned in. The ratings were shattering records for a youth exhibition. Back on the pitch, the two teams took their positions. The referee checked his watch and blew the whistle. Kira had won the coin toss, giving Blue Lock the first possession. The game was on. Kira didn't just blindly charge forward. He followed Ego's blueprint to the letter. He dropped back to receive the ball, immediately linking up with Rin and Iseijai. The three of them formed a shifting, lethal triangle, pinging the ball between them with surgical precision as they moved up the field. Even though it was their first time facing the U20, there wasn't a hint of nerves. The synergy between Kira, Rin, and Iseijai was flawless, carving a path through the initial pressure as they crossed the halfway line. A murmur of surprise rippled through the stands. The fans had expected the Blue Lock players to be outclassed, but their technical ability was undeniable. Oh! Look at that passing. Blue Lock's ball movement is surprisingly sharp, Teresa noted, his voice rising in surprise. They clearly came prepared. It's just fancy footwork in the midfield, Natsuki countered, his bias still showing. You can pass all you want, but they aren't going to get anywhere near the goal with that. They're just playing into the U20's hands. I don't know, Natsuki, wait. Look at the formation. Blue lock is shifting. Down on the field, the movement was rapid and calculated. Karasu, playing as the defensive mid, suddenly dropped back to join Nico and Ariu, forming a solid three-man back line. At the same time, the wingbacks, Bakira and Chijiri, ignited their engines, sprinting forward to join the attack. In an instant, the 4-5-1 evolved into a hyper-aggressive 3-6-1. On the sidelines, coach Yasunori Hoichi's face paled. What kind of suicidal strategy is this? By traditional standards, it was a massive gamble. It left the defense exposed and relied entirely on winning individual battles. But this wasn't a traditional team. This was a team of egos. Blue Lock had just bared its fangs. Isagi, tracking the movement with his peripheral vision, saw the overlap. As the U-20 defenders closed in on the center, Isagi didn't hesitate. He launched a high, arching long ball toward the left flank. Bakira tracked the flight of the ball, killing the momentum perfectly with his foot as he brought it down. He looked up, his eyes wide and hungry, staring down the U-20's defensive midfielder, Haru Hayate. So Bakira whispered, a playful but dangerous smile on his face. Where should I start the dance? Unbelievable. Blue Lock is ignoring the safe play and going straight for the throat. Teresa shouted. Number 8 is holding the ball. Is he actually planning to take on Haru Hayate one-on-one? That's incredibly gutsy, or incredibly stupid. Natsuki just sneered. He didn't believe for a second that a high school kid could beat a national team regular. But Bakira wasn't just any kid. And this wasn't just any game. So where are my power stones? Where are they? Chapter 120, Thieves and Cops. 1,413 words. Chapter 120, Thieves and Cops. Bakira didn't show a flicker of hesitation as he squared up against Haru Hayate. A playful smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as his tongue darted out to lick his lips. His feet became a blur, dancing around the ball with a series of rapid-fire step-overs that forced Hayate to second-guess his footing. Suddenly, the rhythm snapped. Bakira slammed his right foot onto the top of the ball, killing its momentum for a split second before spinning his entire body in a lightning-fast pirouette. He blew past Hayate before the defender could even register the movement. Hayate froze, his mind reeling. He had completely underestimated the kid, never expecting a dribbler of this caliber to be lurking in an unranked project like Blue Lock. Are you kidding me? Hayate just got smoked by the kid with the bowl cut. Who even is this guy? I've never seen him in the scouting reports. Hayate is a regular starter for the U-20 backline. How did he get beat that easily? A wave of shock rippled through the stadium. The fans had come expecting a one-sided slaughter by the national team, but the reality on the pitch was starting to look very different. Unbelievable. We finally have the data on Blue Lock's number 8. His name is Meguro Bakira. Atsuto Teresa shouted into his mic, his voice crackling with excitement. That dribbling was world-class. It looks like Hayate fell into the trap of underestimating his opponent, and he paid the price. Let's see what Bakira does next. He's into the final third. Where is he putting this ball? Teresa's play-by-play was infectious, pulling the television audience deeper into the suffocating tension of the match. Harutaro Natsuki, however, remained unimpressed. He crossed his arms, scowling at the pitch. Fluke. The U-20 will shut this down in a heartbeat. Just watch. Down on the grass, Bakira's eyes were scanning the field like a hawk. He was looking for the perfect opening, a gap in the armor. His eyes locked onto a target, and he didn't hesitate. He whipped his leg through the ball, sending it on a high, curling trajectory that bypassed the initial defenders and dropped perfectly toward the near post. Kira saw it coming. He smirked. Classic Bakira. He saw exactly where I wanted it. But as Kira prepared to kill the ball and turn for a strike, a shadow loomed over him. He felt the suffocating pressure of Oliver Iku closing in from his blind side. Persistent bastard, Kira thought. He had thought his run was subtle enough to lose any marker, but Ika's defensive instincts were on another level. The pro-level center-back had read the play before the ball even left Bakira's foot. Kira decided right then, no more hiding. If Ika wanted a fight, he'd give him one. Kira didn't wait for the ball to drop. He exploded off the turf, leaping high into the air to meet the cross. Ika shadowed him perfectly, launching his own massive frame into the sky at the exact same moment. Ika went for the headed clearance while Kira reached out with his foot to snatch the ball out of the air. The two captains collided in mid-air with a sickening thud. It felt like hitting a reinforced concrete wall. Both men grunted as the impact vibrated through their ribs, each silently acknowledging the freakish physical power of the other. The collision knocked them both off balance. Neither managed to get a clean touch on the ball. As they hit the ground, Kira recovered his footing first, lunging for the loose ball to snap off a quick shot. But Ika was already there, his leg extending with surgical precision to block the line of fire. The ball deflected off Ika's boot, and Kazuma Naya was there in a flash to boot it out of play over the touchline. Damn, this defense is a nightmare, Kira realized. This was nothing like the internal matches back at Blue Lock. The U-20 defenders didn't just have talent, they had a collective awareness, and a level of grit that made every inch of the pitch feel like a battlefield. Especially Aiku. His nose for the ball was terrifying. In the commentary box, Teresa was losing his mind over the exchange. What a ball into the box. The U-20 was hanging by a thread. Blue Lock's number 10 went airborne. If he had connected with that, we'd be looking at the opening goal right now. But Aiku. The captain was right there to meet him. They practically neutralized each other in the air, and even after they landed, Aiku had the presence of mind to block the follow-up shot. We might need to seriously reevaluate this Blue Lock squad. Since the whistle blew, they've been taking the fight to the national team, in a way nobody expected. I've just received the official roster. Number 10 is their captain, Ryosuke Kira. The two captains are already at each other's throats. This is incredible theater. Natsuki, what's your take on that defensive stop? Natsuki looked slightly rattled, but he maintained his professional composure. That offensive sequence was impressive. The link-up between number 8 and number 10 was nearly telepathic. If Ika hadn't been there to clean up the mess, the U-20 would be down a goal right now. Aiku is acting as the ultimate failsafe. As long as he's standing, Blue Lock isn't getting through. That's why he's the captain of the Diamond Generation, Natsuki added, finding his confidence again. Blue Lock can attack all they want, but once the U-20 finds their rhythm on the counter, this game is over. On the Blue Lock bench, Nanace let out a long, frustrated sigh. Man. So close. The rest of the substitutes looked equally tense. Ego, however, remained a statue on the sidelines. He had expected the U-20 defense to be this stubborn. He wasn't looking for a lucky break. He was waiting to see if his strikers had the ego to find a solution to an impossible problem. Back on the pitch, Aiku looked at Kira with a wolfish grin. Hey, number 10. You know the saying. Strikers are basically thieves. And guys like me. We're the cops. As long as you're in my city, I'm not letting you steal a single point, you little punk. Kira felt his blood begin to boil, not with anger but with pure, unadulterated excitement. He stared right back at the U-20 captain. Is that so? Then you better bring a heavy-duty collar, officer. Because if you don't tie me down, I'm going to burn this whole city to the ground. Standing nearby, Isagi blinked, looking back and forth between the two of them. Wait, a collar? Are we still talking about football? Isagi wondered, scratching his head. AIKU. 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 The stadium erupted as the replay of the defensive stop played on the big screen. The fans were chanting his name like a mantra, the sound rolling through the arena like thunder. Kira finally understood the weight Aiku carried. To the U-20, he wasn't just a defender, he was their leader. He had reacted to that pass the millisecond it left Bakira's foot. That wasn't just training, that was the instinct of a world-class hunter. Throw in. Get in position. Aiku barked at his teammates, instantly organizing the defense. Chidori walked to the sideline and launched a long throw toward Isegai. Following Igo's tactical instructions to the letter, Isegai immediately began a series of quick, short passes with Kira and Rin in the midfield. They were trying to draw the U-20 out, looking for a crack in the formation. But Aiku was everywhere. Every time they thought they had a lane, he shifted to close it. Kira realized they were spinning their wheels. He caught Isegai's eye and gave a sharp, subtle nod. Isegai, change of plans. Isegai understood instantly. Instead of a short pass back into the middle, he pivoted and launched a searing long ball toward the left flank. Kenya Yukimiya, the left winger, had been waiting in the shadows for his moment. About time, Yukimiya muttered, killing the ball with a velvet touch. Oh! Blue Lock shifts the attack to the far left. Yukimiya has the ball. Is he going for a one-on-one too? Can Blue Lock find the breakthrough this time? Teresa's voice roared over the crowd as the spotlight shifted to the wing. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Savior's Clearance. 1,547 words. Chapter 121, The Savior's Clearance. The moment Kenya Yukimiya touched the ball, Tepe Nera was on him like a shadow. Nera had these tiny, bead-like eyes that made Yukimiya want to laugh. It was hard to take a defender seriously when he looked that ridiculous. Nice glasses. They actually look pretty sharp, Nera said, his eyes locked on the frames. Thanks, short stack. Don't blink, Yukimiya shot back. In a heartbeat, Yukimiya ignited. He unleashed an explosive burst of acceleration, leaving a literal blur where he had been standing. He was past Naru in less than a second. He's gone, Yukimiya thought, already looking toward the box. Going somewhere? Yukimiya's head snapped to the side. He was stunned. Naru wasn't behind him, he was running shoulder to shoulder, matching Yukimiya's top speed with terrifying ease. You're actually faster than you looked on tape, Naru remarked. His tone was impossible to read. Was it a compliment or a jab? Yukimiya had technically beaten him with that first move, but Naru wasn't a traditional, bulky defender. He was a speed specialist. He lived for the chase. No way. Did Yukimiya just lose a one-on-one? Isegai muttered, watching the battle from the center. Yukimiya wasn't about to roll over. The two of them engaged in a high-speed duel along the touchline, a frantic scrap for positioning that ended with Nera sliding in and poking the ball loose. The second ball was up for grabs. Itosha Rin didn't hesitate. He charged toward the loose ball, his mind already calculating the next move. Breaking through might be a hassle. I'll settle for a clean trap and a turn toward the goal. Rin killed the ball's momentum, but before he could pivot, Kazuma Naya was barreling into his space. Shut down. Exterminate. Naya roared. I'm not letting you move an inch, Blue Lock's number 2. Naya threw his entire weight into a shoulder charge the second Rin secured the ball. TCH. A vein popped on Rin's forehead. He was beyond annoyed. Number 2. Who the hell does this gorilla think he's talking to? If Rin let a meathead like this stop him, he didn't deserve to be on the pitch. As Naya's massive frame collided with him, Rin didn't try to stand his ground and trade blows. Instead, he performed a micro-hop, lifting his feet off the turf just enough to let his body go slightly weightless. He used the momentum of Naya's own charge to drift forward 2 steps, absorbing the impact like a high-end shock absorber. He landed perfectly, the ball still glued to his foot. Unbelievable. Itosha Rin just shrugged off a direct hit from Kazuma Nayu. Atsuto Teresa shouted. From the announcer's booth, it looked like Rin had simply overpowered a giant. He didn't overpower him. He redirected the energy, Harutarou Natsuki corrected, leaning forward. In the pro leagues, you'll see top-tier strikers hop right before impact. By being airborne, your center of gravity can't be easily toppled. It's a sophisticated piece of postural control. Wow, Natsuki-san. That's a deep dive into the mechanics. It's a basic survival skill for a world-class striker, Natsuki said, sounding impressed despite himself. Back on the pitch, Rin reset his center, ready to tear into the box. But out of nowhere, a foot lunged into his vision, cleanly hooking the ball away. Oliver Aiku. He had been lurking, waiting for the exact moment Rin's focus shifted to his footwork. Good boy, Nayu. You did your job, Aiku said with a smirk. Rin's eyes widened. He hadn't even sensed Aiku's approach. When did he get that close? Aiku didn't waste a second. He turned and began driving the ball up the pitch himself. The stadium exploded with the sound of his name. Beautiful, Aiku. First he locks down the box, then he takes the ball himself. That's our captain. The U20's iron wall is proving to be impenetrable. Teresa's voice was reaching a fever pitch. Rin cursed under his breath and began a desperate sprint back to cover the hole in the defense. While in full stride, Aiku cocked his leg back and unleashed a monster of a long ball. It was a 50-yard precision strike that bypassed the entire midfield, dropping right onto the laces of Itosure Sae. TCH. Rin's frustration was reaching its boiling point. Ryosuke Kira saw the danger immediately. In the blink of an eye, the momentum had flipped. The ball had gone from the U20's defensive line to their most dangerous weapon in a single pass. The counterattack was on. Look at this. The ball is with Itosure Sae. Teresa screamed. Itoshi Sae. Sae. Go for it. The crowd's roar was deafening. Hayoma Chidori sprinted to meet him. Don't think we didn't plan for your counters. Chidori shouted. Ego's instructions for Chidori and Bakira were clear, they had to balance each other. Since Bakira had pushed up for the previous attack, Chidori had stayed deep to anchor the defense. The Red Panther was determined to use his legendary speed to put the brakes on Sae. Sae didn't even acknowledge Chidori's existence. He didn't slow down, didn't feint, he just whipped a pass around Chidori the moment the redhead got close. Chidori froze. The speed of Sae's decision-making was inhuman. He had found the passing lane before Chidori could even set his feet. It was a 50-meter, low-altitude laser of a pass. On the U20's left wing, Kento Cho, a mountain of a mun with bodybuilder muscles, trapped the ball, looking slightly stressed. Mun, Sae's passes are always so hard to handle. Glad I didn't mess that up. The moment Cho secured the ball, Jiyube Aryu was in his face. Let's see what those glamorous muscles can actually do, powerhouse, Aryu said, striking a defensive pose. Cho looked at Aryu's lanky frame and winced. No thanks. Here, Kitsune, you take it. He didn't even try to dribble, instead shoveling the ball like a hot potato to his teammate, Teru Kitsune, who was cutting into the middle. Keep the tempo up. That's the rule of the counter, Kitsune muttered. He was another U20 winger who had drifted inside to exploit the space. Hey, hey, hey. I knew exactly where you'd be, little mun, Tabito Karasu said, his eyes glinting as he stepped into Kitsune's path. Karasu was perfectly positioned to snuff out the play. But Kitsune just gave him a wicked grin. We knew you'd be there too. He didn't try to beat Karasu. He flicked the ball backward into the path of a trailing runner. It was Sae again. Crap. Sae's unmarked. Karasu's calm facade crumbled. Don't let him shoot, Nico. On it. Iki Nico wasn't the fastest player, but his positioning was elite. He threw himself into Sae's shooting lane instantly. His goal wasn't even to steal the ball, He just needed to buy 1 second. 1 second for the Red Panther to recover. Chidori appeared at Sae's side like a lightning bolt, his foot reaching in to poke the ball away. Nice, Nico. Perfect delay. Got him. Nico shouted as they closed the trap. Sae didn't panic. With both defenders bearing down on him, he used his left foot to softly chip the ball into the air. Wait, why so soft? Nico's heart sank. Chidori's eyes widened. Sae had threaded a needle, lofting the ball through the tiny gap between them and perfectly into the path of Shido Sendo. How many moves ahead is he seeing? Chidori thought. Gagamaru. Sendo killed the ball, set his feet, and let fly with a powerful strike. Sae watched the shot and just shook his head, looking unimpressed. Jin Gagamaru, acting on pure instinct, dived to his right. He threw out his hand and felt the sting of the ball as he parried it away from the goal. The shot was stopped. Unbelievable. A miracle save from the blue lock keeper. But the ball is still live. Teresa's voice was a frantic staccato. The box is a complete mess. Who's going to get there first? It's Sae. The ball is landing right at his feet. It's like the ball is attracted to him. Is he going to cross? No, Sae is going for the finish. My God, it's a chip shot. The keeper is out of position, he can't get back in time. The first goal is coming, it's... Teresa's voice cut off abruptly. A blue jersey launched itself into the air in front of the goal line. The hang time was unnatural. It was Ryosuke Kira. Kira met the ball at the apex of its arc, snapping his head forward to drive the ball out for a corner. A goal-saving header. Sae's eyes finally showed a flicker of genuine emotion, a cold, calculating curiosity. I don't believe it. The clearance comes from Blue Lock's number 10, their captain, Kira. He's a striker. Did he really sprint the entire length of the pitch to save that? That shouldn't be possible. That's absolute insanity. The stadium fell into a stunned silence for a heartbeat. Then, it started. A single person clapped. Then another. Within seconds, a thunderous wave of applause swept through the 60,000 people in attendance. Kira had just announced himself to the world. And the world was finally paying attention. Hand over all of your power, Stanise. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The Monkey and the Pro. 1,306 words. Chapter 122, The Monkey and the Pro. Who the hell is that kid with the white hair? That was a clinical save. I think I saw a headline about him recently. He's supposed to be the top prospect in the high school circuit, right? I honestly came here to watch the national team steamroll these kids, but this is actually getting intense. The chatter in the stands hummed like a low-frequency wire, all of it vibrating around Ryosuke Kira's goal line heroics. With a spectacular clearance from Blue Lock's captain, Kira, this stadium has officially reached its boiling point. Atsuto Teresa shouted into his headset, his voice crackling with genuine hype. Even against a genius strike from Itoshire Sae, Kira's pure hustle said not today. Is this the Ryosuke Kira the media dubbed the supernova? He's living up to every bit of that reputation, and then some. By all rights, a striker like Kira shouldn't even be in that zip code, Harutarou Natsuki added, his voice more measured but clearly showing a rare trace of surprise. It's like he suddenly tapped into a world-class defensive radar. His positioning was flawless. Over on the U20 bench, Ryusei Shido let out a jagged, sharp laugh. Idiots. You keep a freak like me on the bench, and you expect these half-assed strikers to get past a monster like Kira. Shido could feel the hunger clawing at his gut, a violent itch he couldn't scratch. He had a feeling it wouldn't be long before the U20 was begging him to save them. The excitement was vibrating through his entire body. Down on the pitch, Kira took a long, steady breath to find his rhythm. He had barely made it in time. The moment Aiku had intercepted the ball earlier, Kira had zeroed in on his intent, and activated the Oliver Aiku trial card. The world looks completely different through a defender's eyes. He had spent his whole life seeing the pitch as an apex predator. But with Aiku's defensive stats boosting his brain, he had seen the patterns of the counterattack emerging before they even fully formed. The second the ball had left Aiku's foot, Kira's legs were already moving. He had caught the scent of a goal, SAE's goal, and he'd hunted it down with everything he had. But that shot. SAE was on another level. Even as he headed the ball away, Kira could feel the violent spin and raw power behind it. SAE might be a midfielder, but his finishing was more lethal than anyone else on that side of the pitch. Nice work. That was a perfect read, Nico said, jogging up to Kira with genuine respect in his eyes. Karasu let out a breath of relief. He had seen Gagamaru's reaction, the keeper had been beat. If Kira hadn't appeared, the game was over before it started. Stylish as always, Kira. Very glamorous, Arias said, joining them and patting Kira on the shoulder. Focus up. They've got a corner, Kira barked, refusing to let the adrenaline go to his head. Don't give SAE an inch. Near the corner flag, Kitsune approached SAE, reaching out to offer a consoling pat on the shoulder. So close, SAE. Don't sweat it. Don't touch me, you rookies. SAE slapped Kitsune's hand away with cold indifference, leaving the winger standing there in awkward silence. Shudo Sendo approached, sensing the tension, but SAE didn't even give him a chance to speak. 3 times, SAE muttered, his voice a freezing blade. I gave you 3 clear chances to score, and I sacrificed my own positioning to set them up for you. Even a monkey could have finished those, but you trash-tier strikers keep blowing it. It pissed me off enough that I decided to finish it myself, and even then, that white-haired brat managed to get in the way. SAE's eyes locked onto Kira, who was busy organizing the blue lock defense. To SAE, Kira was the only one on the pitch acting like a real player. Monkey. Trash. Sendo's face turned a deep shade of purple. Who do you think you're talking to? Relax, Sendo. Gagamaru just made a hell of a save, that's all. And hey, you didn't exactly score your shot either, SAE, Aika said, strolling over and scratching the back of his head with a lazy, confident grin. Are you seriously comparing a midfielder's finishing to a striker's? SAE asked, looking at Aiko like he was an amateur. If a striker can't put that ball away, I don't acknowledge them as a player. I'm not here to play babysitter for children. You're a harsh critic, SAE. If that's your standard, there isn't a single striker in this whole country who fits the bill, Aika countered. That's exactly what I'm here to find out. Without another word, SAE walked toward the corner arc Aika side and leaned into Sendo. Don't let him get under your skin, Sendo. This is my team, not his. Just make sure it doesn't happen again, or you really will be worse than a monkey. I got it, Aiku, Sendo muttered, his ego bruised but his focus returning. The match continues with AU20 corner. Teresa shouted. SAE's last attempt was a masterpiece, but Blue Lock held the line. Now we get to see what he can do from the set piece. On the pitch, SAE took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the box for the optimal trajectory. He took a short run up and whipped his leg through the ball. The curve was perfect. It bypassed the front zone and dropped like a stone right onto Sendo's forehead. This is it. Sendo thought, launching himself into the air. I'll show that arrogant bastard who's trash. But as Sendo reached for the ball, another shadow eclipsed him. Gyubei Aryu, with his massive reach and lanky frame, soared into the air beside him. Sendo looked up in horror. The guy was practically a skyscraper. How the hell am I supposed to compete with that? Sendo thought. The sky belongs to me, Aryu declared, his head meeting the ball with authority and sending it spiraling out of the danger zone. Incredible. SAE's perfect cross is denied again. Teresa screamed. Is that guy even human? His wingspan and vertical are a total cheat code for a high schooler. The loose ball bounced toward the edge of the area, sparking a frantic scramble. Kento Cho, the powerhouse winger with the body of a pro athlete, managed to shield the ball, but he hesitated for a fraction of a second as he looked for a pass. "Hey, officer. I think I just caught the thief." Cho felt the ball vanish from under his feet before he could even react. Kira had timed the tackle perfectly, snatching possession and immediately turning to sprint upfield. Cho stood there, dazed. That tone of voice. It sounded exactly like Aiku's during their training sessions. Oh. The U-20 blows another chance. Kira came out of nowhere to pick the pocket of Kento Cho. It's him again. Kira is everywhere. He's playing striker, he's playing defender, and now he's leading the break. Teresa was officially a fan. He was already making a mental note to dig up every piece of scouting data on Ryosuke Kira the second the whistle blew. In the stands, the crowd was buzzing. They had come to watch the U-20 dominate, but the script was being rewritten in real time. The momentum was shifting, and it was shifting toward Blue Lock. Japan U-20 starting lineup: forward, Shido Sendo WG, Kento Cho, Teru Kitsune AM, Itoshir SAEDM, Itsuki Wakatsuki, Haru Heiei DF, Miroku Darai, Oliver Aiku, Kazuma Nayu, Teppei Narajike, Gen Fukaku. What are your predictions for the match score and the goal scorers? For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, This Very Moment. 1,484 words. Chapter 123, This Very Moment. On the pitch, Kira didn't give a damn about what the crowd thought. He put his head down and drove the ball forward like a freight train. Don't even think about it. Itsuki Wakatsuki, the U-20's defensive midfielder, stepped up to bar his path. Kira took one look at the guy and nearly did a double take. The kid had massive, dark circles under his eyes that made him look like he hadn't slept since the middle school era. Out of my way, zombie. You look like you're about to collapse, Kira muttered. Without slowing down, Kira snapped into a series of rapid-fire feints, shifting his weight twice in a heartbeat, and leaving the sleep-deprived defender grasping at shadows. Haru Heiei lunged in to cover the gap, but Kira just flashed a wicked grin. He didn't even look back as he executed a crisp heel flick. Meow. Nice pass, Kira. You knew I was right there, didn't you? Kira didn't need to check. He knew Meguro Bakira would be shadowing him, perfectly positioned to receive the pass. Kira's only job now was to sprint toward the heart of the goal. Aiku. He's breaking. Shut him down. Naya bellowed. Oliver Aiku was already moving. He anticipated the run perfectly, planting himself squarely in Kira's path like an immovable wall. Nice footwork, little thief. But this is the end of the line, Aiku said, a playful but dangerous edge to his voice. Kira stared him down and smirked. You fell for it, officer. Aiku's gut tightened. He realized his mistake and whipped his head around. Sure enough, Bakira's pass wasn't heading for Kira at all. It was screaming toward the opposite flank, right into the path of a surging Itoshir Rin. Rin killed the ball with a velvet touch, his eyes burning with a cold, blue fire. Nice delivery, Bakira. Incredible. Kira was just the bait. He drew the entire defense's attention to create a wide-open lane for his teammate. Atsuto Teresa's voice roared over the speakers. Itoshir Rin is one-on-one with the keeper. The precision was terrifying. The Blue Lock strikers were moving like a single, predatory organism. Rin squared his shoulders toward the goal and cocked his leg back. The U-20 keeper, Gen Fukaku, braced himself, ready to throw his body in front of the shot. But Rin's movement snapped into a different gear. Instead of shooting, he dragged the ball deeper into the box, pulling Fukaku out of position. It looked like he had run himself out of an angle, but he wasn't finished. He shifted the ball to his weak foot, his left, and went for the finish. It was a mirror image of the chip shot Itoshir Sae had tried moments ago. It was a direct insult, a declaration of war against his brother. Arrogant brat. Fukaku growled. The keeper launched himself into the air, reaching back with everything he had to claw the ball away just before it crossed the line. What a save! But the ball is still live. Naya screamed. Clear it. TCH. Rin landed, his face twisting in frustration. He had wanted that goal more than anything. Mine. Kenya Yukimiya appeared at the edge of the fray, lunging for the rebound. Not a chance. Tepe Nera was there in a flash, cutting off Yukimiya's angle. Yukimiya gritted his teeth. You again. You're like a persistent rash, short stack. Just as Yukimiya was looking for a way out, Yoichi Iseiji sliced through the defense on a diagonal run. Nera's eyes flickered toward Iseiji for a fraction of a second, distracted by the threat. I owe you one, Iseiji, Yukimiya thought. He didn't waste the opening. He pulled the trigger the moment Nera's focus wavered. The ball screamed through the air on a beautiful, arching trajectory. Iseiji watched, certain it was going in, until Oliver Aiku appeared like a mountain in front of the goal line. Nice try, Four Eyes. But the police are still on duty, Aiku said, casually booting the ball out of the danger zone. Yukimiya's jaw dropped. Are you kidding me? Even that didn't go in. Heads up. Darai, it's coming your way. Naya's booming voice directed the traffic. I'm on it, Miroka Darai, the heavily tattooed defender, muttered as he tracked the high ball. Kira watched from the side, annoyed. Naya wasn't even defending, he was just acting like a human megaphone, directing the rest of the U-20 backline. He was the commander on the ground, and it was working. Interesting, Kira thought. Yo. First time we've met, right? Saishiro Nagi appeared out of nowhere, standing right next to Darai. Darai didn't even flinch. He knew he was faster and stronger than the lanky kid next to him. But Nagi just gave him a sleepy, bored smile. Speed doesn't matter if you can't touch the ball. Before the ball even touched the grass, Nagi leaped. Darai watched in frozen shock as Nagi performed an impossible mid-air trap, the ball sticking to his foot like a magnet. Without waiting to land, Nagi twisted his torso, unleashing a violent half-volley while still suspended in the air. What the hell? Is that even physically possible? The crowd gasped. It was a move that defied logic, trapping and shooting in a single, fluid motion without ever touching the ground. The U-20 defenders were paralyzed. The keeper didn't even move. Nobody expects a shot to come before the player's feet hit the turf. Raw. A roar echoed through the box. Nayu, who had been orchestrating the defense, threw his entire body into the path of the ball, using his head to deflect the shot at point-blank range. The ball spiraled back out. Again. Man, that big guy is a real pain, Nagi said, landing softly on his feet, his expression as blank as ever. The U-20 defense was a wall of pure grit. They were refusing to break. Finally. It's my turn. Kira was already at the drop point. He watched the ball descend, his mind perfectly calm. Shut him down. Wakatsuki and Hayate converged on him, desperate to block the final attempt. Kira cocked his leg back, making every muscle in his body look like he was about to unleash a devastating volley. Both defenders lunged, throwing their legs out to block the shot. But Kira changed the script. The shot became a delicate trap. He cushioned the ball and let it drop, using his left foot as a pivot. In one explosive motion, he performed a 360-degree turn, catching the ball on the bounce as he came around. Boom. The sound of the strike was like a gunshot. The ball screamed into the top right corner of the net, hitting the post-anon sweet spot. Fukaku didn't even have time to blink, let alone dive. Blue lock, 1, Japan U-20, 0. Silence. The massive stadium, packed with 60,000 people, suddenly felt like an empty library. The shock was absolute. G-goal. Atsuto Teresa's voice finally broke the silence. He scored. Holy crap. Did you see that? Kira. You beautiful monster. The crowd snapped out of their trance and erupted into a deafening wall of sound. Kira had just silenced the doubters and ignited the fans in a single breath. What was that? Teresa screamed into his mic, his professionalism momentarily abandoned for pure excitement. Ryosuke Kira just dismantled the U-20 defense with a world-class feint, and a strike that belongs in a highlight reel for the next decade. The philosopher Borges once said that any destiny, no matter how long or complicated, actually boils down to a single moment, the moment a man finally realizes who he is. This kid from Saitama, the ace from Matsuke's Kakuo, just used his goal to tell the elite of the national team exactly who he is. This is his moment. Natsuki sat beside him, mouth agape. The Blue Lock project, it actually worked. They've built a monster of a striker. The atmosphere in this stadium has shifted completely. Itosure Sae, the genius midfielder. Ryosuke Kira, the rising superstar, who is the hero of this story. Suddenly, I don't think anyone knows anymore. On the pitch, Kira turned, ready to throw a fist in the air to celebrate. But before he could, he was hit by a wave of blue jerseys. Ga. Bakira, Iseiji, Chijiri, and Nagi all piled onto him at once, sending the captain crashing to the grass. Easy, guys. Kira gasped from the bottom of the pile, a huge grin on his face despite the lack of oxygen. I can't breathe, let me up. A/N/YEEEEESSSS. We've got our first goal of the match. In that case, it's time to bring back something we haven't seen in a while, a new bonus chapter goal. 300 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter. Instant drop within the hour. I'm out for now, take care everyone. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Duel of the Brothers. 1,345 words. Chapter 124, Duel of the Brothers. Hell of a goal. From the other end of the pitch, Jin Gagamaru watched the celebration. To him, playing keeper today felt like a vacation. Most of the match, he was just a spectator watching the chaos unfold at the other end. Damn it. I missed my chance to be the hero, Yukimiya muttered, his face tight with frustration. Karasu didn't hide his envy either. That goal, it makes me sick with jealousy. As a defensive mid, Karasu hadn't been part of that specific wave of the attack. If he had been, he was certain he would have been the one putting it in the net. On the sidelines, Anri Tairi was practically vibrating with excitement. Unbelievable. We actually took the lead. Jinpachi Ego, however, remained a statue of calm. This was exactly what he had calculated. With Kira on the pitch, a goal wasn't a question of if but when. He watched his diamond in the rough shine, a dark, satisfied smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. TCH. Itosure Rin's expression was ice-cold. He was glad the team scored, sure, but his own failure to be the one who did it was eating him alive. He looked like he wanted to burn the grass beneath his feet. 25 minutes left in the first half. Let's see if Blue Lock can hold this momentum, or if the national team has an answer, Atsuto Teresa's voice echoed through the stadium. The tension is suffocating. The U-20 team took their positions. Shudo Sendo kicked off, sending the ball straight back to Itosure Sae. Sae had barely taken 2 steps when Kira was in his face. Kira could feel the Oliver Aiku trial card reaching its limit, and he was curious to see just how much the officer's defensive intuition would hinder a genius like Sae. Here we go. The two aces are squaring off. Teresa shouted. Itosure Sae versus Ryosuke Kira. Sae doesn't look like he's looking for a pass, He's going straight for the throat. The stadium went quiet. 60,000 people held their breath, eyes glued to the two titans at the center of the pitch. Facing Kira's press, SAE didn't blink. He just started to move. His fundamentals were terrifyingly perfect, every touch was surgical, every shift of weight calculated to the millimeter. Even with the IQ boost, Kira found it impossible to just snatch the ball away. You don't defend like a striker. You move like a pro center-back, SAE noted, pausing his dribble for a heartbeat to stare Kira down. He was genuinely curious. How could someone with such high-level offensive instincts possess such a refined defensive palate? In the football world, those were usually two different languages. Heh. Everyone's got a few secrets, Kira replied with a cocky grin. You want to know how I do it? Beat me first. Before SAE could respond, a shadow lunged into the space between them. Rin? Kira blinked. Rin didn't look back. His eyes were fixed on his brother, burning with a singular, obsessive focus. Kira, back off. This one is mine. Don't you dare interfere. Kira felt a vein throb in his temple. Ordering me around. Who does this brat think he is? He almost told Rin to shove it, but then he took a breath. Fine. Let the kid have his therapy session. I'll keep the peace for now. Whatever you say, boss, Kira said, holding up his hands and backing away. It was a tactical retreat for the sake of team chemistry. SAE's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. He seemed much more interested in testing himself against Kira than dealing with his younger brother. That look wasn't lost on Rin. His blood began to boil. We've been on the pitch for half an hour, and you haven't even said hello, Rin hissed, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. You just keep staring at everyone else. Who's your actual brother here? You old bastard. SAE finally turned his cold, indifferent gaze toward Rin. Rin's face was a mask of deadly seriousness. This isn't a game between you and Kira, Rin continued. This is the match where I finally bury you. Kira, watching from a few yards away, just nodded along. Yeah. You're the main character. We get it. Just don't blow it. SAE didn't waste any more words. He let his feet do the talking. His legs became a blur, executing a series of step-overs as he drifted toward Rin. Suddenly, the rhythm broke. SAE dropped a shoulder, a violent burst of acceleration taking him toward Rin's right. Rin had seen it coming. He lunged to his right, his timing perfect. Against any other player, that would have been a clean steal. But this was Itosher SAE. SAE knew Rin's habits better than Rin knew himself. The move to the right was a feint. With a sudden, explosive lateral shift, SAE dragged the ball back across his body, catching Rin completely off balance. SAE blew past him on the left. Rin didn't quit. He pivoted instantly, managing to stay on SAE's hip. SAE was faster, using his shoulder to shield the ball as he drove forward, but Rin was a dog that refused to let go of the bone. They scrambled across the midfield, a frantic, high-speed duel that electrified the stands. SAE. Over here. I'm wide. Teru Kitsune shouted, waving his arms as he found a pocket of space. SAE ignored him. He didn't even look at the wing. He was focused entirely on the ball, and the obstacle in his way. The Blue Lock defenders moved to assist Rin, but one look from the younger Itosher stopped them in their tracks. Stay back. This doesn't involve you. Rin roared at Isagi, who had been closing in to help. Isagi froze, stunned by the sheer venom in Rin's voice. Great. I'm an extra in their family drama now, Isagi thought. TCH. Playing house in the middle of a national match. Kazuma Naya muttered from the back line, looking disgusted. Aiku, however, just shrugged. Let them go at it. We just focus on the wall. Let the offense figure out their own mess. Look at this. This is unreal. Teresa shouted. Who is this kid? He's actually holding his own against Itoshir Sae in a one-on-one. I think he's about to get a reality check, Harutaro Natsuki added. The fans were captivated. It was rare to see such a raw, ego-driven duel in the middle of a tactical exhibition. Enough, Sae said. The game was over. As long as you keep defining yourself as my brother, you'll never be on my level. The words were a physical blow. Before Rin could process them, Sae's tempo shifted. He wasn't just fast anymore, he was a blur. The frequency of his touches doubled in a heartbeat. Before Rin could even breathe, Sae executed a flawless elastico, a flick twist that sent the ball one way and his body the other. He left Rin standing in the dust. Beautiful. He's through. Sae has dismantled the midfield. Teresa screamed, pumping his fist. The scouting reports were right. Rin put up a fight, but when it comes down to it, the big brother is still the king. So the kid is Sae's brother. Makes sense. He's got the talent. But a shadow is still just a shadow. He can't touch Sae. The insults from the stands poured over Rin like ice water. His expression went from cold to absolutely glacial. Down the pitch, the blue lock defense tightened. Sae was coming, and he wasn't alone. The U-20 forwards were already making their runs, smelling blood in the water. Karasu sighed, his eyes narrowing as he stepped up to meet the threat. TCH. You were supposed to win that, you moron. Total amateur move. Now we have to clean up the mess again. Don't complain, Karasu. They're coming for us. Gyubei Area shouted, his posture shifting into a defensive stance. The pressure was about to become unbearable. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, another one. 1,308 words. Chapter 125, another one. Stay sharp on the back line, Nico. Area barked the order as he shifted his position. I'm on it. Iki Nico's voice was steady. His hair might have been covering his eyes, but his mind had never been clearer. He wasn't just looking at the pitch, he was dissecting it. Nico, do you know why a player with your mediocre height and average speed was chosen as a starting center-back? Ego's voice echoed in his mind. It's your vision. Your ability to read the game is elite. You aren't just a defender. You are the watchtower of the Blue Lock defense. The watchtower. Nico's gaze swept across the field. He ignored the man with the ball and focused instead on the shadows moving around him. He wasn't looking for where the ball was, he was looking for where the danger would be born. Don't watch the ball. Watch the hunger. Nico moved. He didn't chase Itoshir Sae. He sprinted toward a completely different patch of grass. Area glanced over, his brow furrowing. What the hell are you doing, Nico? But Area didn't have time to worry about his partner. Sae had already reached Tabito Karasu at the edge of the midfield. Karasu dug his heels in, using his hands to keep the distance. He wasn't going to let Sae dictate the tempo. A little crow trying to block the sun. Sae muttered, his eyes cold as he tracked Karasu's movement. Sae realized that if he got bogged down here, Rin would be on him in seconds. Without looking, he flicked the ball toward the box. The pass was headed straight for the U-20's striker, Shido Sendo. Nico, who had already reached the spot, saw the ball coming. He'd gambled on Sae's choice, and he'd won. Wait, no. Nico's eyes widened as he tracked the ball's rotation. It wasn't a standard pass. It was a soft, back-spinning delivery, a velvet trap. The ball was decelerating perfectly, landing exactly where Sendo could take it in stride without slowing down. It was a surgical strike. Sae had set a trap, baiting Nico to step out of the formation just so the striker could exploit the gap. If Nico committed now, it was over. Sendo, despite his ego, recognized the gift. He saw the defender lunging in and smirked. He was already planning his celebration. But just as Sendo went to trap the ball, Nico slammed on the brakes. Instead of crashing into the striker, he timed his lunge perfectly, his foot snapping out to poke the ball away the second it touched Sendo's boot. What? Sendo gasped, staring at his empty feet. Sae watched the exchange, his expression unreadable. Sendo had failed to adapt. Again. He'd wasted another masterpiece. Nice read, Nico. Karasu was on the loose ball in a heartbeat. Counterattack. Move up, you egoists. As the heart of the blue lock transition, Karasu drove the ball forward. The moment he ignited, the entire team shifted into an aggressive high press. Haru Hayate stepped up to stop him, but Karasu used his long reach to shield the ball, pivoting around the defender with ease. Using your hands. That's cheap. Hayate grunted. Karasu didn't care. He was already past him. Unbelievable. Blue Lock's number 6 just tore through the midfield in a single move. Atsuto Teresa's voice roared through the stadium. Another one-on-one win. These Blue Lock players are absolute savages when they're in the zone. The U-20 defense tightened. Miroku Darai stepped up to fill the void, his movements light and calculated. He stayed glued to Karasu, refusing to give him a window to shoot. Karasu didn't look bothered. He caught a flash of red in his peripheral vision. Who said I was the one finishing this? Karasu whipped a long, diagonal ball toward the right flank. Go get princess. Tear them apart. Hayoma Chijiri was already a blur of red. He didn't even have to slow down to trap the ball. He took it in stride, his legs pumping with a violent, explosive energy. Oliver Aiku realized the threat and sprinted from the center to cover the wing. He squared up against Chijiri, a confident smirk on his face. I caught you, long-haired thief. Then try to keep up. Chijiri knew he couldn't outmuscle a veteran like Aiku. But this was the wing. This was a straight-line sprint to the finish, and on this track, he was the king. Watch this. Chijiri's thighs flexed, and he shifted into a gear that shouldn't have been possible. He's still accelerating. Aiku lunged, but he was grabbing at air. Chijiri blew past him like a residual image, the ball and the man vanishing behind the U-20 captain. Incredible. The Red Panther, Hayoma Chijiri, just left Aiku in the dust. Teresa screamed. He's reached the final third. He's going for the box. Harutaro Natsuki's jaw was on the floor. That top speed, it's world-class. He's practically a human bullet. As Chijiri reached the touchline, the U-20 backline scrambled. Kazuma Nayo abandoned his post to close the angle. Chijiri didn't hesitate. He whipped a low, hard cross into the center. Itoshi Rin was there, perfectly positioned to meet the ball. But before Rin could connect, a white jersey intercepted the play. It was Itoshi Sae, dropping back into his own box to clean up the mess. He booted the ball away just before Rin could touch it. Still the same old story, little brother. You're always one step behind. TCH. I'm going to kill you, you arrogant prick. The tension between them was a physical force. Loose ball. Naya roared. But it was too late. Ryosuke Kira had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the chaos to peak. He moved toward the drop point, killing the ball with his left foot before it even touched the ground. I won't let you. Aiku had recovered. He threw himself into Kira's space, his eyes narrowed with a newfound respect. He wasn't underestimating them anymore. I was wrong about these kids, Aiku thought. I thought they were just typical high school strikers. I thought they were soft. But they're not. They're a pack of hungry beasts, and this white-haired demon is leading the hunt. Kira saw Aiku closing in, and caught Isai's run out of the corner of his eye. Kira! Isai called out, looking for the 1-2. A give and go. Aiku calculated. No. These beasts don't share their prey. Kira feinted a pass to Isai, drawing Aiku's weight onto his back foot. Then, in an instant, Kira shifted. He didn't use his right foot, the one everyone expected to be his dominant side. He loaded his left. Aiku froze. What? Left-footed? Is he ambidextrous? Before anyone could react, Kira unleashed an outside-the-foot curler. The ball screamed away from the keeper's reach, arching beautifully into the far corner of the net. Gen Fukaku didn't even dive. He just watched it go in. Goal. Blue Lock, 2, Japan U20, 0. Aiku stood there, staring at the back of the net. He realized then that he wasn't the one doing the hunting. He was the one being hunted. Unbelievable. Teresa's voice was hoarse from screaming. Kira does it again. An incredible left-footed strike to double the lead. The U20 is reeling. On the pitch, Kira didn't even have time to breathe before the rest of the team was on him. Kira! You monster! Bakira, Isai, and Chijiri tackled him to the ground, a pile of blue jerseys celebrating in the heart of the U20's stadium. Gah! Get off me! Kira laughed, struggling for air under the weight of his teammates. I can't breathe, we still have a game to win. A/N, your +1 bonus chapter is here. Our new goal, 600 power stones plus 1 more bonus chapter. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The U. 1381 words. Chapter 126, The U20 Counter-Strike. The 35th minute of the first half, and Blue Lock leads 2-0 thanks to Ryosuke Kira's second goal of the match. Who could have predicted this? The stadium is absolutely stunned right now. Atsuto Teresa's voice was actually shaking. He was watching the Diamond Generation, the players supposedly handpicked as the future of Japanese football, getting dismantled by a group of unranked teenagers. Kira! Kira! Let's go, Blue Lock! What is the U20 even doing out there? Go back to JV. The chants for Kira were deafening, interspersed with the brutal jeers of fans who had already turned on the national team. Oliver Aiku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite the score, a wide, hungry grin spread across his face. So this is it. The infusion of a new, violent gene into the stagnant blood of Japanese football. On the other side of the pitch, Yoichi Isai tried to pull the same move as before, lunging at Kira for a celebration hug. But Kira saw him coming. With a sharp sidestep, he let Isai sail right past him and faceplant into the grass. Hey! Kira! Isai grumbled, looking up with an annoyed, salter-than-usual expression. Nice finish, Kira, Meguro Bakira said, his eyes practically glowing. To him, there was nothing more exhilarating than putting the national team in their place. With Kira on the field, winning felt like a mathematical certainty. Ha ha ha. Nice face, Isai. That was a solid feint, Hyoma Chijiri laughed, reaching down to pull Isai up from the turf. TCH, showing off again. It's sickening, Tabito Karasu muttered, though his eyes were sharp with the same competitive fire. Even Ito Shirin gave Kira a short, sharp nod of recognition. Kira clapped his hands, focusing his team. All right, that's enough. We still have time left in the half. Everyone, initiate Plan B. On the Blue Lock bench, the atmosphere was chaotic. Another one. He's actually doing it. That's our number one. Destroy them. The substitutes were roaring with pride, but a few faces told a different story. Shiburu's temple was throbbing, a vein practically popping as he stared at the pitch. He was vibrating with a silent, murderous rage because he wasn't the one out there taking the glory. Rensuke Kunigami's expression was more complex, a mix of genuine happiness for Kira, and a gnawing, restless frustration at his own seat on the bench. Ego-san, why are you staring at the floor? We just scored again. You should be celebrating. Anri Tyree said, glancing at the coach. Idiot Anri, Ego thought. He was staring at the floor because he was trying to hide the twitch of a smile that threatened to ruin his reputation as a cold, calculating mastermind. He took a breath, composed himself, and looked up with his usual dead-eyed stare. Don't get ahead of yourself, you moron. The half isn't over yet. They're about to shift into their own version of Plan B. Anri puffed out her cheeks, annoyed at being called a moron again. While Blue Lock was riding high, the U-20 squad was drowning in toxic tension. My bad. I let him slip through, Ika said, taking the lead and taking the hit for the last goal. It wasn't just you. They pulled a 2-on-1. We got caught out, Kazuma Naya said, trying to settle the captain's nerves. Hey, rookie. How many more balls are you planning to lose today? Itoshir Sae's voice was like a bucket of ice water. He walked right up to Shido Sendo, his eyes narrowed with pure contempt. With a performance this pathetic, you'll be lucky if you can marry a fanfiction of a model, let alone a real one. Because of your incompetence, because you can't finish a simple delivery, we're in this hole. Are you kidding me? Sendo snapped back, his face turning red. Yeah, I got stripped, but you can't pin the whole game on me. I'm not pinning anything. I'm telling you as the man who creates your chances, start doing your job. Get me a goal. Now. Sae's words weren't a request, they were an ultimatum. Sendo felt his blood boil, but he couldn't find a comeback. You guys realize that if you lose, the Blue Lock 11 replaces you, right? Sae added, his tone indifferent, as if he weren't even wearing the same jersey. It doesn't affect me either way, but I figured I'd give you a friendly reminder of how close you are to becoming irrelevant. All right, enough. Nobody wants it to end like this, Ika said, stepping in and scanning his teammates. He saw the anger in their eyes, the wounded pride of the national team. That was exactly what he wanted to see. Let's move, boys. We treat every second left in this half like it's the end of the world. Let's go. The whistle blew, and the match restarted. The U-20 didn't just move forward, they swarmed. Their two defensive mids, Itsuki Wakatsuki and Haruhei 8, abandoned their deep positions and pushed into the attack. Under Sae's orchestration, the U-20 launched a desperate, high-velocity counter-assault. Their passing was tighter, their movements more violent. They were playing with a frantic desperation they hadn't shown all game. Kira felt the shift immediately. The pressure was suffocating. He dropped back into the midfield to help anchor the defense. Aside from Nagi, who stayed up as a release valve, the entire Blue Lock team retreated into their own half. This was Plan B, the lockout. We're in the final stretch of the first half. Teresa's voice rose with the crowd's roar. This was supposed to be a sure thing for the U-20, but the script has been flipped. Can Blue Lock survive this final barrage? On the wing, Tera Kitsunezato was driving the ball when he ran into a wall, Bakira. Bakira gave Isagi a sharp look, and the two of them converged in a double team. Kitsunezato realized he was being hunted. They're closing the trap. Kitsunezato thought, his breath hitching. He was seconds away from losing possession. Over here. Kentocho appeared beside him, his face set in a mask of pure determination. Kitsunezato didn't hesitate, shoveling the ball to him. Cho took one massive, explosive stride. The U-20 winger used his incredible wingspan and strength to carve a path toward the box. I'm putting this in. Cho roared, his eyes locked on the net. He cocked his leg back, ready to unleash a cannon. Not on my watch. Iki Nico appeared in his path. Nico knew he couldn't outmuscle a giant like Cho, so he didn't try. He kept his hands behind his back and focused entirely on the timing of the strike. The second Chou's foot moved, Nico lunged to block the primary angle. Cho was a starter for a reason. He saw the block and adjusted in mid-motion, dragging the ball to the side before firing. Boom! The stadium held its breath as the ball screamed toward the goal. Nico looked back, his heart hammering. Gagamaru, please tell me you've got this. Got it. I've had it the whole time, Nico. Gagamaru didn't just dive, he exploded. He used his freakish reflexes to track the deflected shot, snapping his hand out to parry it away. What a save! Nico screamed, his fist pumping the air. It was the perfect synergy between defender and keeper. The ball is still live. Stay focused. Gagamaru hit the ground hard, unable to recover instantly. At that moment, the fourth official raised the board, 1 minute of stoppage time. 60 seconds. Just 60 seconds. Karasa yelled, his voice echoing through the box. Crap, the ball is heading straight for SAE. Chidori realized, his eyes widening in horror. Itoshire SAE stood at the edge of the area, a calm observer in the middle of a hurricane. He cushioned the ball with a touch that looked like it belonged in a training video, killing the momentum instantly. I say Jai. Bakira shouted. I'm on him. The two of them swarmed SAE, their faces twisted with the intensity of the moment. They couldn't let him breathe. They couldn't let him think. They had to end the half here. 600 power stones plus one more bonus chapter. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Halftime Whistle. 1,512 words. Chapter 127, The Halftime Whistle. Itoshire SAE glanced at the two defenders closing in on him, his shoulder suddenly dropping to the right. Left. Bakira. I'm on it. Isajai and Bakira lunged, certain SAE was about to explode past Bakira's left side. They adjusted their center of gravity in perfect sync, only to realize they'd been played. With a sudden shift in momentum, SAE threaded himself right through the tiny gap between them. Once clear, he didn't hesitate. He whipped across into the box without a hint of emotion on his face. Damn it. That line is too sharp. How are we supposed to track that? Sendo was cursing as he scrambled to catch up to SAE's delivery. A legendary playmaker required a legendary finisher to make the magic work, and in Sendo's eyes, the pass was simply too fast. He didn't consider that if the angle weren't that tight, it never would have pierced the defense in the first place. Just as Sendo reached for the ball, Rin tore into the space from his blind side. You think you can be number one with a reach like that? Rin roared, his voice filled with venom. Keep dreaming, you old bastard. Rin threw his whole body into a sliding clearance, obliterating the chance. Out of my way. SAE muttered, his indifference finally cracking into annoyance. Annoying little brother. SAE sprinted toward the loose second ball. But another shadow was already there, arriving a fraction of a second earlier. It was Kira. You're a little late to the party, Kira said, planting his foot. Is that so? SAE ignited, his speed surging as he lunged for the ball, his foot clashing with Kira's in a violent scrap for possession. TCH. Kira gritted his teeth. SAE was playing with a desperate edge now. Kira didn't back down, his own leg snapping out to match the force. Thump. The ball was pinched between their boots, spiraling away in a bizarre, erratic arc as they both tumbled into each other, grabbing and shoving for any advantage. Beep. 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 The referee's whistle cut through the tension. Halftime. And that's the half. The Japan U-20 national team has failed to crack the blue lock defense. The score is 2-0, blue lock. Natsuki, what are we looking at here? How does the U-20 even begin to adjust for the second half? What am I looking at? I'm looking at a disaster. Natsuki was speechless. The U-20 strikers were fundamentally incompatible with a genius like Itoshire SAE. It was like trying to put a jet engine on a bicycle. It wasn't going to fly, it was just going to fall apart. The bike simply didn't have the wings for it. But as a professional analyst, he had to keep up appearances. Well, as we saw in those final moments, the U-20 was starting to find their rhythm. If it weren't for the clock, they might have found the net. I'm sure both teams are fairly evenly matched. The second half is going to be a total war. I expect the U-20 to make some massive tactical shifts to deal with Kira. He continued rambling, spouting lines he didn't even believe himself. On the pitch, the Blue Lock players were ecstatic. Hell yeah. We held them. We're leading. The national team is nothing. U-20. More like you sucks. The Blue Lock 11 were shouting, the memory of the crowd's initial taunts still fresh in their minds. They had walked into a lion's den and started pulling teeth. A 2-0 lead against the country's elite was a statement the world couldn't ignore. TCH. You guys having fun yet? On the U-20 bench, Shida's eyes were wild with impatience. He looked like a caged animal watching a feast he wasn't allowed to join. Oh my god, honey, is the half over already? Isagai's parents were in the stands, clutching their programs. Look. Number 11. That's our boy. Isagai's father was busy bragging to the strangers in the next row, so excited he completely ignored his wife's question. Hey. Suddenly, a woman stood up behind them, cupping her hands and screaming toward the pitch. Meguru. What are you doing? Score a goal already. You call yourself the world's best striker with a performance like that? Get moving. It was Bakira's mother. Wait, your son is out there too. Which one? The best one. Number 8. No way. Our boys are on the same team. The parents immediately started swapping stories, the tension of the match momentarily replaced by suburban pride. Hyoma. Hyoma, look over here. 2 girls were waving frantically from the front row. Chidori looked up, saw them, and immediately looked down, his face turning a bright shade of red. Karasu followed his gaze and whistled. 2 red-headed hotties. Who's that, Chidori? Don't hold out on us, Kira teased, nudging his teammate. Ugh, it's my sister and my mother. This is so embarrassing. Sister and mother. Kira took another look. The family genes were definitely top tier. Hey, Chidori, Kira thought, a smirk playing on his lips. If you ever need a brother-in-law, I might be available. In front of a TV miles away, Rinko was beaming. Unbelievable. 2 goals in 1 half, she whispered. Watching Kira dominate on the screen filled her with a pride she couldn't put into words. He was doing exactly what he said he would do. He was becoming a star. In a private tunnel behind the VIP section, the JFU chairman stared at coach Yasamori Hoichi with dead, predatory eyes. Hoichi was sweating through his suit. Sir, please, I can explain. Hoichi. The president's voice was like a cold razor. I believe I made myself clear. Winning was the only option. I know, sir. But they're more resourceful than we anticipated. Buritsuda raised a hand, silencing him instantly. Do you think I care about your excuses? I care about results. This match was supposed to be the launch of the Itoshire SAE brand. If we lose this game to a bunch of nobodies, you can pack your bags. You're finished in this industry. Without another word, Buritsuda turned and walked away, leaving Hoichi trembling in the shadows. Inside the U-20 locker room, the air was toxic. This is bad. Tepe Nara muttered, staring at the floor. 2 goals down in 45 minutes. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Naya looked grimmer than usual. What's the play for the second half? We need a total overhaul. It's my fault, Sendo said, clutching his head. If I had just finished those chances. SAE. You're back. Naya looked up as SAE entered the room. We were just about to talk strategy. The final minutes were promising, Kitsune added. Maybe we should tell the coach to push the line higher. If we overwhelm them. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me anymore. SAE was already pulling off his jersey. What? The game isn't over yet. Naya shouted, looking at him in disbelief. I'm leaving. SAE said it so casually it felt like he was announcing a lunch break. Are you insane? What are you talking about? Naya was practically fuming. Why do I care? SAE pointed toward the corner where Aiku sat silently, his head down. I only made a bet with your captain. He wanted to see what kind of change I could bring to the U20, so I showed him. And the result is this. The U20 strikers are defective parts. They're useless to me. That's the reality. SAE's words were a cold, hard truth that cut through the room like a knife. He was calling them out for what they were, uninspired and outclassed. Aiku. Naya looked at his captain, confused. Aiku didn't move. SAE continued. I only came here because I was curious about Blue Lock. They're unpolished, but their vision and their hunger are on a different planet compared to yours. I have my answer now. There's no point in playing out the string. See ya, boys. SAE grabbed his bag and headed for the door. Hold on, genius. Aiku finally spoke. He looked up and for the first time, his face wasn't a mask of calm. He looked at his teammates, at the fear and the confusion on their faces, and he took a deep, shaky breath. I'm sorry, guys. I made a bet on my own. I wanted to see where we stood. I wanted to see if we were actually as good as the media said we were. And now I get it. I see the gap. Aiku's expression shifted. The bitterness vanished, replaced by a wild, manic energy. He looked like a man who had just found something worth fighting for. We're weak. We're pathetic. He started to laugh, a low, genuine sound of excitement. SAE stopped in his tracks and looked back. For the first time all day, he looked interested. Oliver Aiku was finally waking up. 600 power stones plus one more bonus chapter. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Promise. 1,445 words. Chapter 128, The Promise. I've played football for a long time, but that's the first time I've ever felt the fire literally nipping at my heels. Oliver Aiku let the tension of the first half wash over him. He looked like a man who had just survived a shipwreck, and was already looking for a bigger boat. SAE tilted his head, looking at Aiku with a cold, analytical gaze. The realization comes too late. Without me, none of you are capable of matching them. Is that so? I think there's still a way to save this, Aiku replied. He looked toward a dark corner of the room. We still have a demon in reserve, don't we? The eyes of the U20 squad shifted to the shadows. There Shido Ryusei was standing, looking completely detached from the gravity of the situation. Hey. You finally noticed I was here. Shido stood up, his movements fluid and cat-like. He stretched his limbs, his joints popping with a satisfying sound. So, genius. Am I an organism worth your time yet? Shido asked, his voice dripping with chaotic confidence. SAE looked at Shido, then back at Aiku. A slow, predatory smile touched SAE's lips. I see what you're doing, Captain. Clever. Fine, you rookies. If this is how it's going to be, I'll play along for one more round. Meanwhile, in the Blue Lock locker room. That was insane. Kira, everyone, you guys are absolutely killing it out there. Nana's eyes were practically sparkling with hero worship. It's making my blood boil, Jingo Raichi grumbled, his face twisted in a permanent scowl. I'm sitting here with all this energy and no one to hit. Put me in, damn it. Nagi, good half. Here's a towel. Mikage Ryo handed the towel to Saishiro Nagi, who was slumped on a bench. Nagi nodded his thanks. I still haven't scored. It's a bit of a drag. Listen up, you diamonds in the rough. The room went silent as Jinpachi Ego walked in, adjusting his tie with practiced indifference. Anri Tairi followed close behind, clutching a tactical tablet to her chest. Ego scratched the back of his head. To put it bluntly, that 2-0 lead rests entirely on Kira's shoulders. He carried the momentum. But don't expect the second half to follow the same script. Popping the champagne at halftime is a loser's move. The national team is wounded, which makes them dangerous. The formation stays. The objective stays. I have only one command, total annihilation. Hell yeah. The roar of the strikers echoed off the lockers. Ego gave a small, satisfied nod and walked out, hands tucked into his pockets. Only Kira noticed the subtle, crooked smirk on the coach's face before he turned the corner. The old man was enjoying this more than he let on. In a corner of the room, Ito Shirin sat with a towel draped over his head. He was motionless, his thoughts spiraling. Sae's words were playing on a loop in his mind. If you keep defining yourself as my brother, you'll never be on my level. What did that even mean? Rin closed his eyes, drifting back to a time when football was simple. As a kid, he had been captivated by the sight of his older brother on the pitch. To him, Sae was a star, invincible and flawless. The house had been a museum for Sae's trophies. Rin had followed him like a shadow, a loyal follower. Back then, Sae had a singular dream, to become the world's best striker. Rin had carved that dream into his own heart. He loved the football because Sae loved the football. They had made a pact, a sacred promise, that they would conquer the world together as the ultimate scoring duo. Everything changed the night Sae returned from the Real Madrid Academy in Spain. My dream changed. I don't want to be the world's best striker anymore. They hadn't seen each other in 4 years, and those were the first words out of Sae's mouth. I'm going to be the world's best midfielder. Rin had stared at him, his world shattering. What are you talking about? You're a striker. Being anything else is a waste of time. It's meaningless. Shut up, Sae had snapped, his voice cold and foreign. Only a child who has never seen the real world would say something so pathetic. Rin couldn't understand. In 4 years, his brother had become a stranger. Don't give up on us. You said we'd fight side by side. You said you'd make me the second best player in the world, right behind you. Exactly, Sae replied, his face a mask of indifference. I'll be the world's best midfielder, and you can take the striker spot. It's a logical evolution. No. I don't want that. I'm the brother of the world's best striker. Rin refused to let the dream die. Finally, Sae had proposed a bet. A one-on-one. If Rin won, Sae would continue pursuing the dream of being a striker. If Sae won, the childhood promise was officially dead. Rin had played with every ounce of his soul, but he had been dismantled. Sae's final words to him that night were a scar that never healed. You make me sick. Don't ever use me as your reason for playing football again. For Rin, those words had stripped the meaning from his life. Every goal he scored, every drop of sweat he shed in Blue Lock, it was all for one purpose, to destroy Sae's new dream. Rin, second half is starting. Move it. Kira's voice pulled Rin back to the present. Rin ripped the towel off his face and stood up. I'm ready, Kira. Let's go. I play football to ruin you, Sae, Rin thought, his eyes burning with a dark, focused ego. Blue lock leads 2-0 as we head into the second half. The atmosphere is electric. Will the national team find an answer, or is this the beginning of the end for the U20? The announcers were feeding off the crowd's energy as the teams retook the pitch. TCH, great. The freak is finally on, Rin muttered. He immediately spotted Shidu standing at the center circle. The pink-haired demon was staring up at the stadium lights, his eyes closed as he seemed to absorb the vibration of the crowd. Look at this guy, Kira thought, half impressed and half annoyed. He's got the whole stadium watching him, and he hasn't even touched the ball yet. Why didn't he teach me how to pose like that? Some partner in crime he is. Who the hell is the guy with the pink hair? Is he meditating? In the middle of the pitch? I don't know, but he looks wild. He's got this raw, primal energy about him. The whispers in the stands grew into a low hum. Suddenly, as if triggered by a silent signal, Shidu snapped his eyes open. He locked onto Kira, and began walking toward him. Well. Kira. You've been busy, haven't you? Shidu leaned in close, his face inches from Kira's. You look like you're having a blast. I think it's time I got a taste of that excitement too. Kira stepped back, looking disgusted. Get some boundaries, Shidu. We're on opposite sides now. Don't expect any favors. He was genuinely worried Shidu's brand of insanity might be contagious. Hey, pink-haired freak. Step back. The game is starting, Rin spat. There was a natural, chemical repulsion between Rin and Shidu. Whenever they shared the same air, it seemed to crackle with hostility. Shidu turned his gaze to Rin, then tapped his temple as if trying to remember a boring detail. Oh, right. I remember you. You're the little brat who can't stop talking about his big brother. This is a conversation for real players, Rin. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking to Kira. What did you say? Rin's temper flared instantly. Kira saw the explosion coming, and gave Isagi a sharp look. The two of them jumped in, physically prying the two hotheads apart before the referee could get involved. The U20 has made a tactical substitution, bringing on Shidu Ryusei for Wakatsuki, Atsuto Teresa announced. Shidu is a complete unknown. He's never appeared in a national team kit before. Not Suki, who is this guy? Over on the blue lock bench, Anri's expression was tight with concern. They're actually using him. They've unleashed Shidu. She had seen the footage from the internal matches. She knew exactly what Shidu was capable of when he was given a stage this big. The second half wasn't just a game anymore, it was a countdown to an explosion. Chapter 129, Shidu's Cinderella Moment. 1,317 words. Chapter 129, Shidu's Cinderella Moment. Relax, Anri. We've drilled our anti-Shidu tactics a dozen times. Breaking through our backline isn't going to be a solo walk for him, even with his talent. Besides, the other side is being led by a decorative placeholder of a coach who hasn't a clue how to actually utilize a weapon like Shidu. Jinpachi's ego remained a statue of calm, a sharp contrast to Anri's visible anxiety. On the opposite sideline, Yasamori Hoichi stood with his shoulders hunched, looking like a man waiting for a death sentence. He had zero confidence in how to handle a delinquent like Shidu Ryusei. He had only thrown the kid onto the pitch because he was desperate, treating Shidu like a Hail Mary pass in a game he was already losing. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half. Itoshire Sae kicked off, sending the ball immediately to Shidu. Shidu took two casual touches before firing a return pass to Sae, and then he simply ignited. He began sprinting across the pitch with no apparent logic, moving like a chaotic storm. Nico, who had been laser-focused on Shidu since the whistle, felt his brain glitch for a second. What the hell was this guy doing? His movement. It doesn't follow any tactical pattern. He's completely ignoring the formations of both teams, Nico thought, his brow furrowing. Heartbeat, adrenaline. I just need to move, Shido muttered to himself, his head down as he sprinted into open spaces that didn't even exist yet. The Blue Lock defense was paralyzed. Every defensive drill they had practiced to contain Shido felt useless because Shido wasn't playing the same game they were. Kira watched Shido from the midfield, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. The guy has been benched for too long. He's just letting the beast out of the cage right now. Just as the Blue Lock players began to dismiss Shido's movement as aimless wandering, SAE unleashed a low, lightning-fast through-ball from the center circle. The pass sliced through the Blue Lock midfield like a hot knife. It found Shido's feet in an instant. Nico's face went pale. That passing lane was so narrow it shouldn't have been physically possible to thread the ball through. Does SAE actually know how to synchronize with that freak? Nico's heart hammered against his ribs. Not happening. Chidori appeared in Shido's path the moment the ball touched his boots. Shido raised an eyebrow, a jagged grin forming. Speed is a hell of a drug, isn't it? Just as Shido prepared to make his move, Shudo Sendo appeared in his peripheral vision. What's this rookie striker doing here? Chidori thought, momentarily distracted. Shido, however, was already a step ahead. You're learning, little Remora. A 1-2. A lightning-fast wall pass. In the blink of an eye, the duo bypassed Chidori. Shut up, Sendo barked, his ego flared. I'm just doing exactly what SAE told me to do. Sendo wasn't happy about the nickname, but he had finally accepted his role. Just as Isagi acted as the shadow for Kira, in the first half, Sendo had transformed himself into Shido's auxiliary engine. They began carving through the midfield with rapid-fire exchanges. Aryu shifted his position to cut off Shido's erratic run, but Sendo didn't return the ball to the pink-haired demon. Instead, he fired a horizontal pass to SAE, who was surging forward through the middle. SAE didn't hesitate for a microsecond. He whipped an outside-of-the-foot cross toward the edge of the 6-yard box. Now that's what I'm talking about. Shido's eyes widened with manic joy as he tracked the difficult trajectory. He used his explosive physical power to shove Aryu aside, claiming the drop point. He launched himself into the air, cocking his leg back for a devastating volley. Nico had been watching the entire sequence, and he finally saw his opening. He threw himself into Shido's space just as the striker committed to the shot. Get out of my box, you pest. Nico's foot hooked the ball away, but his momentum sent him crashing into Shido's shins. Shido lost his balance and slammed hard into the turf. Beep. The referee pointed to the spot of the foul and jogged over to Nico, holding up a yellow card. A desperate foul to save a certain goal, Atsuto Teresa shouted. But look at that coordination. The U20's offensive pressure has completely evolved since the restart. Number 13 and Itoshire SAE have found a terrifying chemical reaction, Harutaro Natsuki added, his eyes sharp. The entire team is vibrating with a new kind of aggression. On the pitch, Shido pushed himself up, his face twisted in a scowl. You little brat. Nico stood his ground, his expression unreadable. Sorry. You were in the way, Mr. Pest. That's it. I'm going to kill you. Shido's fist clenched, his predatory instinct screaming for a fight. Knock it off, you moron, SAE's voice cut through the air. If you want to prove you're worth the grass you're standing on, score the goal. Don't waste my time with a brawl. TCH. Shido exhaled, forcing his hands to unclench. Gagamaru walked over to Nico, giving him a firm nod. Nice stop, Nico. If you hadn't taken that card, I was toast. I only stopped him with a foul, Nico muttered, looking down at his boots. I saw it all so clearly, SAE's pass, Shido's run. I saw the whole future, but I was still half a second too slow to do it cleanly. Nico wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. The Sendo kid is the problem, Nico realized. He's the one throwing off my timing. Kira walked over to check on his teammate. You okay, Nico? I saw you take a hard landing. Nico waved him off. I'm fine. I can still run. I came here to be the world's best striker, and it eats at me that I'm not in the starting front line, Nico said, looking Kira directly in the eye. But lately, I've been finding a different kind of high. Using these eyes to hunt down strikers, it's actually fun. We're winning this, Kira. Ever since I met you, I've stopped being afraid to change who I am. Kira blinked, rubbing the back of his head. He remembered the conversation they'd had after the match against Team Y. He hadn't realized his words had dug that deep into Nico's psyche. Both teams began setting up for the free kick. I'm taking this one, SAE, Shida said, stepping up to the ball. Your direct line is blocked by your little brother anyway. Look at that wall. There's no lane for a direct shot. And you think you'd have a better option? SAE asked. Just watch me. I earned this foul, so I'm taking the strike. Is that the only path you see? SAE's tone was cold. Huh? Shido looked confused. I'm asking you if your vision is limited to what's in front of you. Can you find the intersection between reality and the ideal? Can you visualize the exact moment this ball hits the net? SAE's patience was surprisingly high. He was treating Shido differently than the other monkeys on the team. Shido's grin returned, wider and more dangerous than before. I get it now, SAE. If you'd just spoken Japanese from the start, we'd be fine. I've got a hell of an idea. It's high risk, though. Think you can keep up with the magic? Chase your dreams, demon, SAE said, his voice dropping to a command. I'll provide the magic. Shido felt a shiver run down his spine. SAE is even more of a headcase than Kira. Hanging out with these geniuses is gonna make me explode from the thrill. But as he looked at the goal, Shido's expression turned purely demonic. Am I getting the Cinderella treatment? This is going to be a blast. Chapter 130, The Substitution. 1,462 words. Chapter 130, The Substitution. Kira, Bakira, Iseiji, and Nico formed a solid wall of blue jerseys. Behind them, the rest of the defense scrambled to lock onto their marks. The Blue Lock 11 adjusted their lines, bracing for the impact of the upcoming set piece. At the ball, Ryusei Shido took a deep breath, settling into a firing stance. He caught Kira's eye and gave him a playful wink. Kira didn't bite. What is this freak planning now? He shook the thought away, centering his focus. Knowing Shido's obsession with the spotlight, a direct shot on goal was the most likely outcome. As part of the wall, Kira's job was simple: eliminate one potential shooting lane, and let Gagamaru handle the rest. Shido wound up, his leg swinging back with enough force to suggest a cannonball strike. But at the last second, his movement shifted. He didn't touch the ball. Instead, he lunged past the arc, sprinting toward the left flank. Kira's heart hammered. He realized the play instantly. It was a decoy. SAE was the actual kicker. With Shido already in motion, SAE was going to loft a pass to find the demon in space. We need to close him down. Kira thought, his eyes darting toward Shido. He couldn't break the wall himself without leaving the center exposed, but he hoped someone, anyone, had the vision to track the run. A streak of red moved across his vision. Hayoma Chijiri had seen it too. The Red Panther ignited, sprinting to intercept Shido's trajectory. Itoshire SAE didn't even acknowledge the defender. He stayed perfectly calm as he struck the ball. Chijiri tracked the flight of the ball through the air. It's fast, too fast for a normal cross. It's more like a shot. His mind raced. If he could just get ahead on it before it reached Shido, the threat was over. Chijiri launched himself into a diving header, his body fully extended as he reached for the ball's path. Come on, just a little more. The ball whistled past. Chidori felt the wind of its passage but no impact. He missed it by less than an inch. As he hung in the air, his eyes met Sae's for a split second. Did he calculate my recovery speed? Chidori thought in horror. He aimed for the exact point I couldn't reach, even at my top speed. On the other side of that gap, Shida didn't even look back at the ball. He moved on pure instinct, his body a weapon primed for a single moment of impact. Perfect aim, Sae. I'm using every cell in my body for this one. While still in full stride, Shida launched himself into a mid-air volley. He struck the ball with a violent, downward spin that sent it screaming toward the grass, and then bouncing upward into the roof of the net. Gagamaru, despite his freakish reflexes, was a statue. Crack! The ball buried itself in the blue lock netting. Ecstasy! Shida landed softly, his tongue darting out to lick his lips like an apex predator that had just finished a feast. Rhea! The stadium erupted. 60,000 fans stood as one, a deafening wave of applause and cheers crashing down onto the pitch. Shida didn't move. He stood on his tiptoes, his arms spread wide in a cross, his head tilted back as he bathed in the adoration of the crowd. Kira watched him, a mix of annoyance and respect in his gut. Where does he get these poses? He's such a showboat. Unbelievable. Ryusei Shido, the U-20's secret weapon, scores a world-class goal to bring them back within one. Atsuto Teresa screamed into the mic. The chemistry between him and Itoshire Sae is legendary. It's the perfect union of an angel and a demon. Ha ha ha. Shido let out a manic laugh. The adrenaline is hitting. The climax of this game is going to be a bloodbath. Sae looked at him with his usual cold indifference. That was just the foreplay, you dysfunctional demon. Try not to get too excited yet. In the blue lock half, Bakira wiped sweat from his brow. He looked at Kira, his expression unusually serious. Kira, that goal was impossible to stop. Kira nodded. Yeah. Shida just ran to the spot where he felt like scoring, and Sae put the ball exactly where Chidori couldn't touch it. The precision of that pass. Sae was holding back in the first half. He realized the scale of the challenge now. Sae wasn't just a midfielder, he was a god-tier commander who could turn a chaotic element like Shido into a precision-guided missile. Hey, Shida shouted, jogging past Sae. I'm starting to like your style. Give me your number after the game. Sae paused for 2 seconds. Get a hat trick. Then I might consider you a person worth talking to. Consider it done. Shido's confidence was unshakable. As the players prepared to restart, a sudden silence fell over the Blue Lock squad. Ugh. Chidori was sitting on the grass, clutching his right thigh, his face twisted in pain. Chidori, you okay? Kira and Seijai reached him first. I'm fine, it's just a cramp, Chidori gasped, though his pale complexion said otherwise. Nearby, Nico let out a sharp cry and collapsed as well, holding his ankle. Kira looked between his two teammates, his heart sinking. Double injuries. Just as the game was heating up, the high-intensity playstyle of Blue Lock was starting to take its toll. We have a situation on the pitch, Teresa noted, his voice concerned. 2 Blue Lock players are down. It looks like the pace of the match is finally catching up to them. Captain Kira is calling for the trainers. On the sidelines, Anri was panicking. Ego-san. What do we do? We're losing our defensive core. Ego adjusted his glasses, his eyes fixed on the substitutions board. He wasn't surprised. He had pushed these boys to their absolute physical limits. It was time for the next wave. Your knee is okay, right? Kira asked, helping Chidori stretch out the cramp. I'm sorry, Kira, Chidori muttered, covering his face with his hand. The second half just started, and I'm already tapped out. His voice was thick with self-loathing. He was remembering the months he spent in fear, the time he wasted avoiding the game. Now, in the most important match of his life, his body was failing him. If I had just kept running, if I hadn't been a coward. Chidori felt like a failure. He wanted to stay on that pitch more than anything in the world. Stop it, Chidori, Kira said, his voice firm but kind. You've been the most active defender on the pitch since the whistle blew. You covered half the stadium by yourself. Your body isn't failing because you're weak, it's failing because you gave it everything. The subs are ready, the fourth official announced. Chidori's heart broke. He knew what that meant. Blue Lock is making a double substitution. Number 4, Hyoma Chidori, and number 3, Iki Nico, are coming off. Replacing them are number 14, Mikage Rio, and number 16, Yohiri. Nico gave Rio a tired fist bump as they swapped. It's all yours, Rio. Don't let them through. Leave it to me, Rio said, his eyes sharp with ambition. Hyori met Chidori at the sideline. Hell of a run, Chidori. Get some rest. Chidori didn't answer. He walked back to the bench with his head down, the weight of the exit crushing him. Hey. You got something to say? Ego was standing right in his path. No, sir, Chidori whispered, tears finally stinging his eyes. Instead of crying like a child, focus on building the stamina to survive until the final whistle, Ego said, his voice cold and devoid of pity. This frustration you're feeling. That's your current level. Don't forget it. Chidori stood there, the words cutting into him like a blade. He sat on the bench and buried his head in a towel, the sound of his muffled sobs lost in the roar of the stadium. Kunigami sat down next to him, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. He was feeling the exact same hunger, the exact same rage. The second half was just beginning, and the stakes had never been higher. The next chapter is whoa. NGL, even I'm hyped for what's coming because you're about to witness something every manga and anime fan knows all too well. I can't tell you what it is yet, so I'll just leave this here and head out. 300 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter, instant drop in 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Leveling the Score. 1,485 words. Chapter 131, Leveling the Score. Author's note, playing Big Bang Drive goal theme in the background while reading this chapter will definitely elevate your experience. Let's take a look at the revised Blue Lock formation. The newcomer, Yohiri, has slotted directly into the left wing. It looks like Kenya Yukimiya has dropped back to fill the right back position, while Mikage Rio has taken over for Nico at center back. As soon as Rio stepped onto the pitch, he walked straight up to Nagi. You better start scoring, Nagi. Is this really all you've got? Yeah, I know, Nagi replied with his usual lack of energy. If we don't win this, it's game over. Everything we've worked for ends here. I told you, I know, Nagi repeated, though a faint spark of focus finally touched his eyes. It's not time for the credits to roll yet. With the substitutions settled, the match resumed. Blue Lock had possession. Isagi received the kickoff from Rin, his mind already racing through the new tactical possibilities. Our previous plays were all built around Kira's gravity. But now we have Hyori on the pitch. Hyori's strength was his surgical passing, and his ability to remain cold under pressure. He was a playmaker who lived to orchestrate the attack from the flanks. Isagi didn't hesitate, he fired a sharp pass toward Hyori on the wing. Don't think you're getting past me, Bluehead. The bead-eyed Teppei Nero was on him instantly. Hyori's eyes scanned the pitch, his pupils darting as he processed the defensive shifting. Nero was used to speedsters like Yukimiya, but he hadn't figured out Hyori's rhythm yet. Hyori wasn't looking to beat him with speed. He was looking for a lane. Suddenly, Hyori whipped an outside-of-the-foot cross. The ball curved through a microscopic gap between two U-20 defenders, landing perfectly at the feet of a surging Tabito Karasu. An outside spin passed through the eye of a needle. Seriously? Nera's tiny eyes widened in shock. Still threading the needle just like the old days, huh? Karasu muttered as he trapped the ball. He used his arm to shield the ball from a defender, maintaining his crow's reach, before flicking a return pass back to Hyori. The two of them executed a series of lightning-fast short passes, carving a path through the U-20 midfield. Suddenly, Hyori launched a massive long ball into the center. The target was Nagi, who was ghosting into the box right behind Kira. "Dinner's served," Nagi whispered. "If you want to eat, you'll have to go through me first, you lazy brat." Kazumanaya slammed into Nagi's space before the ball even arrived. TCH, what a persistent Doberman. Nagi tracked the flight of the ball, realized the angle was too tight to keep. He'd tried to use Kira as a decoy, but Naya hadn't bitten. "Ball's coming." "What now?" "Whatever. Let's just jump." Nagi launched himself into the air. In mid-flight, he spotted a shadow moving behind Kira. It was Rin. Nagi redirected the ball with a cushioned aerial touch, dropping it into Rin's path. Kira watched the ball sail over his head and sighed. "Seriously? Everyone is using me as a human shield now. How about passing to the captain once in a while?" Even so, Kira maintained his run, dragging two defenders with him. Rin didn't waste the space. He wound up for a first-time strike. "I've got you, little genius." Oliver Aiku appeared from nowhere, his leg extending to block the shot at the source. TCH. "You're a real pain in the ass," Rin hissed, his eyes cold. Aiku grinned. "If I let you score after my offense finally showed some life, I'd have to hand in my captain's armband." "Heads up. Counterattack." Kira roared, sprinting back. The ball was already in the air, flying toward Itoshir Sae. "Don't let him link up with Shido." Isajai screamed. "I'll end him here." Arya shouted, his long limbs tensed. He turned to the men beside him. "Go, Rio." Rio didn't need to be told twice. He had spent the entire first half on the bench, dissecting Aika's movements, learning the geometry of the U-20's defense. He knew exactly what he had to do. Sae was still dribbling, looking for the opening. Suddenly, Shido ignited. Rio's instincts screamed. "There. That's the trigger." Sae lofted a high, arching ball into the box. Shido exploded forward, laughing as he outpaced the rest of the defense to reach the drop point. But just as the ball descended, Rio launched himself into the air, his hands tucked behind his back in a perfect imitation of Aika's defensive posture. He met the ball with a powerful header, clearing it out of the danger zone. "Nice stop," Nagi called out from the distance. Shido scowled, his momentum halted. TCH. "What a play by Mikage Rio." Teresa shouted. "The ball is out for a throw-in, but that was a goal-saving intervention." This was Rio's chameleon ability. A 99% imitation of the elite. He was becoming the very wall Blue Lock had struggled to break. Kira, arriving back to help the defense, gave Rio a nod. If he keeps evolving like this, he's going to be a problem for the system. "Hey, Sae. That was a beautiful ball," Shida said, hands on his hips as he walked toward the midfielder. "What about it?" Sae asked. "Playing with you is a rush. It feels like my brain is exploding. The last time I felt this focused was when I was playing alongside Kira. You and Kira are the only two people on this planet who truly understand my biological rhythm. And since Kira is on the other side today..." Shido looked up at the sky, his grin turning predatory. "I have a feeling I'm about to blow my load." Sae gave a small nod. "You're vibrating with energy. Good. Now go score." The U-20 took the throw-in. After a few tactical passes, the ball inevitably found its way back to SAE. Shido didn't wait, he sprinted directly into the box. Come on, genius. Feed me. SAE's pass arrived instantly. As Shido trapped it, he felt a body slam into his back. It was Rio. You aren't turning, Rio growled, pinning him. Shido gritted his teeth and forced a 180-degree turn, managing to snap off a shot despite the pressure. Rio's eyes widened. The guy was a freak. But the interference was enough. The shot lacked its usual venom, and Gagamaru snatched it out of the air with one hand. Ugh, not enough power, Shido muttered, scratching his head. What a turn. But the keeper makes it look easy. The stands were buzzing. Shido's raw, physical style was captivating the crowd. Shido cracked his neck, his mind shifting into a higher gear. Biologically speaking, we exist for one reason, to leave a mark. To pass on our genetic legacy. Art, kids, violence, it's all the same. Proof you existed. My legacy. It's written in goals. In screams. In the net. Gagamaru launched the ball high toward midfield. Itoshir Sae soared into the air, controlling the ball with his chest before it could even reach the grass. He landed, pivoted, and launched a massive ball back toward the box. Shido moved on pure reflex. Isagi watched in horror as Shido vanished between Rio and Aryu. Gagamaru saw the danger and charged out of his goal, launching into the air for a headed clearance. He got there first, booming the ball away. Shido spun around, looking annoyed. What a pain. This goalie thinks he's a center-back. But as the ball flew through the air, Shido felt a chill. The air in the field tasted like a goal. His cells were screaming at him to move. Genes have been programmed into all living beings. A goal is fertilization, the shot is the seed, the net is the egg. And that pleasure from that birth is what I call an orgasm. I'll take my genes right in the womb. No thought. No calculation. Just pure primal reflex. He leaped. With my goal, with my genes. I'll knock you up. Shido unleashed an earth-shattering overhead kick from the edge of the area. It was a big bang drive, a bicycle kick with so much power and downward dip that it looked like a meteor hitting the turf. The ball skipped off the grass and buried itself in the top corner. 2-2, the game was tied. Incredible. Kira watched from the halfway line, his eyes narrow. Shido finally hit the flow. The demon had arrived. Kira realized he had to step up his own game now, otherwise, this was going to turn into the Ryusei Shido show. I think I've just entered the flow. Anyway, where are my power stones? Give me some. 300 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter, instant drop in 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Hat. 1275 words. Chapter 132, The Hat Trick. Shido. Shido. Itoshi Sae. Itoshi Sae. My god, that pink-haired kid is a freak of nature. The stadium was a physical wall of noise, a mix of thunderous applause and primal roars. In the commentary booth, Harutaro Natsuki was practically vibrating. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, Natsuki stammered, his professional composure shredded. A long-range bicycle kick to level the score. The entire momentum of this match has flipped since Shido Ryusei stepped onto the pitch. Blue Lock is on the ropes. How do they even respond to something that defies the laws of physics? Atsuto Teresa was equally stunned. No one saw this coming. A complete unknown making this kind of impact alongside Itoshir Sae. They have a terrifying synchronicity. Down on the field, Shido didn't care about the stats or the commentary. He didn't even look at the crowd. He launched himself at Itoshir Sae, jumping onto the midfielder's back in a display of pure, chaotic energy. "SAE. I've decided. You're officially the number 2 person I ever want to play with." SAE rolled his eyes and shrugged him off with a look of pure disgust. "Get off me. You're nauseating. And I told you, get a hat trick before you touch me. Until then, stay in your lane." Shidu hit the grass but didn't lose his grin. He just laughed, a manic, jagged sound. "Heh, fine. Then I guess I'll just have to score 10 more." On the blue lock bench, Anri Tairi was at her breaking point. "Ego-san, what's the plan?" "Shidu is in the flow. He's playing at a level we didn't even see during the trials," she whispered urgently. "If we don't adjust the defense now, they're going to run away with the game. Give them an instruction. Anything." Jinpachi Ego stood like a statue, his eyes fixed on Ryosuke Kira. He saw the way the captain was standing, calm, observant, and completely unfazed by the equalizer. "I have no instructions," Ego replied, his voice a flat, cold monotone. "What?" Anri gaped at him. "Are you serious? We're going to lose everything." Ego adjusted his glasses, a faint, predatory glint in his eyes. "Look at the pitch, Anri. Look at our players. Do they look like they've lost their nerve?" Anri turned her gaze back to the field. Kira had gathered the team into a tight circle at the center line. He was talking rapidly, gesturing toward the formation. The other players were leaning in, their faces tight with focus, nodding at every word he said. "He's not waiting for me," Ego thought with a secret, inward smile. "He's taking it." "Look at that," Teresa noted. "Blue Lock isn't panicking. Captain Kira is reorganizing his squad himself. Whatever he's saying, they're buying in completely." Kira clapped his hands, the sound sharp as a gunshot. "All right. We do it like we talked about. Move out." Beep. The match restarted. Blue Lock had possession, but the formation was unrecognizable. "Wait, look at this," Teresa shouted. Kira has dropped back into the attacking midfield role. Ito Shirin has pushed up to the lone striker position. They're swapping their core roles in the middle of a national match. Is that even legal? It's a massive gamble, Natsuki added. Kira has been a scoring machine all game. Moving him away from the goal seems like suicide. He can't possibly adapt to a playmaking role on the fly. SAE's eyes narrowed as he watched Kira take up his new position. A tactical shift? Or is he just desperate? What they didn't know was that Kira had just whispered a command under his breath. Use Itoshire SAE Attribute Trial Card. Itoshire SAE Trial Card activated successfully. Passing +20, Continuous Decay. Technique +18, Continuous Decay. Duration, 10 minutes. Suddenly, the pitch looked like a blueprint in Kira's mind. He felt SAE's cold, surgical vision mapping out every blade of grass, every passing lane, and every defensive weakness. Kira, Hyori, and Iseijai began a triangle passing sequence that was so fluid it looked scripted. They moved the ball with a terrifying efficiency, advancing the U-20 line step by step. Kira felt the power of the card. He understood now why SAE was such a monster. This vision didn't just find the open man, it manufactured openings where none existed. SAE was the catalyst for Shido's evolution, pushing the demon to find his limit. Kira decided he would do the same for his own diamonds. Haruhei lunged in to break the sequence, but Kira didn't even look at him. He used a quick give-and-go with Iseijai to bypass the defender, receiving the return ball as he reached the final third. Kira's eyes shifted to the wing. "Let's see what you're made of, shipwrecker." He unleashed a massive, arching long ball toward Kenya Yukimiya. Yukimiya was stunned. "He's calling my number. Now?" The pass was difficult, too fast and with a strange, violent spin that made it nearly impossible to trap cleanly. "Are you testing me, Kira?" Yukimiya's focus intensified. He could feel the pressure of Tepe Nara closing in. Not this time, Four Eyes. Nara shouted, his confidence high. Yukimiya's world narrowed to the ball and his path. He shifted his weight to the left, then snapped it back to the right. He needed to be faster. He needed to be sharper. Swoosh! Nara's jaw dropped as Yukimiya exploded past him, with a burst of speed he'd been holding in reserve. He reached the drop point and killed the ball with a touch that was purely instinctive. I can see it. Yukimiya felt the flow. The goal, the defenders, the wind, everything was a variable he could control. He cut inside, leaving another defender in the dust as he entered his favorite shooting zone. This is what Kira wanted, Yukimiya realized. He threw that difficult ball just to force me into this gear. Yukimiya wound up for a strike, facing down Nayu and Miroku Darai. He didn't hesitate. He let fly with a signature Euro shot, the ball spiraling toward the top corner. It was a perfect strike. But Oliver Aiku was already in the air. With a roar of effort, the U-20 captain met the ball with his forehead, clearing it off the line even as he crashed into the turf. Unbelievable. Aiku saves the day again. Teresa screamed. Loose ball. Aiku yelled from the ground, his voice raw. Nice stop, officer, a voice said. Kira was already there. He had predicted the clearance the moment the ball left Yukimiya's foot. He stepped into the path of the rebound, his expression blank, his eyes cold. Yukimiya wasn't enough to break you. Then I guess the captain has to finish the job. Kira didn't wait for the ball to settle. He was at a sharp angle with no clear line to the goal, and three defenders were converging on him. To anyone else, it was a dead end. But Kira saw the lane Sae would have seen. He struck the ball with a low, diving spin. It was an absolute worldie, a knuckleball that screamed over the defenders' heads before dipping violently into the net. Gen Fukaku didn't even move. He just watched the net bulge. 3-2, silence fell over the stadium once more before the Blue Lock supporters erupted. Ego, standing on the sidelines, finally let that crooked smile show. Ryosuke Kira. The Miracle Maker. The Hat-Trick King. The Hat-Trick King, how many legendary hat-trick machines come to mind? For me, the first name that comes to my mind is Robert Lewandowski. 300 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter, instant drop in 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Hall. 1464 words. Chapter 133, The Hall. Oh. Kira. 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 That wasn't just a shot, it was a goddamn masterpiece. The stands erupted in a deafening, soul-shaking roar. Ryosuke Kira's name was being chanted in every corner of the stadium, a rhythmic thunder that seemed to make the very air vibrate. Unbelievable. Kira's strike was a mirror image of the technical brilliance we saw from Itoshire Sae in the first half. Atsuto Teresa screamed into his microphone. But there was no savior at the goal line for the U-20 this time. Aiku could only watch from the grass as the ball tore into the net. Is this the power of Blue Lock's captain? The match was a rollercoaster of pure adrenaline. Just when it felt like the U-20 had seized the momentum, Blue Lock had snatched it back with a single, clinical counter. Harutaro Natsuki's voice was uncharacteristically thick with emotion. Kira dropped back into the attacking midfield role and immediately dismantled the defense. First, a surgical long ball to let Yukimiya rip through the flank, and then he ghosted into the box to find a finish from a nearly impossible angle. He's done it. A hat trick on the biggest stage of his life. Who is the protagonist of this match? Right now, there's only one answer. On the U-20 bench, coach Yasunori Hoichi was falling apart. He buried his face in his hands, trembling. What do I do? Do I sub? If we lose this, If we actually lose. He stole a glance toward the VIP box. Through the glass, the JFU chairman sat motionless, a silent judge. Hoichi knew his career was hanging by a thread. Hey, puppet coach. Do you actually have a plan, or are you just going to sit there and vibrate? Itoshir Sae was casually sipping water, looking at the panicked manager with nothing but contempt. We have to consolidate the defense. Hoichi stammered. We play for the counter. We stick to the system. Sae let out a short, dry laugh. You're a waste of space. Even a toddler could come up with that strategy. It's safe, it's boring, and it's why Japanese football is a joke. Shut up. Hoichi snapped, his face turning a blotchy red. You're just a player. I'm doing this for the team's survival. Fine, whatever, Sae said, waving him off like an annoying fly. But unless someone is bleeding out, you aren't making any substitutions. The U-20 can still fight. Don't ruin their fun just because you're a coward. On the pitch, Shido Sendo was gasping for air, his face a mask of pure frustration. What's the matter, Sendo? You giving up already? Sendo didn't look up at Aiku. He just gave a muffled, no. Aiku let out a low, satisfied chuckle. Good. Because they're incredible, aren't they? That Blue Lock squad, they're the real deal. But we're only down by 1. And when things get this desperate, that's when an ace is supposed to explode. Show me you've got a pulse. I'm not done yet, Sendo growled, his eyes finally refocusing. The endgame is finally here. Teresa's voice boomed. 15 minutes left on the clock. Captain Kira has put Blue Lock back in the driver's seat, with a legendary hat trick. Can the U-20 national team find the fire to mount one last comeback, or is the Diamond Generation about to shatter? The U-20 kicked off. I'm burning up. Shido's face was twisted into a manic, predatory grin. I'm going to tear Kira-chan apart. How dare he get a hat trick before me? Set me up, genius. Sae gave a curt nod. Go, demon. The second the ball touched Sae's foot, he ignited. He blew past Isejai in a heartbeat, but his style had shifted. Before he was looking for the pass first, searching for the opening. Now he was the opening. He was dribbling with a violent, direct aggression that forced the defense to collapse on him. He's been holding back this whole time, Kira thought, watching Sae carve through the Blue Lock midfield. Sae was a surgeon. He wasn't an active dribbler like Bakira or Yukimiya, he was a passive master. He didn't force a move, he waited for the defender to commit to a rhythm, then he simply adjusted his frequency to bypass them. Rin lunged into his path, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Come on, brother. Try and get past me. Sae didn't hesitate. He mapped out Rin's defensive timing in a split second. With a sudden, jarring change in tempo, he left his younger brother grasping at air. But as Sae prepared to launch the final ball to Shido, a blue jersey flashed into his vision. Kira. Kira executed a perfect, high-stakes slide tackle, his boot connecting cleanly with the ball and sending it spinning away from Sae's control. Sae's eyes widened. For the first time all day, he looked genuinely shocked. How did he know my line? He set the trap the moment I beat Rin. Incredible. Sae was tearing the defense to shreds, but he just got sniped by the opposing captain. Teresa screamed. Kira just shut down a world-class playmaker in a dead sprint. Counter. Kira roared. Isejai scooped up the loose ball. Haru Hayate tried to close him down, but Isejai didn't even entertain the duel. He fired the ball straight back to Kira. Kira took the ball and immediately began to move, his body language an exact replica of Sae's earlier run. He didn't force the dribble, he waited for Hayate to reset, then ghosted past him using the exact same frequency shift he'd just observed. Stop him! Naya bellowed, charging forward. Kira was in the zone. He felt the traces of the SAE card still thrumming in his brain. He watched Naya's center of gravity shift, waited for the heartbeat of hesitation, and then exploded into the gap. "You're having way too much fun, little thief." Aiku was there. He wasn't falling for the rhythm shift. He was in flow, his movements flawless and his positioning airtight. Kira saw no opening. "If there isn't one, I'll make one." Kira dropped his shoulder, selling a hard left side drive. Aiku followed him, but his eyes were mocking. Too easy. Aiku thought he had him, until he felt a cold chill. SAE had recovered and was closing in from the other side. Kira was pinned between the two best players on the pitch. Perfect, Kira thought. You guys have Shido. But I have the monster. Kira didn't try to beat them. He whipped a needle thread passed directly through the microscopic gap between SAE and Aiku. It was a mirror of SAE's signature passing style. Go play, Bakira. SAE's face went pale. He's literally mocking my technique. The ball found Bakira on the wing. I knew you'd find me, Kira. The finale belongs to me. Bakira was met by Sendo. The U-20 striker had dropped back, his face set in a mask of absolute desperation. I'm not playing for a marriage with Gravure Idol anymore. Sendo screamed. If I'm going to the top, I'm going all the way. I'm marrying a Hollywood A-lister. I'm going to the top of the world. TCH, quite the upgrade, Bakira laughed. With a lightning-fast Marseille turn, Bakira left the Hollywood dreamer in the dust. Aiku abandoned Kira and sprinted back to cover the goal, but Bakira was already in the box. He feinted a shot, drew Aiku into a lunging block, and then chipped the ball over him. Bakira let fly toward the open net. Fukaku was beat. Suddenly, a shadow flew across the goal mouth. It was Itoshir SAE. He launched himself into a desperate overhead clearance, hooking the ball off the line with a bicycle kick that seemed to defy gravity. SAE saves it. A miracle stop. The ball spiraled high into the air, falling toward the edge of the area. Bakira clenched his teeth. Crap, my luck ran out. But Kira was already there. He had been left unmarked the second SAE, and Aiku focused on Bakira. Flow is a hell of a drug. Kira didn't wait for the ball to land. He turned his back to the goal and launched himself into the air, his body horizontal. It was a bicycle kick, an exact replica of Shido Ryusiai's earlier goal. The ball hit the sweet spot of his boot and screamed into the net with a downward arc that gave the keeper zero chance. 4-2. A haul. 4 goals for the captain. Shido, watching from the center circle, let out a loud, manic laugh. I knew it. You're just as much of a freak as I am. Bonus chapter is here. New goal, 600 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter in 1 hour. Don't forget to drop your power stones. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Not Giving Up Yet. 1,342 words. Chapter 134, Not Giving Up Yet. What am I seeing? Ryosuke Kira pulls off a stunning overhead kick for his 4th goal of the match. The U-20 fought so hard to find the equalizer, but Kira has snatched the lead back with 2 goals in rapid succession. The athleticism is off the charts. From this angle, that strike was a carbon copy of Shido's own miracle goal. Absolute insanity. Atsuto Teresa's voice roared through every speaker in the stadium. Kira. Kira. Kaira. The crowd was a vibrating wall of noise. The fans were no longer just spectators, they were witnesses to a superstar's birth. Kira's name echoed from the front rows to the very top of the rafters. Down on the pitch, Kira didn't immediately run to celebrate. Instead, he decided to lean into the moment. He stood still, eyes closed, letting the waves of adoration wash over him. In this moment, he was the only person on the stage. Kira. That was world-class. Just as Kira was peaking in his main character moment, Bakira launched himself onto his back. Kira stumbled, nearly face-planting into the grass. So much for looking cool, Kira thought, throwing a dry look back at the grinning boy clinging to him. Bakira didn't care about the aesthetic, he was just pure, unfiltered energy. That was a hell of a goal, Kira. Well done, Rin muttered as he walked past. It was rare for the younger Itosher to acknowledge anyone's existence, let alone offer praise. It was a sign of just how high the stakes had become. On the blue lock bench, the atmosphere was chaotic. Unbelievable. That's our captain. TCH, the guy is a freak. I hate it. This was supposed to be my stage, Baru growled, his face twisting into a mask of pure jealousy. With a 4-2 lead and the team playing at this level, his chances of getting subbed in were dwindling by the second. Anri let out a long breath she didn't know she was holding. She looked at Ego, who was still acting like he had predicted the entire sequence. He's so confident because he knows Kira is out there, she thought. He wasn't panicking because he already had the winning card on the table. Ego looked calm, but internally, his mind was racing. He'd expected Kira to influence the game, but this level of dominance, for goals against the national elite, was beyond even his calculations. Still, as the mastermind, he had to maintain his persona. He adjusted his glasses and stared at the pitch with dead eyes. Across the field, the U20 squad was drowning in despair. There wasn't much time left. They needed 3 goals to win or 2 to even force a draw. At this level, against an opponent this hungry, that required a literal miracle. Hey! You elites done already. You look like you're ready to cry. Shido's voice was like a serrated blade. He looked at his teammates with pure, unadulterated contempt. If you're planning on giving up, do us all a favor and walk off the pitch now. There's no room for losers who have already surrendered. Who the hell said we surrendered? Sendo's face was contorted with rage. I'm not losing this. Not like this. Ooh, so there's still a pulse, Shido mocked. Enough. Everyone, get in position, Ika said, his eyes burning with a steady, unyielding light. It's not over until the whistle blows. Let's show them what the national team actually looks like. The U20 players straightened their backs. SAE gave a subtle, appreciative nod. This version of the U20, driven by desperation and wounded pride, was finally starting to look like a team he could work with. The match resumed. Attack. Drive them back. We're taking this net. The U20 forwards began a frantic, synchronized press. SAE received the ball and was immediately met by Yukimiya and Karasu. We're ending this in the midfield. Yukimiya shouted. Karasu's expression was grim. Don't push too far, Yuki. From Karasu's perspective, SAE wasn't looking to beat them individually, he was hunting for a line to Shido. I see it, Yukimiya replied. Karasu would apply the physical pressure, while Yukimiya would focus entirely on obstructing the passing lane. SAE scanned them both with a look of utter boredom. You're in my way. With a flick of his ankle, SAE threaded the ball through the microscopic gap between the two defenders. Yukimiya spun around, shocked. The pass wasn't going to Shido at all. I distribute to the hungry, SAE said, answering the unasked question. I give the ball to the men most desperate to score. The pass found Kento Cho in the center, with Kitsune overlapping on the flank. Go, Teru. Cho shouted. The two wingers executed a perfect 1-2, bypassing the initial blue lock line. They faced Hyori and Aryu, switching positions with a level of fluidity they hadn't shown all game. Kitsune, the more agile of the two, took the return ball and squared up against Aryu. Aryu stared down the smaller player but found himself struggling to track the movement. Kitsune was moving like a hummingbird, shifting his center of gravity too fast for Aryu's long limbs to react. Take him, Teru. Cho bellowed. I'm feeling it, Cho. This is the one. Kitsune pivoted away from Ryu, creating a sliver of space. He wound up and unleashed a violent strike toward the goal. Feeling it? Not anymore. Ryo appeared out of the shadows, his hands tucked behind his back. He threw his entire body into the path of the ball, the shot rebounding off his chest. What? Kitsune gaped. Stylish recovery, Ryo, Arias said, giving him a quick thumbs up. Loose ball. Gagamaru roared. The keeper's voice galvanized the defense. Hyori sprinted toward the drop point, but Shudo Sendo was faster. The U-20 striker lunged into the space. Too slow, blue head. This is my moment. This is my era. Sendo didn't even wait for the ball to settle. He launched into a first-time volley. TCH, what a drag. Nagi had tracked the play from the midfield. He soared into the air, using his chest to kill the momentum of Sendo's shot mid-flight. The ball dropped harmlessly to the grass. Poor Sendo, another chance, another failure. But Gagamaru didn't celebrate. He saw the ball rolling toward a trailing runner. Itoshire SAE. SAE set his feet, his eyes locked on the target. Crap, this is the nightmare scenario, Gagamaru thought. He could handle Sendo all day, but against SAE, he was flying blind. You aren't shooting. I see you. Try it, big brother. I'll break your legs. Seijai and Rin converged on SAE simultaneously, flanking him, and shutting down every possible shooting angle. SAE didn't panic. He glanced behind him. Nice instincts, Captain. With a sudden, no-look turn, SAE backheeled the ball to an unexpected runner, Oliver Aiku. The U-20's defensive anchor had pushed up into a deep offensive position. Aiku trapped the ball, his eyes flashing with the confidence of a hunter who had already caught his prey. Sorry, kids. I was a striker before I was a defender. Scoring is in my DNA. Aiku cocked his leg back for a long-range blast. Who could have seen this coming? Ryo thought, his mind racing. Aiku was leading the charge from the front. He's through, Seijai realized, his face pale. It was all down to Gagamaru now. But just as Aiku's boot made contact with the ball, a blue jersey blurred into the frame. Ryosuke Kira. Kira's leg extended, his boot deflecting the shot at point-blank range. The ball careened off his studs and spiraled over the touchline for a corner. TCH. Aiku wiped the sweat from his eyes, looking at the teenager standing in front of him. You finally decided to show up, you little brat. Kira flashed a sharp, cocky grin. Sorry about your dream, officer. I couldn't let you close the gap that easily. Need power STOOOONEESS. 600 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter in 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Game Over. 1,378 words. Chapter 135, Game Over. 5 minutes to go. A 2-goal deficit. The Japan U-20 national team was staring into the abyss. This is it. The final countdown. Atsuto Teresa's voice cut through the air, painting a grim picture for the elite. Can this corner kick be the spark the U-20 needs to claw their way back, or is the Diamond Generation officially out of time? Near the corner flag, Itoshire SAE stood over the ball, a picture of cold, calculated focus. Itoshire Rin was locked in. Every nerve in his body was screaming. I just have to sync my brain with his. If I can think like him, I can see exactly where he's putting this. Blue Lock was up 4-2, but Rin felt like he was losing. Every single goal had come from Kira. The supernova was the one the crowd was chanting for. The supernova was the one SAE was watching. Rin had spent the entire match in the shadows, and his ego was beginning to rot. I'm ending this now. I'm the one who shuts him down. Brace yourselves. Lock onto your marks. Gagamaru barked from the goal line. SAE took a short, clinical run-up and whipped the ball into the box. Rin's eyes flashed. He's looking for Aiku. He threw himself into the space, shoving and clawing at Oliver Aiku to deny him the header. They both leaped into the air, but as the ball whistled past them, Rin's heart skipped a beat. He'd been played. The ball didn't dip toward Aiku, it grazed the top of their heads, continuing its trajectory toward the back post. SAE had accounted for Rin's recovery speed and used him as a screen. He's looking for Shido. Rin's teeth ground together. He'd failed to beat his brother again. I've got him. Don't even think about it. Just as Shido launched into a diving header, Kira and Isagi appeared on either side of him. You two are a real pain in my ass. Shido growled. Kira gave Isagi a sharp look. Isagi understood instantly. He threw his weight into Shido, disrupting the demon's balance just enough to ruin the timing. Kira didn't hesitate, he launched into a bicycle kick clearance, booting the ball out of the danger zone with clinical power. Loose ball. Gagamaru roared. Mine. Shudo Sendo sprinted toward the rebound, his face a mask of pure desperation. He was still fighting. But a blue-haired blur was faster. Yohiri trapped the ball with a velvet touch, killing the momentum before Sendo could even reach him. Nice look, Hiri. Bakira cheered. Give them one more for the road. Isagi began his sprint toward the other end. One more. We end them here. TCH, stop it. Just stop. Rin's voice was a low, dangerous snarl. The resentment in his chest was becoming a physical weight. This was supposed to be his destiny, his war against his brother. So why was everyone else getting in the way? Kira with his 4 goals. SAE with his cold indifference. Even Isagi with his spatial awareness. They were all buzzing around him like flies, making it impossible to breathe. Blue Lock doesn't let me fight alone. I'm not on my own. What a load of sentimental garbage. It makes me want to puke. I don't want teammates. I don't want help. I want to destroy everything. I want to crush SAE, and I want to crush all of you. Unbelievable. The U20 corner is repelled and Blue Lock is on the move again. Teresa screamed. If they score a 5th, it's a total humiliation. The national team is sprinting back, desperate to preserve their pride. Hiri was driving the ball, eyes scanning for the best lane. Suddenly, a shadow tore the ball right off his foot. Rin? What the hell? Hiri gasped. Rin didn't answer. He had completely snapped. He wasn't playing football anymore, he was hunting. He ignored his teammates and charged straight into the U20 defense. On the bench, Shiburu's eyes widened. There it is. The brat finally stopped playing nice. Kira, trailing the play, saw the change in Rin's posture. The guy was gone. He was deep in the flow, but it wasn't the tactical flow he usually inhabited. It was a predatory, self-destructive ego. Revenge? Family? None of that matters. Rin felt a twisted sense of freedom. He finally understood what SAE meant. Don't use me as your reason for playing. I'm not playing for you, SAE. I'm playing to bury you. Rin tore through the first line of defense. Teppei Neru and Miroku Darai were left in the dust, unable to track the sheer violence of his movements. Isagi watched from a distance, completely lost. This wasn't the Rin he knew. There was no logic to his dribbling, no rationality to his path. He was just a force of nature. Kira stopped running. He looked at the clock. There were seconds left. The result was already decided, they had won. But he wanted to see how this ended. TCH, slowing down is an insult, Kira. Shido blew past the stationary captain, chasing after Rin. Kira sighed. Fine. Let's finish the dance. Nayu. Take him out. Darai shouted. Kazuma Nayu roared, throwing his massive frame into Rin's path. Come on then, you little prick. I'll break you. I'm going to end you, you brainless gorilla, Rin hissed. He didn't try to dodge. He kicked the ball directly into the space between them, baiting the collision. As Nayu lunged to crush him, Rin dropped his center of gravity to the grass, letting Nayu's own momentum upend him. The referee kept the whistle in his pocket. It was a clean, brutal bypass. Rin was one-on-one with the final wall. So this is your true self. You look like a monster, Oliver Ika said, standing his ground. One more, Rin muttered. His tongue was darting out, a manic, predatory look in his eyes. You're drooling, kid. It's a little gross, Ika said, though his heart was hammering. For the first time all game, he felt a genuine fear that he couldn't stop the man in front of him. Ika braced himself, but Shido appeared at his side. I've got the back, tongue boy. Shido and Ika converged on Rin, a double team of the two best defenders on the pitch. Kira was standing wide open on the left, an easy pass for a fifth goal. He won't pass, Ika calculated instantly. In this state, he'd rather die than share the kill. Rin. Here. Isagi called out, desperate for the link-up. Shut up. Don't you dare try to limit me. Rin ignored them both. Facing the combined wall of Shido and Aiku, he wound up for a strike. He fired a violent, curling shot toward the far post. Kira watched the trajectory and shook his head. Not quite there yet, Rin. Gen Fukaku launched himself across the goal, parrying the shot with the tips of his fingers. Loose ball. Still half-baked. Itoshir Sae had tracked back to the box, arriving at the drop point before anyone else. Is that so? Sae's eyes narrowed. Kira had appeared above him, launching into the air for an aerial duel. This guy. He's going for a fifth. Sae leaped to meet him, his foot extending to block the volley. But as Kira's boot made contact with the ball, Sae realized his mistake. It wasn't a shot. It was a cushioned, mid-air pass. In the center of the box, Yoichi Isagi was waiting, his eyes glowing with a dark, triumphant fire. He had predicted the entire sequence, ghosting into the one spot Sae hadn't covered. Isagi didn't hesitate. He met the ball with a perfect direct volley. Boom. The ball buried itself in the back of the net. 5-2, at that exact moment, the final whistle screamed across the stadium. Beep. 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 Blue Lock, 5, Japan U20, 2. Goal. The stadium went from a roar to an absolute frenzy. The Diamond Generation had been decimated. The new era had arrived. And with that, the U20 arc comes to an end. I think we all know what's coming next. New goal, 900 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter within 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, The Interview. 1,372 words. Chapter 136, The Interview. My God, it's over. In the final second of the match, the Blue Lock 11 put one more in the back of the net. The unstoppable Japan U20 national team, even with Itoshir Sae in the lineup, just got dismantled 5-2. Ladies and gentlemen, believe your eyes. You are witnessing a miracle in this stadium. These unknown teenagers just told the world exactly who they are. Today they are the only stars that matter. On the pitch, the Blue Lock 11 had completely lost it. The players from the bench swarmed the field, a wave of blue jerseys colliding in a frantic, high-energy celebration. As the undisputed protagonist of the match, Ryosuke Kira, was being tossed around and hugged by everyone at once. He was actually starting to get a little dizzy. Yoichi Seiji, the only other player to find the back of the net today, was vibrating with adrenaline. He still couldn't believe Kira had actually fed him that ball in the final seconds. The boys were jumping, screaming, and losing their minds in the center of the stadium. On the Blue Lock sidelines, Anri Tyri was a mess. Tears were streaming down her face as she sobbed with pure relief. Ego, however, remained a statue of indifference, wearing a look that said he had predicted every single second of the match. In sharp contrast, the U20 players were crumpled on the turf or staring into the abyss, unable to process a defeat of this magnitude. Phew. Shida glanced back at the rowdy celebration in the center of the pitch. His side was looking a little pathetic by comparison. He chuckled and strolled over to Itoshir Sae. Hey, genius. You actually failed to stop Kira on that last play. I guess you aren't as perfect as everyone says, huh? Shida's voice was dripping with mockery. If you'd realized he was passing instead of shooting, you could have blocked it easily. Shut up. Sae's expression was a blank mask, but his mind was replaying Kira's final decision. That guy is even more of a realist than you or me. The game was already decided. He didn't want to waste the energy on a shot that didn't change the outcome. He took the path of least resistance. Sae had realized it, Kira hadn't passed out of the kindness of his heart. He'd passed because he had already won and couldn't be bothered to finish it himself. So you're saying you lost to Kira's laziness? Shido laughed, a jagged, manic sound. That's hilarious. Suddenly, I don't think I want your number anymore. Shido tucked his hands into his pockets, deciding Kira was much more interesting. Suit yourself, Sae replied. Ah, come on. I'm just messing with you. I still want the world-class midfielder on speed dial. Shido followed Sae toward the tunnel, acting like a persistent shadow. While the celebration was in full swing, Oliver Ika walked over, looking surprisingly at peace. Hell of a game, Captain, Ika said, offering a hand to Kira. You weren't so bad yourself, officer. That iron wall was the real deal, Kira replied, accepting the handshake. Ika rubbed the back of his head, looking a bit sheepish. You were too much for us. No matter how we shifted, we couldn't pin you down. You earned this. Congratulations, Blue Lock. The two captains shared a moment of genuine respect. The U20 had given everything they hadn't lost because of a lack of effort. They had simply been outgunned by a superior ego. Elsewhere on the pitch, Rin sat on the grass, his hands covering his face. The match was over. Kira had dominated. Sae had dominated. Shido, Aiku and even Seiji had made their mark. But Rin felt like a ghost. In his mind, his performance was a failure. Whether he had been on the pitch or not, the result likely would have been the same. That thought was poisoning his victory. I was wrong. I didn't think this country was capable of producing a real striker. Sae's voice came from behind him. Rin looked up, startled. Sae. Ryosuke Kira, he might be the one to change the DNA of Japanese football, Sae said, his voice unusually heavy with significance. No. He might be the one to change the entire world. Rin's eyes widened. He had never heard his brother talk about another player like that. The jealousy in his gut flared into a new, darker ambition. Kira. The TV crew wants you for a post-match interview. Hyori called out, pointing toward the media platform. Before Kira could even process it, his teammates were shoving him toward the lights. Camera flashes exploded around him. For a second, Kira felt a flash of self-consciousness, but he quickly suppressed it. He was the star. He belonged here. And here he is. The superstar of the match, the man who put 4 goals past the national elite. Kira-kun, tell us, what's going through your head right now? A reporter shoved a microphone into Kira's face with the speed of a professional boxer. These guys are aggressive, Kira thought. Well, first off, I'm satisfied with the result, Kira said, his voice smooth and confident. Winning is the only thing that matters. This victory wasn't just me, though. The rest of the Blue Lock guys worked their asses off to keep me in the game, and I have to give them credit for that. But honestly, the best part was the 4 goals. For a striker, putting the ball in the net is the only form of glory that exists. Everything else is just noise. In the background, Isai's jaw dropped. Is he serious? He's just saying exactly what he thinks. Isai couldn't imagine himself on that stage. He'd probably be stuttering and giving some humble, "I'm just happy to be here" answer. Kira, however, was owning the moment like he was born for it. Ha ha ha. Love the confidence, the reporter laughed. One last question. With a performance like that, you're a lock for the new U20 national team. What's the next goal for Ryosuke Kira? Kira took a slow, deep breath, looking directly into the lens of the camera. If I'm leading the U20, the goal is simple. We're going to win every single game we play. Period. Thanks for having me. The stadium roared as Kira's words were broadcast on the giant screens. Kira. Kira. Kaya Raya. Kira finally made it back to the locker room, where the chaos continued. That was legendary, Kira. You looked like a pro out there. Nanace cheered, his eyes sparkling. TCH, don't get a big head just because you can talk to a camera, Raichi barked, though his scowl was less convincing than usual. Oh, let him have it, Raichi. He's the man of the hour, Bakira said. He was already completely naked, heading for the showers. Kira immediately looked away. Still not used to the casual nudity in this place. Zantetsu adjusted his glasses, looking a bit envious. I wish someone would interview me. I wish I could be interviewed, you idiot, Ryo sighed, exhausted by Zantetsu's constant grammar fails. Kunigami was watching everyone with a quiet, genuine smile. He hadn't played, but the victory felt like it belonged to all of them. You guys really did it. I'm so proud of you. Anri appeared at the door, her eyes red from crying. Bakira quickly grabbed a towel to cover up. Hey, Anri-chan. Don't cry, we won. Ignore her. She's a sap, Ego said, strolling into the room with a triumphant stride. Keep your heads on straight. This victory was exactly what I predicted. Nothing more, nothing less. Sure it was, Ego, Kira thought, noticing the slight tremor of excitement in the coach's hands. Congratulations, you diamonds in the rough. You've achieved something remarkable today, Ego continued. And as a reward, the cafeteria is serving a luxury steak dinner tonight. On the house. The locker room exploded into a final, jubilant roar. Steak. The war was over. The feast was beginning. Powier Stunianis. 900 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter within 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Break. 1,405 words. Chapter 137, The Break. Hell yeah. Victory party starts tonight. I'm hitting the showers first. I smell like a locker room floor. Is there going to be pizza and fries? I've been craving real food for months. The team was buzzing as they filtered out of the locker room, heading for the dorms. Ego and Anri had already slipped away, likely to start analyzing the data from the slaughter. Kira was about to follow the crowd when he noticed Ito Shirin still sitting in the corner, his head buried in his hands. Hey, Kira. You coming or what? Bakira looked back, his eyes bright with excitement. He was clearly ready for the feast, but he paused when he saw Kira staring at the bench. Actually, go on ahead, Bakira. I'll meet you there in a bit. I need to wash up anyway. Kira looked back at Rin. In his old life, the manga hadn't gone much further than the U-20 match when he last read it, so the future was a bit of a blur. He considered walking over but then stopped himself. Better to let him stew in it, Kira thought, a sharp, competitive edge to his smile. Sulking won't help him, but the rage might. He needs to sharpen himself if he wants to be worth devouring later. Become my fuel, Rin. Bakira followed Kira's gaze. Oh. Rin looks like he's in a dark place, doesn't he? We just won the game of our lives. You'd think he'd be a little more hyped, Bakira added, tilting his head. Were you going to go talk to him? Kira shook his head, turning away. No. Let him figure it out. He's a big boy. Haha, fair enough. Let's go get that food. Bakira threw an arm around Kira's shoulder, and the two of them headed for the showers, leaving the silence of the locker room behind. Sitting alone, Rin felt a toxic cocktail of emotions. The jealousy was a cold weight in his chest. Kira's talent was on a different level. It was a gap that Rin's pride found nearly impossible to bridge. But as he sat there, the bitterness began to transform. Keep running, Kira, Rin thought, his eyes narrowing into a cold, focused glare. I'm going to use your back as my target. I'll hunt you down until there's nothing left of your lead. The next morning, the Real reward arrived. Kira stared at the smartphone Henry handed back to him, almost moved to tears. My God. I forgot what a screen looked like. The news of a 2-week break had just been announced. After months in the Blue Lock pressure cooker, they were finally getting a taste of the real world again. Kira stepped through the massive front gates of the facility, squinting at the sunlight. It felt strange to be outside without a whistle blowing or Ego's voice echoing through a speaker. Hey, Kira. Want to head back together? We can catch the bus to Saitama Station, Isagi said, hauling his bag over his shoulder. Sounds like a plan, Isagi. Let's get out of here. The two of them talked shop the entire ride back, dissecting plays and discussing the new U-20 roster. By the time Kira made it to his front door, he was exhausted but riding a high. His sister, Rinko, had prepared a massive spread of his favorite foods the moment he walked in. Welcome home, superstar. I watched every second of that broadcast, Rinko said, beaming with pride. Beating the national team and scoring for goals. You were a monster out there. The interview at the end was so cool. You looked like you owned the place. Kira didn't bother with modesty. He puffed out his chest and grabbed a piece of steak. Of course I did. I told you, Rinko. I'm the guy who's going to rule this game. World number 1, nothing less. Rinko laughed and flicked him on the nose. Don't let it go to your head too much, kid. Too late for that. But I'll listen to my big sister for today. Kira buried his face in the meal, savoring the taste of home. Rinko watched him eat, a soft, satisfied smile on her face. Her brother wasn't just a kid with a dream anymore. He was the future. The following morning, Kira was out the door before the sun was fully up. Ryosuke. Where are you going this early? Rinko called from the kitchen. Heading into Tokyo. Meeting some of the guys in Shibuya. Have fun. Don't be late for dinner. Kira checked his phone as he boarded the Shinkansen. Chidori had messaged the group chat, suggesting a meetup in Shibuya. There was no way Kira was turning down an invitation from the princess. He reached the cafe Chidori had pinned and spotted Bakira waving frantically from a corner table. Over here, Kira. Over here. Kira navigated the crowd and sat down with the three guys already there, Chidori, Bakira, and Isagi. Hey, Chidori. Bakira. Isagi, Kira said, nodding to each of them as he took the last empty seat. You have to try this honey caramel cocoa latte. It's life-changing, Chidori said, immediately pushing the menu toward him. Kira took a look at the table. Just the four of us. Where's everyone else? Chidori took a sip of his latte and sighed. I tried calling Raichi and Nico, but they were both too busy. Probably still training. I invited Kunigami, too, but that guy is obsessed. He told me he already booked 4 hours at the gym and the pool. No days off for the hero, I guess. Hyori wanted to come, but he lives way too far out. He said he'd catch us next time. Bakira looked a little pouted. Igaguri said he had to help clean his family's temple, so he's out. And I messaged Gagamaru, but I think he's literally living in a cave in the mountains right now. He hasn't even read the text. Kira laughed. That sounded exactly like Gagamaru. Seiji held up his phone to show the group his chat history. I tried to get Nagi to come out, but look at this. They all crowded around the screen. Seiji, you here yet? Nagi, just woke up. Nagi, you guys go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. They all groaned in unison. Classic Nagi. What about you, Kira? Did you invite anyone? Chidori asked. Kira rubbed the back of his head. Honestly, I was just focused on making it here on time. I didn't even think about it. So what's the plan? We just going to wander Shibuya? Bakira asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. I'm a go-with-the-flow guy, Kira said, leaning back in his chair. No plans, no stress. Let's just see where the day takes us. Speaking of plans, have you guys seen the news today? Chidori asked, his expression turning serious. What news? The three of them looked at him blankly. Chidori sighed and pulled up a series of bookmarked articles on his phone. We're famous, guys. Like, actually famous. Kira and the others leaned in to read the headlines. The screens were filled with praise for the Blue Lock project. The media was calling it a revolution in Japanese soccer and a total system shock. But the biggest focus was on the players themselves. Kira, look. Half these articles are just about you, Bakira noted. Kira scrolled through. The boy who slayed the genius, Ryosuke Kira's dominant performance. The supernova of Saitama, is this the savior of the national team? The future of Japanese football has arrived. The narrative had shifted completely. A few weeks ago, they were just experimental lab rats. Now the entire country was looking at them as the next generation of heroes. It's weird, Chidori said. People are actually starting to recognize us on the street. It feels like the world changed while we were inside that facility. Wait a second, Chidori whispered, his eyes locking onto a group of people at a nearby table. Check out the guys in the corner. Don't they look familiar? Kira followed his gaze. Sitting a few tables away, looking just as out of place in the trendy cafe as they did, were Karasu and his group. 900 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter within 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, A Rare Moment of Peace. 1,698 words. Chapter 138, A Rare Moment of Peace. Kira was about to say something, but Bakira had already taken off like a shot. Whoa, Bakira, kill the jets. Kira muttered, shaking his head. He had no choice but to signal Chidori and Seiji to follow him into the crowd. Hey, guys. Bakira shouted, waving his hands frantically as he skidded to a halt in front of Karasu's group. Karasu, who was mid-sentence in some loudmouthed lecture, nearly jumped out of his skin. He stared at the newcomers with the same stunned disbelief he had shown on the pitch when Kira scored on him. Bakira? Seiji? Chidori? And Kira? What are you guys even doing here? Karasu asked, struggling to regain his composure. What, you own the sidewalk now? Kira asked with a sharp, effortless grin as he stepped up to greet them. As they got closer, Kira realized Karasu's little squad was actually a full house. Yukimiya, Aryu, Tokimitsu, and Otoya were all there. Even Rio was hanging out with them. "We're just killing time. What about you guys?" Isagi asked, glancing at the group. He'd noticed from a distance that they looked like they were in the middle of a high-stakes board meeting. "Oh, you know. Just a casual seminar on market volatility and stock options," Rio said, his tone sounding far more like a corporate CEO than a teenager on break. "And we were finalizing the blueprint for my upcoming high-end streetwear label," Yukimiya added, adjusting his glasses with a look of pure professional ambition. "It's a summit on the absolute peak of aesthetic trends," Aryu noted, looking characteristically elegant. Karasu actually pulled a fountain pen from his breast pocket and tapped it against his palm. "We were discussing future career trajectories and brand expansion. Surely no one here is just wandering around aimlessly like a tourist." Kira's group shared a look of pure second-hand embarrassment. "Man, these kids are really laying it on thick," Kira thought. I'm not. Tokimitsu squeaked, raising his hand like a nervous student. "I'm just here because they told me to listen. I don't know anything about stocks." Otoya, looking as detached as ever, leaned back against a railing. "Don't lump me in with these overachievers. I'm in Shibuya for one reason, and one reason only." He scanned the crowd of passing girls. "Scouting the local scenery. Total recon mission." Chidori gave him a look of pure disgust. "Right. Real productive use of your time, Otoya. Truly deep. Look, since we're all here, let's just hang out," Bakira declared, completely ignoring the tension. Group outing. The business elite facade crumbled instantly as everyone started nodding in agreement. "Wait, Kira, where's Nagi?" Rio asked, looking around for his usual partner in crime. Kira shook his head while Isagi pulled up his phone to show the group the chat log. "Isagi, where are you?" "Nagi, saw a game center. Gonna go for a high score. Catch you later." The group shared a collective sigh. The guy was a lost cause. They unanimously agreed it was time for a forced intervention. At a massive Shibuya arcade, Nagi was slumped in a gaming chair, his eyes half closed as he mindlessly crushed a boss battle. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the back of his shirt and hauled him upward. "Ha ha ha. Keep this up and you'll be a hermit by 20. Karasu teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Busted," Rio said, looking satisfied. "Operation Rescue Nagi is a success." "Ugh, why are you all here?" Nagi asked, looking genuinely bewildered. He blinked at the massive blue lock crowd surrounding his machine. It felt like a stadium invasion in miniature. The arcade didn't stand a chance. The group swarmed the place, turning every game into a high-stakes competition. They started at the claw machines. Kira used his clinical, striker-level reflexes to systematically empty the machine of rare plushies, drawing a crowd of cheering onlookers as he handed out the prizes. Then, they hit the pool tables. Aryu's shots were so unnecessarily dramatic and glamorous that the group spent more time laughing than actually playing. Finally, they moved to the dart boards. Yukimiya finally found his stride, his darts hitting the bullseye with a speed and precision that made it look like he was using a laser sight. "All right, I'm gamed out. Let's hit up some KTV," Rio suggested, noticing everyone was starting to peak. "I'm in," Kira said. It had been forever since he'd just let loose in a karaoke booth. Rio, Bakira, and Kira took point to go reserve a megasuite. As they were walking down the long, neon-lit corridor of the KTV lounge, a door nearby flew open with a bang. "You're pathetic. Who the hell is she? How do you have the nerve to call this a date when you're texting half of Tokyo?" Two women stormed out into the hallway, screaming at someone inside the room. Kira's group froze, caught in the middle of a grade-A meltdown. "Wait, don't go." A hand reached out from the room, grabbing one of the women by the wrist. A smooth, overly confident voice drifted out. Why pick sides? We could all just hang out. The more the merrier, right? Slap. The sound of the hit echoed through the hallway. Don't touch me, you two-timing trash, the woman screamed. She shook him off and stormed away toward the exit. The second woman followed right behind her, shouting, unbelievable. What a total dog. Whoa, Bakira whispered, his eyes wide with curiosity. Kira was stunned. The level of sheer, unashamed ego it took to suggest a three-way date, while getting caught cheating, was almost impressive in a twisted way. Keep moving, Rio said, trying to usher them past the drama. Not our business. But Kira caught a glimpse of the guy in the room, and did a double take. The voice was too familiar. He poked his head through the doorway. Holy crap. Aiku. Huh? Bakira and Rio crowded into the doorway. Sure enough, sitting on the sofa, and rubbing a very red mark on his cheek, was Oliver Aiku. Oh. Hey, guys, Aiku said, looking surprisingly unfazed by the situation. Aiku, you're a legend on the pitch, but you're a total disaster out here, aren't you? Rio asked, a smirk playing on his lips. And wait, aren't those girls like, way older than you? Kira pointed out, noticing the obvious age gap. Did they break through your defense? Bakira asked, unable to resist the pun. Aiku, despite the stinging cheek, just gave a sheepish shrug and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, well, can't win them all. I guess my containment failed this time. Total tactical collapse. You guys on break too? The whole U-20 squad is actually in the next room, Aiku added, gesturing toward the wall. Seriously? Kira asked. Aiku led them to the massive adjoining suite, and threw the door open. The entire U-20 national team was inside, mid-roar as they belted out some rock anthem. Kira looked at Aiku. So you were in the room next door hitting on women while your team was in here doing team bonding. You really are a piece of work, Captain. Look who I found. Aiku bellowed. The music cut out instantly. Every head turned. The atmosphere shifted from party mode to a standoff in less than a second. Wait, Kira. The Blue Lock losers. What the hell are you doing in our lounge? You looking for a rematch? The U-20 players surged to their feet, closing in on the three strikers. Nia looked like he was ready to start a brawl right then and there. Relax, we were just passing through. Kira said, subtly stepping behind Rio. If things got physical, he was letting the rich kid handle the liability. Yo, Kira, you need backup. Yukimiya and the rest of the Blue Lock contingent had arrived, filling the hallway. The two teams stood face to face, a wall of ego clashing in the narrow corridor. Aiku let out a booming laugh, breaking the tension. Since we're all here and clearly looking for a fight, let's settle it properly. Let's put dinner on the line. Bowling tournament. Winners eat free, losers pay the tab. You in? The Blue Lock crew didn't need to be asked twice. They weren't about to back down from a challenge, especially when there was a chance to humiliate the national team again. The massive group marched toward the bowling alley. Kira sighed to himself. So much for karaoke. I didn't even get to pick a song. They reached the lanes and scanned the area. Wait, look over there, Isagi whispered. He and Bakira had spotted someone familiar at the far end of the alley. A tall, imposing figure was mid-approach, throwing a ball with a level of intensity that felt entirely too high for a casual game. The ball slammed into the pins. Strike. The guy stood there for a moment, soaking in his own perfection. Look at that form. Total focus. He's actually really good. Wait, that hair. Is that Baru? Bakira yelled. Baru's head snapped around, his face twisting into a mask of pure fury. He had clearly recognized their voices. Why are you peasants invading my sanctuary? Baru roared, looking like he couldn't believe his eyes. Whoa, Baru, is that your own personal ball? That's hardcore, Nagi said, reaching out to poke the polished black ball. Hands off. Don't touch the king's equipment with your filthy hands. Baru's head was practically steaming. Hey, can I try it for one frame? Bakira asked, looking hopeful. No. If you touch it, I'll end you. Baru looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. He'd finally gotten a day off to enjoy his holy hobby in peace, and now he was surrounded by the exact group of people who irritated him the most. Kira and Chidori were nearly doubled over, laughing so hard they could barely breathe. It was a rare moment of peace. And in Shibuya, with this group, it was as loud and chaotic as a championship match. +1 bonus chapter is coming in 1 hour. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, The Restart. 1,657 words. Chapter 139, The Restart. The bowling battle between Blue Lock and the U-20 finally came to a head. Thanks to Shibura pulling a legendary turkey, 3 strikes in a row when the pressure was highest, Blue Lock snatched the win by a hair. The U-20 guys were absolutely fuming. They couldn't win on the pitch, and now they couldn't even win at a damn bowling alley. Aiku, ever the graceful loser, just shrugged it off. All right. I know when I'm beat. Dinner is on the U-20 tonight. What's the move? Seriously? You're actually paying for all of us. Bakira's eyes lit up. He was already doing the math on how much he could eat, though he tried to act polite. I was just thinking about what I wanted for dinner. What, you think the national team is broke? Sendo snapped, looking annoyed. We lost the bet. We pay. That's how it works. How about Korean barbecue? Nagi suggested, his voice as flat as ever. Yes. Barbecue sounds perfect. Nagi, for once in your life, you actually had a great idea. Aiku turned to Kira, looking for the final say. You're the captain. You good with that? You're the one with the credit card, Kira replied with a grin. Lead the way. Actually, sorry guys. I can't make it to the after party. I've got plans, Isagi said, checking his watch with a look of apology. What? Come on, Isagi. You're really gonna bail now? Isagi just gave them a wave. Have fun for me. I've got a split. Catch you guys later. Kira considered following Isagi's lead and heading home early, but he realized he didn't have anything waiting for him but a quiet room. Might as well spend the night hanging out with the guys and eating on someone else's dime. He decided to stay. All right, it's settled. Aiku clapped his hands. Barbecue it is. Hell yeah. Aiku for president. Thanks for the meal, U-20. Meat. I need meat. The Blue Lock crew was vibrating with excitement. They even managed to drag a protesting Baru along with them, refusing to let the king dine alone. While the players were living it up, the atmosphere at the Blue Lock headquarters was significantly more professional. Anri and Ego weren't on vacation. They were currently locked in a high-stakes remote conference with club managers and executives from the most elite teams across the globe. The massive screen in the meeting room was a grid of faces, men of every nationality, all wearing expensive suits and expressions of calculated greed. Ego-san, you're asking for a lot. Can this actually be a commercial success? A bald executive from a top European club asked, looking skeptical. Ego's latest proposal was clearly making him uneasy. The project is revolutionary, sure, but the risk is astronomical, a middle-aged white man said, puffing on a cigar as he watched the screen with a predatory glint in his eye. Precisely. If we're going to invest, the ROI needs to be guaranteed. We aren't in the business of charity. Yeah, if it doesn't move the needle financially, it's a waste of our time. The consensus was clear, they wanted to see the money. Ego adjusted his glasses, his expression one of total boredom. He had expected these vultures to circle the moment he mentioned an expansion. Don't get it twisted, gentlemen. This isn't just a business deal, Ego said, tapping a finger on the table. He waited for the silence to settle before continuing. This is Phase 2 of the Blue Lock project. It's a global takeover. We're moving beyond a simple training camp and into the realm of super entertainment. Think of it as the Big Bang of the football world, a televised evolution that will create the world's greatest striker while the entire planet watches. Just imagine the ratings. Imagine the jersey sales. Imagine the brand power when the winner of this project steps onto your pitch. The executives on the screen shifted in their seats. Ego had hit the one thing they all understood: profit. The greed in the room was palpable. The hook was set. 2 weeks later, Kira had made the most of his break. He'd spent his days sleeping in until noon, his afternoons running through the local parks to keep his conditioning sharp, and his evenings grabbing dinner with Chidori, Bakira, or Iseijai. It was the first time in months he felt like a normal teenager. But the 2 weeks vanished in the blink of an eye. His phone buzzed with the notification he'd been waiting for: Blue Lock was restarting. You got everything, Ryosuke? Rinko asked as she watched him pack. Yeah. All set, Kira said, zipping up his suitcase. He stood there for a second, mentally preparing himself for the transition back into the ego chamber. I can't believe you're leaving already. It's only been 2 weeks, Rinko sighed, her expression soft with a hint of sadness. Who knows when I'll see you again? Don't worry, sis. As soon as they let us out again, I'm coming straight home. You know I can't live without your cooking for long. You say that now, but as soon as you meet some girl, you'll forget all about me. Kira felt his face heat up. What are you even talking about? I saw that photo you posted on Instagram. The girl with the long red hair. She's a total babe. You should bring her by. Kira stared at her, completely deadpan. Rinko, that's Chidori. He's a guy. Stop lying. There is no way that's a guy. I've been looking at that photo for 10 minutes. She's gorgeous. Rinko pulled up the photo on her phone, a group shot from Shibuya. Look at the neck, Rinko. That's an Adam's apple, Kira said, pointing at the screen. Wait, seriously? No way. That's okay, wow. Rinko looked genuinely confused as she processed the information. I'm out of here, sis. See ya. Kira gave her a wave and headed out the door, beginning the journey back to the facility. When he arrived at the gates, he realized things had changed. The quiet, secluded entrance was now a mosh pit of reporters and camera crews. The moment they spotted Kira, they swarmed. Kira, can you give us a quote on the details of Phase 2? What are your goals for the next stage of the project? How does it feel to be the face of Japanese football? Kira didn't answer. He kept his head down and pushed through the crowd, practically diving into the security tunnel to escape the madness. Inside, the facility looked different. The walls had been repainted, the floors were polished to a mirror sheen, and the entire place felt like it had been upgraded to a professional tier complex. He walked into the main meeting room and saw that most of the guys were already there. Yo, Kira. The man of the hour finally shows up. Bakira and Chidori waved him over. Kunigami was standing nearby, giving him a firm, respectful nod. Kira scanned the room and saw that almost every survivor from the original Blue Lock project was present. Then he saw a face he didn't expect to see in a Blue Lock tracksuit. Bead eyes? Kira spotted Teppei Naru in the crowd. He looked around and realized the room wasn't just Blue Lock players. U20. What the hell are you guys doing here? Iseijai asked, voicing the question everyone was thinking. Technically, we're the former U20 now, Ika said, stepping forward with his usual easy confidence. Ego invited us to join the project. Well, he only invited the starters. He said he wanted to see if we had enough ego to survive the next stage. Kira raised an eyebrow. The plot was thickening. TCH. I'm still waiting for a rematch on those bowling lanes, Nia grumbled, crossing his massive arms. Humph, keep waiting, peasant, Buru muttered from the corner. Hey, Rin. You just gonna stand there by yourself? Not gonna say hi? Kira spotted Rin leaning against the far wall, eyes closed, looking as antisocial as ever. Rin opened one eye and looked at Kira with a gaze that could freeze boiling water. I'm not here to make friends, Kira. I'm here to bury you. Still charming as ever, I see. Glad to see the break didn't soften your edge. Step aside, Rin. You're blocking the view. The chaotic voice of Shido Ryusei cut through the room, as he shoved his way between Kira and Rin. He looked at Rin with a look of pure provocation. Back off, you pink-haired freak. Unless you want to leave this room in a body bag, Rin hissed. Oh, I'm shaking. Come on then, you little shit. Let's see if you can actually back up that talk for once. Kira sighed as the two of them started to square up. Here we go again. Someone grab Isejai. We're gonna need help pulling them apart. The room was a powder keg, ready to explode. Welcome back, you diamonds in the rough. How was your vacation? The massive screen flickered to life and Ego's face appeared, looming over them. As you've probably noticed, the U20 national team is under my full control now. The losers from the exhibition match have their uses, so I've decided to merge the rosters. We're going to build a brand new U20 squad from the ground up. We have exactly 100 days until the U20 World Cup. And by the time we're done, the world will know that Japan doesn't just play football. We dominate it. Aiko didn't seem bothered by the loser comment. He just smirked. Phase 2 had officially begun. The goal was the world stage. The countdown to the U20 World Cup has begun, and with that, I'm excited to announce that the NEL arc has officially started. If you're ready, let's fucking go. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 140, Choosing a League. 1156 words. Chapter 140, Choosing a League. Let me be blunt. If you took this current roster to the U20 World Cup right now, you would get slaughtered. You have zero chance of winning the title. Jinpachi Ego adjusted his glasses, his eyes cold and clinical on the screen. I'll show you exactly why that is on the next stage. But for now, I've devised a way to accelerate your evolution. Let me ask you a question. What is the primary reason you've all gotten this strong? The room fell into a thoughtful silence. The Blue Lock survivors and the former U20 players traded glances. Is it the awakening of our individual egos? Isejai asked, leaning forward as he tried to piece together the puzzle. Maybe it's because we finally unearthed our hidden weapons. Bakira added, though he sounded uncertain. It's because I've got a system full of cheat codes, Kira thought to himself, a dry smirk playing on his lips. Obviously, Ego's theories didn't quite account for his specific brand of talent. Ego watched them debate for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. It's the environment. It's the brutal, isolated, and hyper-competitive ecosystem of Blue Lock that forced you to change or die. Kira had to admit the man had a point. This place was a goldmine for attribute absorption. It was the perfect breeding ground for a monster. Now for Phase 2. Ego continued. You are going to immerse yourselves in the 5 top leagues of the world. Popularity. Skill. Cold, hard cash. These 5 leagues represent the absolute peak of the global game. I want each of you to choose one environment to serve as your new crucible. The room erupted. The players were vibrating with excitement. The Big 5. They were actually going to be dropped into the heart of world football. Ego didn't wait for the noise to die down. I'm going to give you my biased rundown of these 5 environments. Pay attention. First, England. This league is a meat grinder of speed and physical violence. It's a relentless, high-octane spectacle where goals are seized through raw athletic dominance. There is no room to breathe. Then there's Spain. This is the land of technique and pure innovation. Scoring a goal isn't enough, the fans demand artistry. It's a sanctuary for players who live for creativity and the thrill of the touch. Next, Italy. The home of tactical warfare and cunning. They built their legacy on the 1-0 aesthetic, the art of the perfect defense and the lethal counterattack. It's where absolute individual skill meets a brand new level of organizational discipline. Then, France. This league is the ultimate springboard for the world's rising stars. With a massive influx of capital in recent years, it's a high-speed highway to becoming the best in the business. Finally, Germany. The League of Logic. They treat football like a science where goals are the only metric that matters. It's a ruthless, efficient pursuit of the win. Oh, and Noel Noah, the man currently holding the title of the world's best striker, plays there. That's the basic breakdown. Choose your path. Whether you want to be a striker or something else, it's up to you. Ego paused, letting the weight of the decision sink in. This survival challenge in your chosen environment will be the final selection round before we lock in the U20 World Cup roster. Now pick your poison. Bet everything on your own vision. The screen went black. Kira's phone buzzed with a notification. 5 buttons appeared on the screen, each representing a league. He looked around to see what the others were thinking. I'm going with Germany, Igaguri declared, though he sounded like he was guessing. I feel like the vibe fits us better. I'm taking Spain, Otoya said without hesitation. It sounds like a passionate place. I like that energy. Italy is calling my name. The Florence Cathedral demands a certain level of glamour, Arias said, flicking his hair as he made his choice. France for me. It sounds like a smart league for a smart player, Zentetsa said, adjusting his glasses with a look of feigned intellectualism. Kira rolled his eyes. Whatever makes you happy, Mun. You guys are making these choices based on total stereotypes, Chidri noted, looking unimpressed. We don't exactly have a scouting report, Chidri. We have to go with our gut or our ego, Karasa said, shrugging his shoulders. Kira looked at the side screen. Each league had a cap of 9 players. It was first come, first served. Kira, what's your move? Chidri asked. Kira didn't have to think twice. I already know where I belong. I'm going to Italy. I want to dominate the tactical game. Mastering the system is how I'll crush everyone else. It sounded a bit different from the pure individualism Blue Lock usually preached, but Kira didn't see a conflict. If he controlled the tactics, he controlled the pitch. Chidri nodded in approval. I'm picking England. I want to see if my speed can cut it in a league that values raw power. I need to test my limits. Good luck, Princess, Kira said. What about you, Isajai? Isajai was staring at his phone, torn. My gut says England, but I've dreamed of playing in Germany since I was a kid. Because of Noel Noah? Kira asked. Isajai nodded. Noel Noah was his North Star. I'm also choosing England, Rio said, joining the conversation. A lot of my favorite clubs are there, and more importantly, the league smells like money. Sounds like a very Rio choice, Kira said. Me too. I heard the best player at trapping the ball is in England, Nagi added. That settled it, England was going to be a bloodbath with Chidri, Rio, and Nagi all in the same mix. Great. We're stuck together again, Rio muttered, though his eyes were bright with excitement. What's the problem? It'll be fun, Nagi replied, looking bored as usual. Kira glanced at Bakira's phone. Oh, you already picked. Spain. Yep. The land of speed and dribbling. Bakira chirped. It fits you perfectly, Bakira, Kira said. He truly believed it. Bakira's freestyle approach was a natural match for the Spanish aesthetic. Honestly, I don't think it matters which one we pick, Bakira said suddenly. The group looked at him, curious. Because no matter which path we take, the only thing that matters is that we've evolved by the time we see each other again. That's the only truth in this place, right? Bakira's gaze was steadier and more determined than anyone else's in the room. Kira smiled. He was right. I'll see you on the other side then. Let's see who's still standing when the dust settles. Don't forget to leave power stones, guys. I'm a little busy these days, but I'll try to drop a bonus chapter. 500 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter within an hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, The Neo-Egoist League. 1,377 words. Chapter 141, The Neo-Egoist League. The window for choosing a league slammed shut in a heartbeat. Everyone had locked in their path to evolution. Selection time is over. All players, proceed to the room corresponding to your chosen environment immediately, Ego's voice crackled over the speakers. Kira said his brief goodbyes to Bakira and the others before heading toward the entrance to the Italy Stratum. Style recognizes style. I knew I'd find you here. Aryu drifted toward the door with his usual grace. Aryu. Kira felt a surge of confidence. Having a former teammate he could trust made the transition into this unknown territory a lot easier. The most glamorous players always end up under the same roof, Aryu added, flicking a strand of hair behind his shoulder. Well, well. It looks like the two captains are on the same page for once. Oliver Aiku was leaning against the doorframe, looking as laid back as ever. He gave Kira a casual wave as if they were old friends meeting for a drink rather than rivals entering a war zone. Still got that white hair, huh, kid? A voice spat from behind Aiku. It was Shudo Sendo, looking like he was still nursing a massive grudge from the exhibition match. He was flanked by the former U-20 keeper, Gen Fukaku. Sendo looked like he wanted a piece of Kira right then and there. Small world, Aiku. Where's your shadow, Nayu? Kira asked, completely ignoring Sendo's posturing. People have their own paths. Just like your fan club isn't here either, Aiku replied with a knowing smirk. The two captains shared a silent moment of mutual respect. Kira was secretly thrilled. With Aiku anchoring the backline, he wouldn't have to waste a single thought on defense. He could dedicate every cell in his body to the hunt. Kira. Ikiniko arrived at the door, his eyes hidden behind his signature bangs. I'm not losing to you this time. I'm going to find a way to crush you from the inside out. I'll believe it when I see it, Nico. Just try not to turn into my sidekick while you're at it, Kira replied, flashing a sharp grin. TCH. I should have known you'd be here. The atmosphere in the hallway suddenly grew heavy. Shibiru stepped into view, his alpha energy practically vibrating off his skin. He looked at Kira like he was an insect in his kingdom. The king has arrived. Try to keep the noise down, Kira quipped. Baru just scoffed and looked away, clearly not interested in small talk. The final two players to round out the group of 9 were Hajime Nishioka and Yukio Ishikari. Once the roster was set, the heavy steel doors hissed open, and the group stepped into the Italy Stratum. Welcome, you diamonds in the rough. Welcome to the land of tactical warfare and the lethal counterattack. A massive hologram of Ego Jinpachi flickered to life in the center of the room. Whoa, what is this? Some kind of high-tech projection? Sendo asked, looking like he'd never seen a flat screen before. Kira was impressed. The facility looked like it had received a multi-billion-dollar facelift. Ego was clearly playing with some serious capital now. The top-tier club in Italy is Uber's. You will be training alongside their U-20 squad, Ego announced. The Uber's crest, bold black and white stripes with a massive U appeared on the screen. Finally. The Florence Cathedral. This is going to be so glamorous, Arias said, his eyes sparkling. He looked like he was ready to pack his bags for Europe. Wait, are we actually going overseas? Nico asked, looking skeptical. Hardly, Ego's hologram said, a hint of excitement touching his voice. It's the exact opposite. I've brought the world to you. I have built the 5 elite environments right here within Blue Lock. I have scouted 11 world-class rising stars from the top clubs of each league to act as your benchmarks. England has Moonshine City. Spain has FC Barça. France has PXG. Germany has Bastard Munchen. And Italy, of course, has Ubers. Your next goal is to fight your way into the starting 11 of these teams. And from this point on, I am stepping back. I will no longer be your coach. Instead, your guidance will come from the master strikers of these clubs. Let me introduce your mentor. Ego paused as a man stepped onto the stage in the hologram. He was a fit, professional-looking European with a calm but commanding presence. From Ubers, the crown messenger. The man who leads every team he joins to a league title. Mark Snuffy. Arya practically gasped, pointing at the screen with both hands. Kira remembered Arya mentioning Snuffy before, the guy was his absolute idol. The other rooms have their masters as well, Ego continued. Moonshine City has the perfect hero, Chris Prince. FC Barça has the master of dance, Lavinho. PXG has the prodigy, Julian Loki. And Bastard Munchen has the world's best striker, Noel Noah. Ego adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming. Now, listen to the rules of Phase 2. First, you will train under your master. You must earn their respect to be selected for the starting 11, which will be a mix of Blue Lock players and the club's original youth members. Once the rosters are set, you will compete in a round-robin tournament against the other strata. This is a war between 5 philosophies. Aiku's eyes sharpened. Interesting. So we finally get to go head-to-head with the guys who went to the other leagues. Exactly, Ego confirmed. But these matches have special rules. They are 3-goal cap matches. The first team to 3 wins. There are no limits on substitutions. And most importantly, each team can use their master striker for exactly 3 minutes per match. This is the star change system. The room was buzzing. The prospect of playing alongside or against the best strikers on the planet was a high that even the U-20 exhibition couldn't match. This is also the final selection for the U-20 World Cup, Ego added. After every match, I will release a ranking based on market value. At the end of the tournament, the top players on that list will form the official Japan U-20 squad. This is the project that will give birth to the world's greatest striker. This is the Neo-Egoist League. Ego's hologram vanished, leaving the players to process the madness. He really knows how to stir the pot, Aika said, a wild grin on his face. I knew Blue Lock was crazy, but this is a whole different level of insanity. I came here to beat you, Kira. I guess I'll just have to settle for outperforming you on the same team, Nico said, walking over to Kira and offering a fist bump. Don't hold your breath, Nico, Kira replied, meeting the bump. Mark Snuffy, who had been watching them with a quiet smile, suddenly gestured to his ears. He began speaking in English. Listen up, kids. Put on your translation earpieces before we start. What? What's the foreigner saying? Is he saying his ears hurt? I bet he wants us to clean them for him. That's a veteran power move, Sendo said, sounding like a total moron. Aiko looked like he wanted to die of embarrassment. Sendo, shut up. You're making the national team look like a joke. He's telling us to put on the earpieces Henry gave us, Kira said, pulling his own out of his pocket and fitting it into his ear as a demonstration. The others followed suit, fumbling with their gear. Snuffy watched them with an appreciative look, his gaze lingering on Kira for an extra second. Welcome, boys. I am the master of Ubers. My name is Snuffy, he said, his voice now crystal clear through the translation tech. Before we get into the drills, I have one question for you. What is football to you? The 9 members of the Italy Stratum, Ryosuke Kira, Shibaru, Jiyube Aryu, Oliver Aiku, Iki Niko, Shudo Sendo, Hajime Nishioka, Gen Fukaku, Yukio Ishikari. Need your power stones. 500 horsepower plus 1 bonus chapter within 1 hour. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 142, Football and the Paycheck. 1,239 words. Chapter 142, Football and the Paycheck. It's my dream, obviously. Shudo Sendo shouted the answer without a second thought. It is the only path for me. Aryu added, his voice uncharacteristically solemn. It is the one thing worth betting my entire life on, Aiku said, his expression focused and intense. Kira thought about it for a long moment. Honestly, he wanted to say it was just a damn good career path, but he kept that to himself for now. Snuffy nodded slowly. Right. Those are exactly the kinds of answers I expect from teenagers. But let me follow that up with another question. What happens if that dream fails? What if it never comes true? Huh? The group looked at him, stunned. That wasn't the kind of question they expected from a world-class master striker. Snuffy saw their confusion and pressed on. If you lose football tomorrow, what do you have left? Burning with passion for the game is fine. It is great, even. But what if a career-ending injury hits you? What if you just aren't good enough to make the cut? What do you do then? Silence fell over the room. Everyone there had come to Blue Lock fueled by nothing but raw ambition and obsession. None of them had bothered to think about a plan B. Life without the pitch was a concept they refused to entertain. Kira thought back to his previous life. If the dream died, you just clawed your way through a miserable existence until the clock ran out. It wasn't a pretty thought. If you can't answer that question, Snuffy said, breaking the silence, then you are nothing more than amateurs living in a fantasy world. Winning is the duty of a professional. We get paid to produce results. We eat because we win. You cannot run away from that reality. Football is a job. The statement hit the room like a physical blow. A job? That sounded so clinical. So corporate. Was he really comparing the beautiful game to a 9-to-5 in some office? Try looking at Ubers as a corporation. The matches are the business operations. And you? You are the employees hired to execute the plan. As Snuffy spoke, holographic tactical charts began to bloom in the air around them. Detailed data points on every player's physical specs, habits, and optimal positioning flickered into view. I have designed every play, every offensive rotation, and every defensive lockdown based on the data of every person in this room, Snuffy explained. Sendo stared at his own profile, his eyes widening. This is insane, it's got my entire style broken down to the millimeter. Kira swiped through his own tactical report. Dribbling, speed, and finishing are all elite, capable of filling any role on the pitch, optimal position, striker. A kaleidoscope-style offense that allows for a goal from any scenario. The evaluation, all-around center forward. You really know your stuff, Snuffy, Kira thought, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Based on this report alone, he decided Snuffy was officially the best mentor in the facility. Aiku's heterochromatic eyes scanned his own data, a spark of genuine interest lighting up his face. Did you put all of this together yourself? It was clear the captain was impressed by the sheer depth of the analysis. If you memorize these patterns and execute them without hesitation, you win. It is that simple, Snuffy said. And if we lose because a variable appeared that was not in my library? Then the responsibility falls on me. I am the CEO. I take the hit, not the employees. Oh my God, Kira thought, feeling almost moved. This guy was a dream boss. In his past life, the higher-ups took all the credit for success and shoved all the blame onto the employees. Snuffy was a world-class leader who actually stood by his team. Be workaholics. Become machines dedicated to the tactic. The second Snuffy finished his sentence, a line of players in Uber's tracksuits stepped forward, standing with military precision. Yes, sir, they shouted in unison. Kira studied the newcomers, the Uber's youth prospects. They were all built like tanks, looking far more physically imposing than the average high schooler. One of them, a guy with a mouth full of gold teeth, noticed Kira looking and flashed a jagged, predatory grin. Ugh. That's a lot of gold. And he looks like a zombie, Kira thought, quickly looking away. He was used to the pretty boy aesthetics of Blue Lock. This guy was a whole different kind of ugly. Shudo Sendo, usually so cocky, looked pale. He was starting to realize that life under Snuffy was going to be a grueling, high-pressure grind. Glamorous, Arya whispered, looking energized. It's like an elite military unit. Ha! Looks like we landed in a serious place, Captain Kira, Aika said, leaning over to share his thoughts. Kira nodded. He was busy scrolling through Snuffy's tactical library. The Mun had developed a system that maximized every individual's talent while keeping them within a rigid, winning structure. If they could pull this off, they would be unstoppable. Nico was reading just as intently. If I can master this system, the level of my evolution will be astronomical, he thought, his eyes sharp behind his bangs. I'm in, Arias said. He was already a Snuffy fanboy, he didn't need much convincing. Fine. Let's do it, Sendo added, looking like he was bracing for a storm. When in Rome, Aika noted with a shrug. Kira nodded in agreement, but his gaze drifted to Baru. The king was vibrating with a visible, dangerous irritation. This wasn't the kind of football Baru wanted. You're telling me football is just a job? Baru's voice was a low growl. He stepped out from the group, hands stuffed deep in his pockets. I don't play for a paycheck. I don't play to be a damn cog in your machine. Hey, Baru, wait. Aiku called out. But Baru didn't listen. He turned his back on the group and walked straight out of the room. Snuffy watched him go, a small, intrigued smile on his face. What an interesting kid. Don't worry about him for now. The rest of you, follow me to the training center. We start with the fundamentals. Snuffy led the way, the Uber's youth players falling in line. Kira was about to follow when the gold-toothed player suddenly intercepted him. This guy really is a zombie, Aiku muttered under his breath. The player stopped in front of Kira and flashed that golden grin again. Nice to finally meet you, Ryosuke Kira. I'm Don Lorenzo from the Uber's Academy. It's an honor to stand before our new king. New king? What is he talking about? Kira was totally lost. He looked towards Snuffy for an explanation, but the master had already turned the corner with a cryptic smile. Good for you, Kira. You already picked up a new fan, Aiku said, slapping Kira on the shoulder. Kira sighed. I'm not a king. The guy who just walked out is the one with the crown obsession. Lorenzo gave a strange, rattling laugh. You'll see. Soon enough. Let's get to work. Catch you on the pitch. Lorenzo drifted away with a weird, disjointed gait. Kira and Aiku shared a look of pure confusion. That guy is a freak, Kira muttered. Yeah, but in this place, that probably means he's dangerous, Aiku replied. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Candidate for the Throne. 1,229 words. Chapter 143, Candidate for the Throne. Once they hit the training pitch, Snuffy didn't waste any time. He handed out tactical manuals and expected everyone to follow them to the letter. The Uber's Academy players moved like they had been doing this since birth, executing complex link-up plays that were a total blur of efficiency. This is insane. They're like tactical machines. Are we really expected to turn into robots like that? Sendo looked half impressed and half terrified. The idea of playing without a single original thought felt suffocating. We're here to learn, Sendo. This guy is a world-class ace for a reason. There's a logic to this system, and I'm going to master it, Nico said. His eyes were sharp, already dissecting the formations. He knew exactly why he was here, to evolve. To speed up the integration process, Snuffy started mixing the groups. He paired the Blue Lock guys with the Uber's veterans for drills. To Kira's surprise, the Italians were actually decent guys. They weren't gatekeeping or acting elitist, they actively worked to help the newcomers find their rhythm. It was a professional environment through and through. Kira spent the session absorbing the Uber's tactical DNA, feeling out how the gears turned within Snuffy's machine. By the time the sun went down, the official session was over, but most of the guys looked like they wanted to keep going. Snuffy reminded them that the first match was still 10 days away. He was confident that 10 days was all it would take to turn them into a cohesive unit. The living arrangements were just as calculated. Snuffy assigned roommates in pairs, one Uber's Academy player with one Blue Lock player. It was a forced social experiment designed to build chemistry off the pitch. As fate would have it, Kira's roommate was the gold-toothed zombie himself, Don Lorenzo. Kira didn't see the guy in the room after dinner, though. After a quick breather, Kira geared back up and headed back to the field. He had 2 fresh attribute trial cards, Snuffy's and Lorenzo's, and there was no way he was letting them go to waste. Back on the pitch, Kira decided to test drive Lorenzo's style first. He whispered the activation. Don Lorenzo attribute trial card activated successfully. Immediately, Kira felt a strange sensation in his neck, like it had elongated an inch. His entire gait shifted into something jarring and disjointed. Damn, I really am a zombie now. He started moving with the ball, and it was unsettling. His limbs felt loose, almost floppy, but the sudden bursts of speed were undeniable. It was a high-level defensive style, but it looked like a horror movie in motion. I am never using this unless it is a life-or-death situation, Kira thought, watching his reflection in the glass of the pitch entrance. It's a total vibe killer. 10 minutes later, he switched gears and activated the Snuffy card. Mark Snuffy attribute trial card activated successfully. The change was instantaneous. This was unlike any other world-class card Kira had used before. When he'd used Loki's or Blake's cards, it felt like becoming a sharpened blade, pure, lethal edge. Snuffy's style was different. It was fluid. It felt like moving through water, soft but irresistible. It was like the pitch had turned into a grappling mat. Kira felt a level of synchronization with the ball he had never experienced. His ball retention skyrocketed, and every pass or shot felt effortless and weighted to perfection. His mind felt sharper, too, processing the field like a grandmaster at a chessboard. So this is Snuffy. Kira lost himself in the sensation, pushing his body to match the rhythm of a world-class playmaker. He didn't notice that Snuffy had been standing in the shadows of the player tunnel, watching him for several minutes. Well, well. That footwork looks awfully familiar, Snuffy said, his voice echoing in the quiet stadium. Snuffy walked out onto the grass, his eyes bright with genuine shock. The way this kid was moving, the fluid ball control, the effortless transitions, it was a mirror image of his own habits. Is this kid actually a superfan? Snuffy wondered. He felt a swell of pride. Even thousands of miles away in Japan, he had a fan who had studied his tape so closely he could replicate the flow of his game. Snuffy had come to Japan with a specific goal in mind. He was planning to retire and transition into coaching after winning the Scudetto with Ubers this season. He wanted to find a successor before he hung up his boots. Lorenzo was elite, but he was a specialist. He didn't have the offensive ceiling Snuffy was looking for. But the boy standing in front of him, he was something else. That's some beautiful technique, Snuffy said, closing the distance. But tell me something. Are you intentionally trying to play exactly like me? Kira stopped the ball, breathing hard. He turned to see his mentor approaching. Coach. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I've watched a lot of your matches on TV. I always loved your style, so I thought I'd try to work some of that fluidity into my own game, Kira said. It was a half-truth, but it sounded a lot better than explaining the system. Snuffy's grin widened. The data says your finishing is the best in this squad. You're the most efficient striker I've got. So, I've got a proposal for you. How would you like to be the king of this team? Kira blinked, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. Wait, what? I just got here. He'd expected Lorenzo to be the weird one, but the coach was moving even faster. They had just met today, and now he was offering the crown. I'm honored that you'd even consider me, coach, Kira said, choosing his words carefully. But I'm the new guy. If you just hand me the keys to the castle after one day, the locker room might turn into a war zone. Snuffy shook his head. Ubers isn't a locker room. It's a company. And in this company, we follow the data. I've seen what you can do. In terms of pure value, only Lorenzo is on your level, and his finishing is nowhere near yours. The position is open. But you aren't the only candidate. Kira raised an eyebrow. Oh? That Baru kid. I see something in him. His numbers aren't as polished as yours, but he has a raw aggression that I like. He's got that hunger. Kira nodded. He knew Baru was likely fuming in his room right now, hating every second of this corporate football. Before I put you on the short list for the throne, I need to ask you something, Snuffy said. He didn't wait for Kira to agree. He just stared him down with a gaze that felt like it was stripping away his layers. Ryosuke Kira. Let me guess. You think you're a high and mighty genius, don't you? A/N, I know I've been away for a while. Some unexpected urgent matters came up and took most of my time, which is why I couldn't upload new chapters. The good news is that I'm returning to regular updates like before, one chapter every day. You can support me with Power Stones and increase my motivation. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Refusal. 1,331 words. Chapter 144, The Refusal. Huh? Snuffy's question caught Kira completely off guard. A genius. Kira had never actually seen himself as a genius in the traditional sense. Everything he had achieved up to this point was built on the foundation of his system. A genius? No. To me, geniuses are just the fuel I burn to keep my engine running. Snuffy watched Kira's silence, assuming he had hit the nail on the head. He continued, his voice dropping into a more personal register. Listen. Aside from being a footballer, you are just a regular guy. If you lose sight of that, you will always be an amateur at heart. If you don't understand that, you will end up looking down on everyone who wasn't born with your gifts. But talent is just a roll of the dice, a gift from your DNA. If you don't respect the responsibility that comes with it, you'll never make it as a pro. Kira realized what was happening. Snuffy was afraid Kira's ego would lead him to a dead end. Kira took a long, steady breath. Snuffy, I think you're worrying about the wrong things. Talent is something you're born with, I can't change that. But I don't take it for granted. If the universe decided to give me a seat at the table, I am going to make the most of it. I am going to eat every last bite on that plate and leave it spotless. I won't waste a single drop of my potential. Kira's gaze was hard, filled with a cold, iron-willed determination. Snuffy actually laughed. You really aren't like the other geniuses I've met. Most of them are so full of themselves they think they're untouchable. They think they're gods right up until the moment they hit the pavement. I like you. I wish I had your perspective when I was 18. Snuffy's expression clouded over, a shadow of grief passing through his eyes. He went quiet for a moment before deciding to open up. When I was your age, I bet everything on my talent. I had a best friend, and we had the same dream. We made it big. We had the money, the fame, the lifestyle. We thought we were the kings of the world, and we never doubted for a second that we would stay there forever. But we blew it. The pain on Snuffy's face was raw. Kira didn't say a word, he just listened. He hadn't realized this world-class superstar carried such a heavy burden. We stopped training. We got lazy. Our form tanked and we tried to force it on the pitch, which led to injuries. The scandals followed. We were dropped from the starting lineup, and the fall from grace happened in the blink of an eye. My friend couldn't handle the crash. He fell into a hole he couldn't climb out of, and he took his own life. Snuffy had regained his composure, speaking now as if he were discussing a plot in a book rather than his own life. So here is what I need to know. Ryosuke Kira, if you woke up tomorrow and you weren't a genius anymore, would you still like the person staring back at you in the mirror? The question hit Kira like a freight train. He stood there in the quiet pitch, unable to find the words. That question went straight to his deepest insecurities. The shadow of his previous life, that mediocre, struggling existence, still loomed over him. He had spent so long being the best at Blue Lock that he had forgotten what it felt like to be nobody. He couldn't even visualize a world where he was just a regular guy again. Snuffy. I'm sorry. I can't answer that right now. Snuffy looked surprised by the honesty. Most kids would have given a canned, heroic answer. At least you're being real with me. Think about it. Keep it in the back of your mind. In the meantime, I still want you to be the candidate for the king of Ubers. You have the potential to lead this company to the top. Kira shook his head, clearing his mind of the heavy thoughts. He looked Snuffy in the eye. I appreciate the offer, coach. Truly. But I have to refuse. Oh? Snuffy raised an eyebrow. He clearly hadn't expected a no. Your tactical system is incredible, and I want to learn everything you have to teach about execution and efficiency, Kira said firmly. But your vision for the king is too rigid. It's a blueprint that doesn't allow for variables. I don't want to be a piece on your board. I don't want to be a king that you manufactured. A throne isn't something someone gives you. It's something you take for yourself. And honestly, coach, it sounds like you're afraid of the future. Snuffy froze, the words hanging in the air. Kira realized he might have been a bit too blunt, so he decided to make a quick exit before the awkwardness settled in. He gave a respectful nod and jogged out of the training center. What the hell? Are you guys serious? The entire Uber's squad was standing right outside the door. They hadn't even tried to hide the fact that they were eavesdropping. Lorenzo drifted over, flashing his gold-plated grin. I called the meeting. I know exactly what's going on in the coach's head, so I figured everyone should hear the drama. Thanks for nothing, Kira thought, feeling a headache coming on. Man, you've got some serious balls, Ika said, his tone a mix of mockery and genuine respect. I don't know if I could have turned down a guaranteed promotion like that. TCH. I guess you aren't a total puppet after all, Bru muttered. He looked almost satisfied. He had expected Kira to fall in line with Snuffy's corporate football, but seeing him push back made Bru feel like he wasn't the only one in the room with a spine. The next 2 days of training followed the same routine. Snuffy didn't mention the conversation again, and his professional attitude toward Kira didn't change. He treated everyone like an employee, exactly as he had promised. That evening, Kira was in the common room, trying to get through a yoga session with Bru. It was an unofficial meeting of the anti-coach club. Lorenzo walked in carrying a massive bowl of popcorn. Forget the stretching. Let's watch a movie. Without waiting for an answer, Lorenzo swapped the relaxing nature footage on the big screen for a gory horror flick. Change it back, Gold Tooth. I'm in the middle of a set. Do it now or I'll bury you. Baru snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. Lorenzo ignored him, shoving a handful of popcorn into his mouth. Kira-chan, you're the talk of the town. Snuffy really wants you to take over. Don't eat that in here. You're dropping crumbs everywhere, you slob. Baru's veins were bulging in his neck. He couldn't stand the mess. Lorenzo continued to ignore the king, moving closer to Kira. Snuffy is the crown messenger for a reason. He's won every league he's ever played in. He's only playing right now to fulfill the dream he had with his dead friend. Baru was vibrating with rage. Why are you talking to us? Clean up your mess. If he wins the title with Ubers this season, he's retiring. He said it before the season even started. That's why he's so desperate to find a striker who can take his place. The room went quiet. Baru's anger momentarily stalled as the information sank in. Kira finally understood the urgency in Snuffy's voice. The man wasn't just looking for a player, he was looking for a legacy. He wanted to leave the game knowing that the throne he'd built wouldn't crumble the moment he stepped away. Need your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, The Predator. 1,237 words. Chapter 145, The Predator. Take a look at these beauties. Pure gold, baby. Lorenzo unhinged his jaw, flashing a mouth full of high-carat metal. Both Kira and Baru immediately recoiled, their faces contorted with pure disgust. Get the hell away from me. Stay back, you freak. Baru sounded like he was fighting the urge to gag as he shoved Lorenzo away. Kira was just as speechless. He couldn't wrap his head around why someone would intentionally ruin their face like that. At 17 or 18, Lorenzo looked like a walking horror show, and the gold grill only made his already questionable look 10 times worse. Yeah, I get it. I'm not exactly a high society guy, Lorenzo said, shrugging with a lazy, disjointed motion. I was a street rat. My parents tossed me out like yesterday's trash. I spent my life doing whatever it took to survive, mostly scamming every lowlife adult I could find just to see tomorrow. Kira and Baru both froze. They had both grown up in stable, comfortable homes. The kind of grit Lorenzo was describing was something they'd only seen in movies. Still, Kira couldn't help but wonder. Now that Lorenzo was the defensive centerpiece for Ubers, how the hell did he transition from a gutter-dwelling thief to a world-class prospect? So, what happened? How did you end up in a place like Ubers? Kira asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Well, I was basically at death's door. The street life had chewed me up, and was getting ready to spit me out. Then Snuffy appeared, Lorenzo said, his eyes reflecting a rare moment of sincerity. He walked right up to me and asked if I wanted to play soccer. I didn't care about the game, though. I just wanted a payday. I told him I'd do it if he gave me cash. I looked at him and figured he was just another crazy adult I could squeeze, so I went for the throat. I told him I'd only play if he paid for a dentist to rip out my rotten, starving teeth, and replace them with solid gold. Lorenzo grinned again, looking incredibly proud of his younger self's audacity. And Snuffy actually did it. He took a kid from the gutter to a dentist and paid for a gold grill. Kira asked, already guessing the answer. Bingo. How'd you know? Maybe you're just as twisted as I am, Lorenzo laughed, his gold teeth catching the light. Okay, so Snuffy has a savior complex. What does that have to do with us? Are we supposed to feel sorry for you? Baru barked. He wasn't interested in a pity party, he wanted results. Lorenzo's smile shifted into something sharper, more predatory. The point is, Snuffy doesn't throw away talent. He's a madman who's willing to hand us a future on a silver platter, okay? Kira and Baru fell silent. It was obvious that Lorenzo didn't just respect Snuffy, he worshipped the man who had pulled him out of the grave. Knock. Knock. The door creaked open and Snuffy stood there, watching the three of them with a calm, professional gaze. Time for the night session, boys. On it, coach. Woof woof. Lorenzo barked like a loyal hound and sprinted out the door. Snuffy looked at Kira and Baru for a second before turning to leave. Tonight was tactical training for Ubers, a step up from the basic drills they'd been doing. Since Kira had already turned down the role of successor, and Baru was still at war with the corporate philosophy, Snuffy hadn't made the session mandatory for them. Hey, wait. Snuffy. Kira called out. Baru shot Kira a surprised look. Let us in. I'm not interested in being your little heir, and I'm still not a fan of being a cog in a machine, but I'm ready to learn. I'm going to use your system to make myself a better striker, and then I'm going to surpass you, Kira said. He had made up his mind. He was in Italy to get stronger, and Snuffy was the best teacher on the planet. Deal. Consider the contract signed, Ryosuke Kira. Snuffy smiled, looking like he'd expected this all along. He turned his gaze to Baru. And you? Still planning to hold out on my vision? TCH. You folded fast, Kira, Baru muttered, looking annoyed. But the hunger in his eyes was undeniable. Snuffy, can you actually make me the king of the world? Kira was stunned. Baru's ambition was still as massive and arrogant as ever. Ha ha ha. Now that is what I like to hear. Snuffy laughed out loud. Baru's face reddened instantly. What the hell is so funny? Sorry, little king, Snuffy said, wiping a tear from his eye. But maybe you should worry about beating the guy standing next to you before you start talking about the world. Baru looked like he was about to explode. Snuffy had hit him right where it hurt. Kira was the only player in Blue Lock that Baru actually respected as a rival, and being told he wasn't even the best in the room was a bitter pill to swallow. Great, Snuffy. You just painted a target on my back, Kira thought. The old man is a master at psychological warfare. All right, enough talk. You both have the potential to be elite. Let's get to work. Show me what you geniuses can do. For the next few days, Kira and Baru were put through a specialized striker program. While the rest of the team worked on link-up play, the two of them were placed in front of the net, surrounded by high-speed robotic defenders and shifting barriers. Focus. Wait for the opening, Kira thought, wiping sweat from his eyes. This was the first time he'd ever trained like this. It was tactical, psychological, and physically demanding. The team is going to be your support system. I'm arranging the tactics so the ball finds you, Snuffy explained as he paced behind them. But once you have the ball, you need to learn how to hunt the keeper. You're not just shooting. You're playing a game of chicken. Snuffy's lesson was simple: if a world-class keeper sees your wind-up, they'll save it. You have to be more than a striker. You have to be a predator. He wanted them to develop predator vision, the ability to ignore the ball, and the defenders for a split second to watch the goalkeeper's eyes. You wait for that 1 microsecond where their focus wavers, where their pupils flicker, or where they shift their weight. That is when you strike. Kira felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the missing piece. He wasn't just learning to shoot, he was learning to kill the keeper's confidence. Training is over. Everyone in. Snuffy called out, standing at the entrance to the facility. Our first match is officially locked in, Snuffy announced once the group gathered. Kira stopped his drills, his heart starting to race. Who are we up against? Snuffy rubbed his chin, a playful glint in his eyes. We're facing Julian Loki's squad, PXG. I believe you have some history with their players. A couple of guys named Itoshi Rin and Ryusei Shido, right? Kira's grin was wide, his eyes glowing with an intense, competitive light. The rematch of the century. Let's go. Let's go. I need your power stones. Chapter 146, Chapter 146 PXG. 1315 words. Chapter 146 PXG. A few days later, the air in the Blue Lock Central Stadium locker room was thick with the scent of liniment and raw tension. The Ubers squad had arrived early, every player vibrating with the kind of nervous energy that preceded a war. First off, the men between the sticks. Kanali, you've got the start in goal. Gen Fukaku, you're on standby, Snuffy announced, his voice cool and detached as he mapped out the day's strategy. Gen Fukaku felt a sharp sting of frustration. As the former U20 goalkeeper, he'd expected to walk into a starting spot, but the reality of the Neo-Egoist League was a punch to the gut. The Ubers Academy keeper outclassed him in almost every metric. He was stuck on the bench, a backup in a world that only valued the elite. Moving to the back line. Lorenzo, you're the heart of our defense, Snuffy continued. We've all seen your vision and your physical dominance. You know exactly how much weight is on your shoulders today, right? Lorenzo flashed his signature gold-plated grin, radiating a twisted sword of confidence. The back line is my territory, coach. Consider it a dead zone for the other team. Okay. Snuffy gave a satisfied nod. He trusted Lorenzo's instincts. As long as the eccentric defender stayed locked in, the opposition was going to find out that trying to score on Ubers was like trying to run through a brick wall. The wingbacks will be Ariu and Aiku. Ready. On it. Aiku and Ariu exchanged a glance, their pulses quickening. Making the starting 11 for the first match was a massive win. Aiku felt a surge of pride. The former U20 captain wasn't about to let his reputation die in this new environment. He'd held onto his spot, and that was all that mattered. With Ariu's massive reach and vertical dominance paired with Aiku's legendary defensive IQ, they were the perfect shields for Lorenzo. This was the strongest defensive wall Ubers could muster. And at defensive mid. Aki Nico. Nico's eyes sharpened behind his bangs. He'd made the cut. Kira watched the selection process with a calculating eye. Snuffy wasn't playing favorites or respecting seniority, he was putting the best players on the pitch, period. The fact that he was starting so many Blue Lock players in the debut match showed he was a man who prioritized results over everything else. The rest of the midfield will be Abdi, Drago, Perron, and Rico. The 4 players Snuffy named were all Ubers Academy products. Kira had spent enough time training with them to know their faces, but they were still largely unknown quantities to him. They were efficient, professional, and perfectly integrated into the system. Snuffy paused for a second before announcing the final 2 names. Finally, leading our attack. Our dual strikers, Shibaru and Ryosuke Kira. Sendo's face crumpled. He'd been cut from the starting lineup, and in that moment, his dream of marrying a Hollywood star felt like it had drifted another mile out of reach. That's the squad. Stick to the tactical blueprints we've drilled. I've got a few more specifics to emphasize before we head out, Snuffy said, his tone commanding as he began the final briefing. Kira and the rest of the team hung on every word. This was the debut of the Ubers philosophy, and in this league, the first impression was everything. All right, employees. Time to get to work. Go out there and earn your paycheck, Snuffy said, clapping his hands. Yeah. The roar from the locker room was deafening. The tunnel felt like a pressure cooker. As the Ubers squad emerged onto the pitch, Kira's eyes immediately swept across the opposing side. He spotted Rin, Nanace, and Tokimitsu. They'd all secured starting spots. But then his gaze shifted to the bench, and he froze. Shido Ryusei was sitting there, leaning back and waving at him with a manic grin. What the hell? Kira thought. Shido isn't starting. Are you kidding me? He looked closer. Karasu and Zantetsu were on the pine too. If freaks of that caliber weren't in the starting 11, then the PXG Academy players must be absolute monsters. Kira felt a thrill of genuine curiosity. He'd heard Snuffy and Loki's scouting reports in his head earlier, but seeing the talent gap in person was something else entirely. "Hey, Rin. Long time no see," Kira said, offering a casual greeting to the cold-eyed striker. Rin stared through him, his expression as frozen as a winter morning. He didn't say a word. Typical Rin. "Hey, Kira. It's been a while." Nanace, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement. "Good to see you, Nanace." "Congrats on making the start," Kira said, and he meant it. Nanace's technical skills had always been a bit rough around the edges, so seeing him in the lineup meant he'd been grinding like a madman. "Rin and I have been putting in work to take you down, Kira. Watch out." Nanace chirped. Rin shot Nanace a lethal glare, and the boy instantly shut up. Kira just smirked. The pre-game pleasantries were over. The Neo-Egoist League match between Ubers and PXG is officially underway. The buzzer screamed through the pitch. PXG had the opening possession, and they moved with a terrifying level of fluidity from the first second. Rin was the focal point of the attack, but the French squad's chemistry ensured he was always supported by a numerical advantage. Kira tested their perimeter, trying to pick off a pass or disrupt the flow, but their ball movement was surgical. Realizing he wasn't going to get a cheap turnover, Kira dropped the high press and retreated toward the center circle. Ubers was built for the counterattack. His job was to wait for the defense to do their work, and then explode into the space they created. He noticed Nanace was acting like Rin's shadow, a dedicated bodyguard clearing lanes and providing an outlet. Even more surprising was Nanace's footwork. He was using his left foot for high-precision passes that he never could have pulled off before. The kid had found his niche. "Shut him down." Nico shouted from his position, directing the defense as Rin drove deeper into their half. Drago and Perron moved in to sandwich the ace. Rin had Tokimitsu and Nanace wide for an easy outlet, but he ignored them both. Instead, he fired a hard, low pass backward into the midfield. An European boy with a youthful face, the number 6, stepped into the path of the ball. "Who is this kid?" Nico's instincts flared. The boy gave off a vibe that was dangerously composed. Nico tried to close the gap, but he was too far out. The number 6 didn't even take a touch to settle. The moment the ball hit his laces, he unleashed a booming long-range pass. Nico's head whipped around. The ball soared over the entire Ubers midfield, a perfect arc that eviscerated their legendary defensive structure. It was a masterpiece of a delivery. Rin, who had ignited into a sprint the moment he released the back pass, was already at the drop point. Crap, Nico thought, his heart hammering. Rin was in his kill zone. Was Ubers really going to concede in the first 5 minutes? Rin trapped the ball with clinical perfection, his eyes locked on the corner of the net. He wound up for the strike, but then a voice cut through the air. "Nice lashes." A disjointed, spindly leg lashed out from nowhere. Lorenzo had ghosted into the lane, sniping the ball right off Rin's foot before he could pull the trigger. Rin's eyes widened in genuine shock. He stared at the man with the gold teeth. Who the hell is this? How did he read that? For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Dual Kings. 1181 words. Chapter 147, The Dual Kings. Beautifully done, Lorenzo. On the bench, Snuffy leaned back with a satisfied smirk. This was exactly what Lorenzo was paid for. He was the ace eater, the man who existed solely to devour the center of the opposition's story. Across the technical area, Julian Loki rested his chin on his hand, his eyes tracking the play with calculated interest. On the pitch, Rin stood frozen for a split second, his mind racing. He couldn't wrap his head around what kind of freak he was facing. "Ah. I saw right through you. Your pass was as predictable as a rerun, little contrarian," Lorenzo said. He completely ignored Rin, his eyes locking onto the boy with the number 6 jersey behind him. Charles. The 15-year-old prodigy midfielder. Charles gave a cheeky flick of his tongue. I've seen those gold teeth 1,000 times, Lorenzo, and they're still revolting. You should really consider not smiling. But I love smiling. It's good for business, okay. With those words, Lorenzo ignited. He started moving with that swaying, disjointed gait, the zombie dribble. Rin's expression darkened. To him, the movement looked like a taunt, a lack of respect for the game. He lunged forward to reclaim the ball. Counterattack, Ubers. Let's get to work. Lorenzo's body contorted in a way that defied physics. Rin lunged to intercept, but Lorenzo executed a grotesque, high-speed twist, sliding past Rin's flank before the striker could even plant his foot. What is with this guy? Nane scrambled to cover the gap, but Lorenzo didn't even slow down. Ugh. You look like a background extra, Lorenzo muttered, skipping past Nanace like he wasn't even there. Then came Tokimitsu, a wall of pure muscle. Even the human tank couldn't pin down the ghost like Lorenzo. On the sidelines, Karasu watched the display with wide eyes. He's a center-back, but he's carving through the middle of the pitch like a world-class playmaker, Karasu thought. But the real shock was yet to come. As Lorenzo crossed the center circle, the rest of the Ubers players moved in perfect synchronization with him. They operated as a single, multi-headed organism. The midfield didn't just support Lorenzo, they predicted his every move, clearing lanes and drawing defenders. Kira watched the play unfold. Exactly like the drills. The second Lorenzo snipes the ball, the gears start turning. It was a total system overhaul, leaving the French defense in a state of absolute chaos. Are you kidding me? He's already in the box. Karasu shouted. A defender leading a solo break into the final third was tactical madness, unless it worked. Shooting now, okay. Lorenzo squared his shoulders toward the goal, winding up for a strike. The PXG defenders swarmed him, desperate to block the lane. Rin had even managed to sprint back into the play. Not on my watch. Rin barked, throwing himself into the path of the shot. Lorenzo's lips curled into that jagged, golden grin. Rin felt a sudden chill. He realized too late, the defense had been lured in. Lorenzo's shooting motion vanished, replaced by a delicate, no-look pass. I'm right here. Charles appeared out of nowhere at the drop point, his timing impeccable. TCH. Not very okay, Lorenzo grumbled. He hadn't managed to shake the kid off. The 15-year-old had been tracking the entire play like a shadow. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryosuke Kira. Kira materialized at the drop point at the exact same moment. I'm faster, Charles said, but his smug expression shattered instantly. Kira launched himself into the air, reaching the ball first. He killed the momentum with his chest, letting it drop to his feet in a perfect aerial trap. It was Nagi's signature move, executed with clinical precision. Whoa, what are you, a circus performer? Charles asked, his shock turning into genuine fascination. I'm just getting started. Kira hit the ground and immediately executed a high-velocity Marseille turn. Charles was a genius, but against that level of raw speed and technical fluidity, his defense was a joke. Ugh. This is so embarrassing. I can't let you score, Kira. Tokimitsu wailed, finally catching up. He slammed his massive frame into Kira's side. The collision was a stalemate. Kira didn't go down, his physicality was high enough to absorb the impact. He stumbled for a fraction of a second but kept the ball under his spell, driving forward. This kid is a freak, Karasu thought from the bench. Even Shidu, who usually spent his time on the sidelines looking bored, sat up and opened his eyes. Kira-chan is still as messed up as ever, Shidu thought, his tongue licking his lips. Get ready, Karasu. The coach is about to put us in. What? Karasu looked at Julian Loki. The master striker's expression hadn't changed, and he hadn't signaled for a sub. Karasu looked back at the pitch. Was PXG really about to concede? Kira was being funneled toward the corner by Charles and Tokimitsu. He did a quick mental calculation. He could force the breakthrough, and his odds were good, but that wasn't how Ubers played. He decided to follow the system. Your turn, King. Kira unleashed a hard, arching cross into the center. Oh, it's for me. Lorenzo shouted, his voice drawing every remaining defender toward him like a magnet. But the ball sailed right past him. Baru, who had been ghosting in the shadows for the entire play, finally stepped into the light. Ruaa. With a guttural roar, the king met Kira's cross with a thunderous volley. With the entire PXG defense distracted by Kira and Lorenzo, Baru was completely unmarked. His shot was a cannon blast that tore through the French defense and nearly ripped the net off its hinges. 1-0, less than 15 minutes in, and Uber's interlocking tactics had produced a masterpiece. Nice hide and seek, Baru, Kira said, running over to give his teammate a high five. Baru's face was lit up with the fire of a man who had finally reclaimed his throne. Ha! He let out another roar toward the stands as the Uber's players swarmed him. Stylish, Arya noted, offering a nod. The pass was perfect but the execution was all tactical, Nico said, already resetting his mental map. On the sidelines, Julian Loki stood up and walked to the edge of the pitch. He spared a long, meaningful look at Snuffy. I thought Noel Noah was the only one I had to worry about in Japan, Loki thought. I should have respected the crown messenger. That was a beautiful setup. The dual king configuration. Kira was the king in the light, the obvious threat. But Baru was the king in the shadows, the one who actually delivered the execution. Loki turned back to his bench, requesting a substitution. Kira looked over, his eyes narrowing as he saw Shido Ryusei standing at the touchline, already warmed up and vibrating with manic energy. Shido was grinning at him, and though it was too far to hear, Kira could read his lips perfectly. I'm coming for you, Kira-chan. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Kira's Speed. 1165 words. Chapter 148, Kira's Speed. Oh. Looks like the other side is switching things up already. On the pitch, Ika noticed PXG signaling for a massive substitution. A triple sub this early. What is their coach thinking? Nico realized the situation was getting complicated. Loki had swapped out Rin, Nanace, and Tokimitsu for Shido, Karasu, and Zantetsu in one go. Kira, however, could see the logic behind the madness. Loki was clearly running a dual-system experiment. One was a clinical, Rin-centric offensive engine, and the other was a chaotic, Shido-centric assault. He was curious to see how the two systems differed in execution. Beep. Match restart. PXG possession. The game flared back to life, and the vibe of the French team shifted instantly. Their transition speed had become lethal. With Zantetsu's raw pace on the wing, Karasu's tactical vision, and Shido's predatory movement in the box, they were a different beast entirely. But Ubers was still Ubers. Their tactical depth was immense. Even against a brand new style, they adjusted on the fly. Got it. Nico executed a surgical interception in the back line, cutting off a pass from Charles intended for Shido. Hey, Bangs. Is it okay over there? Lorenzo spotted the turnover and immediately pushed up into the midfield, calling for the rock. Nico didn't hesitate, threading a pass toward the gold-toothed defender. Crap. I blew it. The second the ball left his foot, Nico felt a pit in his stomach. Out of nowhere, Karasu had ghosted into the lane, sniping the pass, and returning possession to the French side. Damn crow. Nico gritted his teeth, cursing his own lapse in focus. Yo. I was watching from the sidelines. That zombie shuffle of yours is pretty impressive, Karasu said, looking at Lorenzo with a cold, analytical gaze. Huh? Who are you supposed to be? Lorenzo didn't care for the chatter. He immediately began his disjointed, swaying press, hounding Carasso like a restless spirit. Nobody steals from the king of the zombie dance and gets away with it. Carasso felt the pressure instantly. He used his signature armbar to keep Lorenzo at bay, but the intensity of the man-marking was on a different level. Lorenzo's timing and center of gravity were perfect. Carasso was barely holding onto the ball, sweat already stinging his eyes. This was his first taste of a world-class defender in his own age group, and the pressure was nearly as suffocating as Kira's. I can't hold this. If I don't move it now, I'm dead. Carasso's brain was redlining. He saw the rest of the Uber's defense closing in like a synchronized trap. They didn't give him a second to breathe. Zantetsu. Carasso executed a sharp turn and fired a desperate pass toward the wing. The ball felt like a live grenade he was thrilled to get rid of. Zantetsu ignited. He trapped the ball and prepared to blow past the defense. Looking sharp, you little thief. Aiku was already there, mirroring his movement perfectly. Zantetsu wasn't exactly a strategic mastermind, but even he knew that trying to outmuscle or outmaneuver Aiku in a direct duel was a losing game. However, a small figure was already carving through the center. Charles. Zantetsu didn't overthink it, he fired a hard cross into the middle. They're fast. This offensive pattern has been drilled into their bones, Aiku thought, his brow furrowing. He realized the truth in that moment. The heart of PXG wasn't Rin or Shido. It was Charles, the 15-year-old playmaker. Charles didn't even look up to receive Zantetsu's pass. He met the ball and unleashed a first-time, long-range delivery. That's way too long. Where is he even aiming? Did the kid just choke? Aiku watched the arc of the ball, expecting a goal kick. But then his heart skipped a beat. Someone was already chasing the drop point. A shadow was sprinting at full tilt, head down, eyes fixed on the horizon. It was Shido Ryusei. Shut him down. Aiku felt a wave of cold regret. Charles hadn't missed, he had sent a precision-guided missile for Shido to chase. Shido's predatory instincts were in full bloom, as he hunted the ball like a manic hound. Aryu, despite his long stride, was being left in the dust. Just as Shido was about to reach the ball, a blur of motion eclipsed him. A figure ghosted past him, reaching the ball a split second faster. Shido's pupils dilated. No way. It was Kira. How? He was just at the other end of the pitch. The sheer velocity was staggering. Before Shido could even react, Kira had already killed the ball's momentum with his studs. Hey, Shido. Kira gave him a faint, mocking smile. Shido swallowed hard. For a second, looking at Kira's posture and the way he moved, he saw an afterimage of their mentor, Julian Loki. On the PXG bench, the atmosphere turned frozen. Rin's eyes were narrowed, his expression grimmer than ever. Is he finally done holding back? Tokimitsu's jaw was hanging open. He had never seen anyone move that fast, not in person. Kira, has he always been that quick? Rin stayed silent for a moment before giving a slow, reluctant nod. In a normal match, you never got to see Kira's top gear. But during the match against the World 5, Rin had seen it, a level of acceleration that could actually challenge the French prodigy himself. It was a memory burned into Rin's mind. Across the field, Snuffy stared at the pitch, his mouth open as if he wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. If his eyes weren't lying to him, Kira's burst of speed was almost a mirror image of Julian Loki's. Does this kid study everyone? Snuffy wondered, feeling a bit exasperated. How many people is he going to copy? Whoa, Kira-chan. I've never seen that trick before. Shido said, his voice a mix of shock and excitement. Then keep your eyes open. Try to keep up. Kira ignited. Swoosh. he transformed into a literal blur. In a heartbeat, he had put several yards between himself and Shidu. Shidu's shock instantly turned into a manic grin. "Wait for me." Shidu took off after him, but the chase was already over. "Hey, Kira. That is definitely not in the playbook." Aiku watched Kira's disappearing back, stunned. He'd expected a tactical build-up, but Kira had decided to take the entire French defense on a solo tour. Tactics. Who needs them? Kira was a force of nature. He tore through the PXG ranks like they weren't even there, weaving through defenders at a speed that made the world look like it was standing still. He reached the edge of the box and unleashed a violent, high-impact strike. The ball was a thunderbolt. The keeper didn't even have time to move his hands before the net was bulging. 2-0, the stadium went silent, the weight of that goal sinking in. That kid. Even Julian Loki's expression had turned deadly serious. Chapter 149, The Master Enters. 1,339 words. Chapter 149, The Master Enters. Inside the blue lock control room, Jinpachi Ego nearly choked on his cup of ramen. He spit the noodles back into the bowl, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Holy hell. Kira's speed, he has to be the fastest player in the country right now. Henry stood beside him, watching with a mix of concern and curiosity. What's wrong, Ego-san? Surprised by Kira's performance again, Ego realized he had lost his composure. He quickly grabbed a napkin and began cleaning up the mess with mechanical precision, his face returning to its usual mask of indifference. Please. Why would I be surprised? That was a standard play for someone of his caliber. I just ate too fast, and it went down the wrong pipe. Oh? Is that so? Henry didn't buy it for a second. The timing was too perfect. Kira scores a world-class goal, and suddenly the man who lives for efficiency is choking on noodles. He had been inhaling those things for months without an issue. Ego caught her skeptical look and felt a surge of professional pride. He wasn't about to admit he'd been rattled by a woman. He gave a firm, dismissive shake of his head. On the pitch. Nice one, Kira. That goal was absolute perfection. Nico and Arias sprinted from across the field to join him. I've gotta say, that speed. Totally stylish, Arias said. Since meeting Kira, his definition of style had been rewritten daily. The guy was a bottomless pit of potential. Nico looked at Kira with a gaze heavy with envy. Speed had always been his own weakness. Seeing Kira perform with such effortless perfection made his previous goals of beating him feel like a fantasy. Better to have a monster like that as a teammate, Nico thought. Facing him on the other side would be pure despair. Lorenzo swayed toward them, his expression twisted into something resembling a scowl. That wasn't okay, Kira. Not okay at all. That wasn't part of the tactical script we drilled. Hey, give him a break, Nico argued, stepping in to defend his captain. Kira raised a hand to quiet Nico. He knew he'd gone rogue. He'd seen Charles's dangerous pass and reacted on pure instinct, burning a Loki trial card to get back and save the play. He was about to explain himself when Lorenzo's face shifted. Lorenzo clapped Kira on the shoulder, flashing his gold-plated teeth. Next time, we're putting that into the playbook. If you can just outrun everyone, the rest of us can actually slack off once you've got the ball. High-speed security. I like it. Typical Lorenzo. Even at the pro level, the guy was looking for a way to coast. The rest of the Uber's squad swarmed in, laughing and cheering. The atmosphere was professional, high energy, and completely focused on the win. Over on the PXG bench, the silence was heavy. I knew it. He was always going to find the net, Nanace muttered. He'd seen the writing on the wall the moment Kira accelerated. Rin shot him a look of pure annoyance. It didn't take a genius to see that. Kira had moved like a rocket, nobody on the pitch could have touched him. Wait, Kira's coming over here, Tokimitsu whispered, his anxiety spiking. Under the confused stares of the French squad, Kira walked straight up to Julian Loki. The master striker, who had been sitting with his head down in thought, looked up. He locked eyes with the boy who was technically his peer in age, if not in status. You coming down to play, or what? Kira asked. It should have sounded like an insult, a challenge to a superior, but Kira said it with the casual confidence of an old friend inviting a buddy to a pickup game. Nana's jaw dropped. He knew about the star change rule that allowed masters to enter for 3 minutes, but he never expected Kira to have the ego to actually call one out. He glanced at Loki, expecting a dismissive remark. Instead, Loki smiled. It has been a while since I really stretched my legs. You've got a deal. Nana's felt like his brain was melting. Loki, the supernova of French football, had actually accepted the challenge. It was the coolest thing he had ever seen. Requesting a substitution, Loki called out to the cameras, shedding his warm-up jacket. He spared a glance at Rin and Tokimitsu. You two are with me. Let's go. Nana's blinked. Wait, what about me? On the Uber's bench, Sendo was losing his mind. Did that kid just call out the opposing master? Is that even allowed? Snuffy sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. He turned to the cameras as well. Fine. Requesting a substitution on our side, too. Sendo froze. Wait, coach is going in. We're actually doing this. Kira stood in the center circle, hands behind his head, watching the chaos at the sidelines with a look of total boredom, as if the entire spectacle had nothing to do with him. Pretty bold move, you fake king, Buru growled, his eyes alight with fire. He didn't care about the drama, he just wanted to see the big dogs hunt. PXG overhauled their entire look, shifting into a 3-4-1-2. Rin and Shidu took the front as a dual strike force, with Charles sitting just behind them as the playmaker. Loki, Tokimitsu, Karasu, and Zentetsu filled out a high-speed midfield, supported by 3 academy defenders. It was a terrifying lineup. Ubers shifted as well. They had drilled for this scenario. Kira took the lone striker spot at the top. Buru moved to the wing, and Nico pushed up into the CAM position. Snuffy dropped deep into the DMF role, acting as the team's anchor, while Lorenzo moved into a central pivot. With Snuffy and Lorenzo pushing the play, Ubers was no longer a defensive counterpuncher, they were an offensive juggernaut. Interesting, Loki noted, eyeing the new formation. Ubers is going to be a problem. Beep. Match restart. PXG had the ball. With Shidu, Rin, and Loki all on the pitch at once, the game's tempo hit a gear that made the previous minutes look like slow motion. They tapped the ball through the back line once before Karasu spotted the opening. He launched a booming long ball toward the flank. Loki was already there, waiting. He ignited like a rocket, tearing down the sideline. Oh! Loki hummed as Kira dropped back to meet him. The two of them blazed down the wing, shoulder to shoulder, turning the sideline into a private drag strip. Loki realized he couldn't just blow past him, so he abruptly killed his momentum and changed direction. Kira mirrored him perfectly, keeping his center of gravity low and his eyes on the ball. What? Kira is actually holding Loki back. Nanace shouted from the sidelines, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Loki's brow furrowed. It had only been a short time since their last encounter, but Kira had evolved. He was sharper, faster, and more composed. Don't stop now. We've got work to do, a voice said. Snuffy appeared out of the fog of the midfield, closing in on Loki to initiate a double team with Kira. You really look after your students, don't you, Snuffy? Loki said. He knew better than to get trapped by the crown messenger. He immediately fired a back pass to escape the pocket. Karasu received the ball, looking frustrated. Even with a master on the pitch, Ubers had forced them to retreat. How do we break this, he wondered. How do we find the opening in a team that has 2 kings and a god? I'd really appreciate some power stones. With your support, I'll try to get back to my old release schedule. Right now, even if it's not as fast as before, I'll keep updating at my own pace. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 150, Old Fraud. 1,270 words. Chapter 150, Old Fraud. Hey. You really think you can just stand there and sightsee while the world is moving? Nico ghosted into Karasu's blind spot like a silent shadow. While the crow was still trying to map out a miracle to break the stalemate, Nico was already hounding his heels. Damn it. For the first time, Karasu realized how infuriating the kid with the straight fringe could be. He had to redline his pace just to keep possession, eventually forced to dump the ball before he got swarmed. Too slow. Nico timed his lunge perfectly. His studs clipped the ball, sending the pass off course. It skittered toward the wing, turning into a 50-50 ball. Zantetsu and Lorenzo ignited instantly, a tangle of limbs and jerseys as they sprinted toward the drop point. Crap. Zantetsu thought. He had the raw, explosive power, but Lorenzo was a different kind of monster. The gold-toothed freak was wearing a twisted, taunting grin. He didn't look like he was moving that fast, yet he was glued to Zantetsu's side like a restless spirit. Fast legs, 0 brain cells. Easy money, okay. Lorenzo reached for the ball, confident he had the angle, but then his entire world tilted. He felt a massive weight slam into his center of gravity. Thud. The sound of bone hitting muscle echoed. Out of nowhere, Tokimitsu had crashed into the play. Even a pro like Lorenzo was sent stumbling, his balance momentarily shattered. Where did this tank come from? Lorenzo wondered. He had spotted the muscle-bound boy earlier, but after seeing Kira absorb a hit from him, Lorenzo had naively assumed he could handle the impact too. He was wrong. The kid was a human brick wall. Now, Zantetsu. Go. Nane screamed from the bench, his voice cracking with excitement. Good look, Tokimitsu. Zantetsu shouted, finally getting a name right in the heat of the moment. He capitalized on Lorenzo's stumble, flicking the ball into the center for Charles. 2 Ubers defenders swarmed the prodigy immediately, but Charles didn't flinch. His eyes flashed with a cold, analytical light as he unleashed a long-range delivery toward the box. Every PXG attacker moved in unison. Rin and Shido toward the drop point, but they weren't the targets. Charles was aiming for the biggest shark in the tank, Julian Loki. Loki had started the play dozens of yards away, but in a second, he was exactly where he needed to be. It was world-class velocity, the kind of speed that made the air feel heavy. Loki wound up, eyes on the ball, ready to end the match. Then Snuffy appeared. Speed like that is a crime. I almost couldn't keep up, the master said, stepping perfectly into Loki's shooting lane and shutting down the angle. You're a real pain in the ass for a guy headed to a retirement home, Crown Messenger, Loki noted. He didn't look surprised, he knew he was facing a god of football. Loki didn't skip a beat. The moment Snuffy closed the gap, Loki shifted his weight, executing a lightning-fast inside cut. Snuffy's eyes widened in genuine admiration. The kid was the real deal, not a single wasted movement. But Snuffy wasn't a legend by accident. His movements looked slower, almost casual, yet he was always exactly where Loki wanted to go. For a few seconds, the pitch became a private stage for the 2 masters. The rest of the players stood back, realizing that stepping into this duel was a suicide mission. Loki clicked his tongue. He knew that wasting his 3 minutes in a stalemate with Snuffy was a tactical failure. He needed a result, not a highlight reel. With a sharp feint, he played the ball out to the side. Looks like the old dog still has some bite, Snuffy said, hands on his hips. Bite? You're in your prime, you old fraud, Loki muttered, clearly annoyed. Charles, the one person who truly understood his master's rhythm, reacted instantly. He snatched the loose ball and fired a first-time cross into the goal mouth. "Go for it, Mr. Lashes," Charles chirped. The cross was a masterpiece. Rin had ghosted into a pocket of space while everyone else was mesmerized by the master duel. He was wide open. Damn it. Aryu cursed himself. He had been so focused on Loki that he'd lost track of the most dangerous teenager on the pitch. Rin took a cool, calculated breath. He began his shooting motion, his eyes already visualizing the net bulging. Then, a blur of motion eclipsed his vision. A figure appeared from the void, faster and sharper than Rin could have imagined. The ball was sniped away and sent deep into the stands before Rin could even connect. "Too green, Rin. You're kicking like a toddler." Kira stood there, having made the last-second save. For some reason, the adrenaline hit his brain like a drug, and the trash talk just spilled out. "What?" Rin stared at him, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity. No one talked to him like that. As the realization sank in, Rin's face twisted into a mask of pure, murderous rage. "I'm going to end you." Kira felt a chill run down his spine. Yeah, he'd pushed his luck. Kira turned and jogged off. His teammates swarmed him, cheering for the massive defensive stop. Snuffy watched Kira from a distance, a pensive look in his eyes. For a second, he saw the ghost of an old friend in the boy's movement. "He reminds you of the past, doesn't he?" Loki asked, drifting closer. "When you get to be my age, a little nostalgia is part of the job description," Snuffy admitted. "I can't relate. My eyes are only on the future," Loki said, his voice brimming with the confidence of a king in waiting. Snuffy felt a jolt of realization. Loki and Kira, they were the same age, yet Loki was already a world star. But looking at Kira, Snuffy knew it wouldn't be long before the kid's name was screaming from every headline on the planet. In the stands, Nanace was paralyzed. Between the Loki-Snuffy duel and Kira's insane recovery, the game was moving at a speed that made his heart feel like it was going to burst. But beneath the excitement, a cold sense of dread was settling in. He was a spectator. In a game this elite, he was just a fan with a front-row seat. He looked at Rin, who was currently vibrating with fury, and he started to wonder, what did he have to do to stop being a background character? Across the field on the Uber's bench, Sendo was feeling the same burn. His team was winning, but it felt hollow. His rivals, Kira and Baru, were out there cementing their legacies while he sat on the pine. Is this it, he wondered. Am I just going to be a bench warmer while the world moves on? Match continued. PXG throw-in. Lorenzo was barking orders at the back. Don't slack off now. We're on the clock, Ubers. PXG fell back into their rhythm, automatically funneling the ball to Charles. The moment the kid touched the rock, the entire French team came alive. Even with the clashing styles of Rin and Shidu, and the presence of Loki, Charles was the glue, holding the chaos together and driving the advance. Uber's ironclad defense was finally being pushed to the limit. And in a corner where no one was looking, Shidu Ryusei's eyes began to shimmer with a dark, predatory light. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Shadows of Youth. 1,239 words. Chapter 151, Shadows of Youth. Charles moved with a frantic, high-velocity grace, his head snapping side to side as he scanned the terrain. The ball danced at his feet, an extension of his own twitchy energy, before he suddenly abandoned the midfield tug-of-war and fired a laser toward the box. Watch Loki's positioning. Nico screamed from the back, his voice raw. Since he wasn't on the front line, all he could do was act as the team's eyes. Loki's position. Kira narrowed his eyes, tracking the trajectory. The curve of the ball was definitely bending toward Julian Loki, but Mark Snuffy was stuck to him like a shadow. Even if Loki trapped it, there was no way he was shaking the crown messenger that easily. Charles wasn't the type to make a rookie mistake like that. There had to be a catch. The answer became clear in a second. Charles was using Loki as the ultimate bait. The real target was Shido Ryusei, who was currently igniting like a rocket behind Loki's back. As the ball arrived, Loki's lips curled into a faint smirk. He performed a sharp, subtle sidestep, letting the ball whistle past him. Behind him, Shido was already on the hunt, eyes wide and manic. TCH. Another diamond in the rough with some serious kick, Snuffy thought, his gaze lingering on Shido for a second before he inwardly shook his head. But man, that's just unrefined. What's with the tongue? You're supposed to kick the ball, not taste it. Snuffy glanced back at his own protégé, Kira. Now that's what a striker should look like. Clean. Efficient. Perfect. Loki took one look at Shido's predatory expression and immediately looked away. Is he always this insane? Get out of my way. Shido roared. He was in a state of pure, unadulterated hunger. Anything standing between him and the net was just something to be crushed. He shredded through Aiku's cover and bypassed Arya's reach with a violent burst of speed. Shido licked his lips, coming face to face with the goal. He wound up and unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom. Right in the womb. He let out a manic screech before the ball even crossed the line. Suddenly, Kira appeared. With his hands behind his back to avoid a handball, he met the shot with a clinical header, sending it spiraling out of the danger zone. Shido's face froze, his momentum snapping. Kira. I'm going to kill you. Down, boy. Good puppies don't bite, Kira retorted. He had seen Shido's run a mile away. He'd chosen to defend the goal line specifically to avoid getting tangled up with Shido's physical frame. Engaging a Shido in the flow was a good way to get a stray elbow to the jaw, and Kira valued his face too much for that. It's not over yet, Kira. Aiku barked, sounding a frantic alarm. At the edge of the box, Ito Shirin's aura shifted. His eyes were burning with a dark, cold fire. He caught the rebound on the full volley, launching a strike that screamed with killing intent. Great. He's in the flow too. Snuffy saw the danger and lunged, his boot tipping the ball just enough to disrupt the path. The deflection sent the ball spiraling toward the goal mouth at an erratic angle. Crap. Kira didn't have time to think. He scrambled toward the ball, desperate to clear the line before Uber's defense collapsed entirely. Swoosh. A blur of motion eclipsed him. It was Loki. Kira's eyes widened. How? My trial card is still active. How is he outrunning me? Then he saw it, the black sparks flickering in Loki's eyes. Are you kidding me right now? You're a world star playing against kids and you're using the flow. Loki was operating on a different plane of existence. He met the deflected ball with a clinical tap-in, finally shattering the Uber's net. 2-1, PXG had clawed one back. Yes. Nane screamed from the sidelines, pumping his fists. Kira stood there, a bitter taste in his mouth. Everything had happened in a matter of seconds. He'd tried to stop it, but he'd been a half-step too slow. He realized now that if he had entered the flow himself, he might have intercepted Loki. He hadn't yet experimented with stacking a trial card and his own flow state. The system hadn't warned him against it, but the physical strain was an unknown variable. Next time, I'm trying it, Kira resolved. Despite the goal, Loki looked strangely composed, almost embarrassed. I didn't mean to get that serious, he muttered, the fire in his eyes still simmering. Let's finish this, Snuffy. Loki shot a look at Kira. In his mind, the Japanese boy was no longer just a high schooler, he was a variable that had to be accounted for. Snuffy looked at the fiery young pro and tapped his wrist, miming a watch. Loki's competitive fire instantly died down into a look of sheer awkwardness. Beep. The 3-minute star change is over. Masters, please exit the pitch. The announcement echoed through the pitch. Charles walked up to Loki, looking at him with wide, curious eyes. He'd rarely seen Loki look that focused. Ha ha ha. I guess we'll have to settle the score on the world stage next time, Loki said as he addressed Snuffy. Are you trying to settle a score with me, or were you trying to measure yourself against my student? Snuffy asked, his tone teasing. I'd be happy to face him again, Loki said, his tone shifting back to that of a confident world-class ace. But let's be real, Snuffy. Is he really your student? You're a piece of work, taking credit for a talent like that. Mind your business, kid. Snuffy replied, a faint flush of pride creeping up his neck. He'd taught the kid tactics, sure, but that terrifying speed was something Kira had brought to the table himself. The masters exited, leaving the arena to the blue-locked egos once more. Julian Loki, a tribute trial card has expired. Kira exhaled. He'd timed it perfectly. If the match had gone on a second longer, he would have had to burn a Snuffy card just to keep up. But now, seeing the fire in Shidu and Rin's eyes, Kira felt his own ego surging. He wanted to see how long they could last against the style of a man who had conquered the world. Kira closed his eyes, centered his breathing, and whispered, use Snuffy attribute trial card. Mark Snuffy trial card activated successfully. Ball retention plus 25. Vision plus 25. Physical fluidity plus 25. Duration, 10 minutes. As the card took effect, Kira felt a radical shift. The frantic, explosive energy of Loki was replaced by a deep, velvet-smooth sense of control. His body felt liquid, his mind expanding to encompass every blade of grass on the pitch. Beep. Match continues. As the whistle blew, Snuffy sat down on the bench. He leaned forward, unable to pull his gaze away from the field. His heart hammered with a strange, nostalgic joy. Kira began to move, receiving the ball with a touch that was so soft it looked like magic. Snuffy watched him, his eyes filled with a deep, soulful longing. In Kira's every movement, every turn, and every decision, Snuffy saw the beautiful, haunting shadow of his own youth. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Meta. 1036 words. Chapter 152, Metavision. The second the ball hit Kira's laces, several offensive routes mapped themselves out in his mind like glowing neon veins. So, this is what the inside of Snuffy's brain looks like. The clarity is terrifying. Pressure him. Now. Karasu barked. On it. I'm coming. Tokimitsu stammered, already lunging forward. The two of them converged on Kira from both sides. Karasu's eyes were narrow and analytical. He couldn't wrap his head around why Kira had suddenly dropped deep to receive the ball, but his instincts were screaming. If Kira was allowed to turn and ignite, the French squad was finished. On the sidelines, Julian Loki watched with a calculating gaze. Aside from Rin, Shidu and Charles, Karasu was the player he respected most. The Crow had the tactical IQ, and the ball-shielding ability to grow into a world-class anchor. All he needed was more experience in high-stakes duels. And today, Kira was providing the ultimate masterclass. Whoa, easy there. Kira executed a smooth lateral drag, slipping through the seam of the double team before Karasu's press could even lock in. His movement is liquid, Karasu thought, his frustration mounting. Kira's style had shifted again. Gone was the explosive, serrated edge of Loki's speed. In its place was something soft, fluid, and impossibly hard to pin down. I'm here, Karasu. Tokimitsu charged in from the flank, and Karasu saw the opening. If one man couldn't strip him, they'd do it together. Kira didn't flinch. As Tokimitsu's massive frame bore down on him, Kira leaned into the impact, using the tank's own momentum to pivot. He extended an arm, keeping Karasu at a professional distance while shielding the ball with a nonchalance that bordered on insulting. With a clinical touch, he rolled the ball into clear space, leaving both defenders clutching at shadows. That ball retention. Loki stood frozen. Having world-class speed was one thing, but Kira's response to a high-pressure double team was something else entirely. That wasn't just talent, that was the ghost of a veteran pro living in his movement. Loki glanced at Snuffy. The crown messenger looked smug, as if he'd personally carved the kid out of marble. He had clearly handed over his entire playbook, and Kira was executing it with terrifying efficiency. Offensive mode. Okay. Kira released a crisp pass to Lorenzo, who didn't miss a beat. He immediately recycled the ball to Nico. The gears don't stop turning. Nico muttered, driving forward. This was the Uber's machine. Even without Snuffy on the pitch, Kira had stepped into the role of the architect. The team was operating like a single, multi-headed organism again. Stop right there, Bangs. Shida moved with predatory speed. He wasn't a defensive specialist, but even he could feel the danger radiating from the Uber's midfield. He lunged to disrupt the cycle. You think you can stop a machine? You're just a manic, tongue-flicking freak show, Shidu, Nico retorted, his voice cool as he flicked the ball wide. Kira received it instantly. The triangle was complete, Lorenzo, Nico, and Kira. They were carving through the PXG ranks like a hot knife through butter. Kira's vision expanded, catching a glimpse of Bru ghosting through the crowd. He fired a no-look pass. The French defense was mesmerized by Kira's movement, leaving Bru with nothing but green grass and the keeper between him and the net. The PXG goalie looked like he was about to have a panic attack. There were too many angles to cover. Bru was a king who didn't miss from there. Drink this. Bru roared, his leg swinging like a sledgehammer. Not today, king of garbage. Keep dreaming, Dark King. Two voices cut through the roar. Rin, his eyes shimmering with a dark aura, and Charles, the number 6, dove into the lane simultaneously. They executed a perfect double block, their bodies forming a wall that smothered Bru's cannon blast. Charles's eyes suddenly took on a strange, radar-like glow as he scanned the field for the rebound. Ding. Detected an absorbable skill, metavision. Significantly enhances peripheral and dynamic vision. Passive skill. Once absorbed, it can be used at will with no cooldown. Absorb. In a corner of the pitch no one was watching, Kira felt a jolt of excitement. Now that is a legendary drop. Charles and Rin let out a breath of relief, thinking they'd saved the game. If they'd conceded again this quickly, it would have been a humiliating blowout. Second ball. Karasa screamed. Suddenly, Charles saw a shadow blurring toward the drop point. It was Kira. What the fuck? Charles cursed inwardly. How did he know? From Kira's previous angle, the ball's trajectory should have been obscured by the pile of players. There was no way he could have tracked the deflection. Yet, he was running toward the landing spot before the ball had even reached its peak. Charles ignited, trying to close the gap, but his legs couldn't match Kira's anticipation. Rin watched from the ground, a sense of cold dread settling in his gut. He was too far away to intervene. Kira arrived at the spot, his body perfectly balanced. He met the falling ball with a thunderous volley. The ball screamed past the keeper's outstretched fingertips and buried itself in the top corner. 3-1, beep. 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 Match over. Ubers wins. The pitch erupted. Yeah. Kira, you monster. What a finish. He's the king of Ubers. The Ubers squad swarmed Kira, lifting him up. All right, Kira, spill it, Nico said, catching his breath. How did you know where that ball was going? There was a wall of people in front of you. Haha, just a lucky guess, Nico. I just ran where my gut told me to, Kira laughed, playing off the impossible play as pure intuition. But on the sidelines, Snuffy's eyes were wide. He'd seen the whole thing. Kira hadn't just reacted, he had predicted the chaos. He'd seen the field from a perspective that only a handful of people in the world possessed. The kid didn't just learn my style, Snuffy thought, his hand stroking his chin. He just awakened meta-vision. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 153, The Merchandise. 1254 words. Chapter 153, The Merchandise. The massive screen on the side of the pitch flickered to life, and Jinpachi Ego's hollow-eyed face filled the frame. He was holding a crystal wine glass, swirling a dark liquid as he spoke. Is that guy seriously drinking on the job? Baru's brow furrowed in annoyance. As a man who lived by a strict, almost religious code of self-discipline, he found any lack of professionalism repulsive. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just grape soda, Ego said, as if he could sense Baru's judgment through the lens. He tilted the glass toward the camera, showing off the harmless bubbles before going back to swirling it. Welcome to the world of professional soccer. It's a lot like a high-stakes game of musical chairs, Ego continued, his voice dropping into that cold, lecture-like drone. To join a top-tier organization, you have to fight for a seat. And every organization has its own unique philosophy, its own water, if you will. He dipped a finger into the soda. Rationality. Freedom. Order. There isn't just one way to survive in these waters. You either fail to adapt and drown in agony, or you survive long enough to stain the water with your own color. Ego paused, a small, twisted smirk playing on his lips. Oh, and by the way, running away is always an option. I won't force you to stay. If you can't handle the pressure, crawling back to your old life is a perfectly valid way to end your career. Kira felt nothing but indifference toward the speech. He and Baru had already carved out their territory in Ubers, they were the engines of the team, not the scrap metal. But he glanced at Sendo and Gen Fukaku. Both of them looked pale, the weight of Ego's words clearly sinking in. They were the ones currently gasping for air in the Uber's tank. Now, let's talk numbers. The second match of the week has concluded. Earlier today, Germany and Spain finished their bout with a 3-2 victory for Bastard Munchen. Which means... The screen behind Ego erupted with a cascade of names and numbers. Kira stared at the display, his eyes widening as he found his own name. A digital ticker underneath his profile picture blurred with speed before finally clicking into place. 100 million yen. What the hell is Ego pulling now? Kira thought. What is this? What do these numbers mean? The pitch was a chorus of confusion. Both the Ubers and PXG players were looking at the screen, as if it were written in an alien language. I see you've noticed the price tags, Ego said, his voice brimming with a strange kind of satisfaction. I'll keep it simple, those are your annual salaries. This entire Neo-Egoist League is being broadcast live to every club owner and scout on the planet. As he spoke, the screen began flashing faces, men in expensive suits from every corner of the globe, watching the match footage with the intensity of hungry predators. No way. Nanace whispered, his voice trembling. Even Kira felt a jolt of shock. He knew Blue Lock was getting big, but an international human auction. This was a different level of exposure. The biggest powerhouses in the world were watching his every move. These owners are judging your value in real time, Ego explained. After every match they place their bids. The highest offer on the board is the objective proof of your current worth as a human asset. A chime signaled that the bidding window for this round had closed. The numbers froze. Damn. I'm only at 5 million. Arya muttered, looking genuinely offended by his valuation. 15 million. Not bad, but I'm worth more than that, Ika said, though he seemed satisfied enough to have a baseline. Nico is at 10 million, Ika noted, scrolling through the list. Rin is at 41 million. Shidu at 18. And Karasu at 12. Karasu's eyes scanned the top of the rankings, his breath hitching when he saw the lead. Are you kidding me? This Michael Kaiser kid is at 300 million. Karasu confirmed he hadn't miscounted the zeros, then looked at the name right below Kaiser. His rival. Kira, 100 million. Why is the gap between us that huge? Karasu's head felt like it was going to explode. Once the league is over, these bids become the starting point for your actual professional contracts, Ego said, letting the silence hang until the players had processed the weight of it. This is your market value. This is what the world thinks you are worth. A bid from England. Moonshine City. Kira stared at the name of the club. It wasn't Uber's. That was a surprise. He'd assumed the Italian club would be the first to try and lock him down. He had zero history with the London-based team, yet they'd come in with a massive opening offer. What Kira didn't know was that while Uber's had put in a solid 90 million yen bid, most clubs were still in a wait-and-see mode since it was only the first game. The iron-blooded Blues were different because of Chris Blake. Blake had gone to his owner, a man named Abu, and spent an hour raving about Kira. He claimed the kid was his #1 fan, and a protégé in the making, insisting they had to sign him before anyone else realized he was the next great superstar. Abu had watched the footage and didn't see a single trace of Blake's flamboyant style in Kira's play, but he saw the raw potential. To get Blake to shut up and to secure a blue-chip prospect, he'd authorized the 100 million yen bid. Ubers hadn't expected a sniper from the Premier League to jump the gun, but they weren't worried. There were still more games to play. Not bad, Kira. That's a hell of a valuation, Ika said, walking over with a look of pure envy. Makes my 15 million look like pocket change. I'm still at zero. Sendo muttered, his voice hollow. Gen Fukaku looked just as crushed. The harsh reality of the bench was that you didn't exist in the eyes of the market. One more thing, Ego added, his voice regaining its sharp edge. Aside from the foreign players, the top 23 players on this salary ranking at the end of the league will automatically form the roster for the U20 World Cup team. For the superstars, this is a stage to show off. For the rest of you, it's a meat grinder where you either prove your worth or get discarded. This is the intersection where Blue Lock meets the world market. TCH. He's treating us like livestock, Burra spat. He played for his own throne, not to be some line item on a spreadsheet. Ego's casual talk of bids and valuations made his skin crawl. You are merchandise, Burra. That's all a player is, Ego said, setting his soda glass down. The players are the products and the teams are the shops. That is the reality of professional sports. Kira is the most popular product right now because he proved his quality. The market responded to the Ryosuke Kira brand, and he was assigned a price. It's that simple. Kira stood there, listening to the cold logic. He realized then that in the eyes of the men in the suits, they weren't people with dreams. They were just high-end goods sitting on a shelf, waiting to see who had the deepest pockets. Chapter 154, Sendo's Calculation. 1,250 words. Chapter 154, Sendo's Calculation. If I'm reading this right, the actual score of the match doesn't even matter, Nico said, walking to the front of the group as he processed the logic. The real winners of this war are the ones who manage to put their personal value on display. Exactly. Though for a striker, that value is measured in goals. For a keeper, it's how many shots you keep out of the net, Ego said, glancing at Nico. And for a defender, it's about how many plays you shut down. I get it, Nico replied with a sharp nod. It's a massive opportunity, sure. But look at the flip side, Sendo interjected, his voice tight with anxiety. If you choke out there, every major club in the world is going to mark you as a bust. This isn't just a game. It could kill our careers before they even start. It's terrifying, Fukaku-gen added, his shoulders tensing. These adults are just treating us like toys, Nane said, a trace of fear in his voice. Shido, however, was far from afraid. His eyes shimmered with a manic, predatory light as he licked the corner of his mouth. Heh. I like this. Now that's a face with some serious earning potential. Keep it up, Ego noted, catching Shido's expression. Huh? Shido blinked, looking genuinely confused. You saying my face is worth money now? Are you curious why the world's elite clubs and superstars agreed to participate in this little experiment? Ego asked, snapping his fingers. Your struggles and your rivalries are all part of a live show. Right now, over 8 million users have subscribed to the feed. For a monthly fee of 500 yen, the world gets to watch the rising stars of Japan collide with the best the world has to offer. Welcome to Blue Lock TV. Kira could only think one thing: classic. In cities across the globe, people of all ages were currently glued to their screens, debating the talent on display. Whoa, Japan actually pulled this off. This is better than the World Cup. Kaiser is definitely the future of the game. He's built different. Wait, look at the white-haired kid. Where did he come from? He's a monster. I never liked that emo kid though, acts like he's the main character in a football manga. Comments flooded the Blue Lock TV chat interface. Standing in the center of the pitch, Kira finally understood the reason for the ubiquitous cameras. They were the stars of the world's biggest reality show. He caught Rin looking his way and offered a casual shrug, but Rin immediately snapped his head away. Rin was clearly still fuming over the loss and wanted absolutely nothing to do with Kira. That's the big picture. The next round is set for 10 days from now, Ego announced. Germany vs. England. Italy vs. Spain. Same time, 10 days. Don't miss it. Ego's face vanished from the screen. This is insane, Sendo muttered, still unable to wrap his head around the scale of the operation. Kira looked around and noticed that Snuffy and the Uber's Academy players looked completely unfazed. It seemed the Blue Lock kids were the only ones kept in the dark. Everyone else had known exactly what they were signing up for. Over in the Barcha locker room, Bakira was doubled over, his chest heaving as a pool of sweat formed at his feet. Otoya leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, watching him with a mix of concern and resignation. Bakira had given everything he had, but the trio of Kaiser, Isegai, and Kunigami from Bastard Munchen had been too much to handle. They had lost a 3-2 heartbreaker. Phew. Hey, Otoya. Our next game is against Kira, right? Bakira looked up, and there wasn't a trace of disappointment on his face. His eyes were burning with anticipation. Yeah, Otoya replied, momentarily caught off guard. He'd expected Bakira to be dissecting their loss, but the kid was already focused on the next challenge. I lost to Isegai today, but I feel like I finally broke through a new ceiling, Bakira said, staring at his palms. If I hadn't evolved, I'd be too depressed to even face Kira. But now, I'm ready. Bakira. Help me, Otoya. I want to win this one. I want to beat Kira. The room went silent. Otoya didn't answer immediately. The image of Kira's overwhelming dominance flashed through his mind, and he felt a natural urge to back down. But then he saw the fire in Bakira's eyes. All right. Let's do it. I'm all in. The Uber's locker room was buzzing with post-match activity, but Sendo looked restless. He kept darting back and forth in front of the cameras, checking his angles. Sendo, you idiot, what are you doing? Aiku finally barked. You're making the former U-20 look like a bunch of amateurs. Stop preening. Ego said everything except the showers and dorms is being recorded and edited for the show. Sendo hissed, striking another pose for a nearby lens. I need to make sure my brand is on point. Aiku rubbed his temples. He wondered if Sendo would ever actually grow up. Honestly, I get where he's coming from, Fukaku-gen said, his voice quiet. Oh? Aiku looked at him. It's easy for guys like you and Kira. You're elite. You're already the core of the team, Fukaku said with a self-deprecating laugh. But Sendo and I haven't even stepped on the pitch yet. Our futures are a total question mark. It's hard not to be anxious when your value is literally zero. Look, man. Regardless of what anyone else thinks, you're the best keeper I know, Aika said, his tone turning serious. Really? Fukaku's eyes lit up. Of course not. If you've got time to mope, go find Kira, and ask him to blast some shots at you so you can actually improve your save rate, Aika said, losing his patience. My teammates are all airheads. I'm always down for some extra reps, Kira said, walking by with Nico and Ryu. He flashed a bright, confident smile that immediately sent a surge of motivation through Fukaku. Fukaku realized he'd been overthinking it. Instead of worrying about the cameras, he needed to put in the work with the best striker in the building. Back in the corner, Sendo had stopped posing. His face was grim. He wasn't as clueless as he let on. There were only 4 matches in this league, and one was already gone. If he didn't find a way onto the pitch in the next 3, his career was dead in the water. But he knew he couldn't compete with Kira or Baru for the striker spot. He needed a new angle. Aika's comment about Fukaku training with Kira gave him an idea. His ultimate goal was still to marry a Hollywood star, and a Hollywood star wouldn't care if he played striker or wingback, as long as he was a superstar. Sendo looked at Kira, a plan forming in his mind. He just had to find a way to swallow his pride. A/N, I heard you guys. I'll be updating this FIC every 2 days for now. If it gets the same attention as before, I'll go back to the old speed. It all depends on the reader's interest, so don't forget to support by dropping your power stones. Have a good one. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, The Inn. 1166 words. Chapter 155, The In-House Scrimmage. The Uber's training ground was a hive of activity. The adrenaline from the last match had barely faded, but a new challenge loomed just days away, the clash with Barcha. Under the cold, calculating eye of Mark Snuffy, the squad was drilling into the high-precision tactics designed to dismantle their next opponent. I have finished reviewing the footage from their game against Bastard Munchen, Snuffy began. As a world-class strategist, it took him only 1 match to fully dissect Barcha's DNA. Their striker, Meguru Bakira, is the engine of their team. His dribbling is elite. He forms an offensive triangle with Ida Otoya and Ignacio. If we shatter that triangle, the victory will be effortless. Oliver Aiku, Iki Nico, and Jiyube Ario listened with intense focus. As the defensive core, the responsibility of suffocating that triple threat rested squarely on their shoulders. Don Lorenzo, however, looked as relaxed as ever. He had the ego to back up his posture. It did not matter who was attacking him. He believed he was a wall that could not be breached. Not even Michael Kaiser, the most expensive player in the league right now, was a guarantee to get past him. Still, there was one person Lorenzo was genuinely curious to test himself against. His eyes drifted toward the calm figure of Ryosuke Kira. Lorenzo had always known Kira was dangerous, but seeing him in person was a different story. He was playing far beyond the level of a typical academy prospect. Yesterday's performance was the proof. To Lorenzo, Kira already felt like he was breathing the same air as someone like Mark Snuffy. Kira, currently replaying the data from his newly acquired metavision, noticed Lorenzo's gaze. He tried to stay low-key, but his internal ego was already flaring up. I guess when you are this good, people can't help but stare. He knew he was relying on trial cards to bridge the gap between himself and the world's best, but within the walls of Blue Lock, he was undisputed. He wondered how much of a gap truly existed between himself and Kaiser if he did not use any shortcuts. All right, enough talk. We are moving into specialized defensive drills to kill that triangle. Let's get to work, Ubers, Snuffy commanded. The morning was spent grinding through tactical positioning. By the afternoon, the real intensity began, the in-house scrimmage. Snuffy randomized the teams for a specific reason. Since the team was now built around the dual core of Kira and Baru, he needed to find the perfect supporting cast, the right set of tires to make the Uber's machine run at max speed. In today's scrimmage, Kira was grouped with Nico, Aiku and Sendo. Their goalkeeper was the former U20 starter, Fukaku General. The rest of the spots were filled by Uber's academy regulars. On the opposing side stood Baru, Lorenzo, and Ariu. Kira decided not to burn any attribute trial cards for this session. He wanted to push his own limits. It was time to give Metavision its first real test. The moment the whistle blew, Kira felt the shift. It was a massive upgrade. He could see every player's position, every passing lane, and every potential movement as a clear map in his mind. It was like having eyes in the back of his head. He knew it was not a superpower, it was just his brain processing visual data at an extreme speed and updating the scene in real time. This is incredible. Kira took control of the pitch immediately, dictating the flow of the game with absolute authority. From the sidelines, Snuffy watched with a satisfied nod. The more his protege evolved, the more his vision for the team came together. But even with Metavision, Lorenzo was like a jagged, golden shadow that could not be shaken. He lived up to his reputation as the ace eater, sticking to Kira with relentless intensity. Kira suspected Lorenzo might be using a high-level vision of his own. Lorenzo sniped the ball away at the perfect moment, clearing it while flashing his gold teeth. "I see everything, Kira-chan. Your tricks won't work on me, okay? TCH. If I don't get serious, I'm never getting past him." Kira. Sendo suddenly appeared at Kira's side, his voice a mix of hesitation and desperation. "Use me. Let's link up." Kira looked at him, unimpressed. "Use you? For what? What value do you actually bring to my game?" Sendo flinched. He knew he was the underdog here. He understood that if he wanted to survive in this pro world, and secure his dream of marrying a Hollywood star, he had to prove he was compatible with the team's center of gravity. He had to swallow his pride and beg the man who had crushed his former team for a chance to play. "Trust me, Kira. I can be the tool you need to break this deadlock," Sendo insisted, his eyes full of determination. Kira studied him for a second. He had expected Sendo to cave, but the guy's willpower was actually holding up. "Fine. Let's see what you've got." A throw-in put the ball back in play. Kira received it, danced past two academy defenders, and found himself face-to-face with Lorenzo again. "You aren't reaching the top unless you go through me, Kira-chan," Lorenzo taunted. Before the sentence was finished, Sendo tore past them toward the goal. Is he actually going to pass to that extra? Lorenzo wondered. No way. Sendo is just a decoy. It was a logical deduction, but that split second of internal analysis was the only opening Kira needed. As Lorenzo's focus flickered toward Sendo's run, Kira ignited. He exploded into a high-speed change of direction, catching the ace eater off balance. Lorenzo was half a step too slow. Kira surged past him, leaving him in the dust. Damn. I let the side character distract me, Lorenzo thought, looking genuinely annoyed. Kira did not slow down. He blew past Ariu and unleashed a thunderous strike that nearly tore through the netting. Boom. Goal. Yeah. We did it. Sendo was practically vibrating with joy, jumping and shouting. The arrogant ace of the U20 was gone, replaced by a man desperate for a win. He sprinted over to Kira, practically begging for acknowledgement. How was that, Kira? My run was perfect, right? Kira knew he could have beaten Lorenzo on his own, but Sendo's run had undeniably made the job easier. There was no point in being a dick about it. Yeah. It was a good look. Keep that up. Haha. Hollywood, here I come. Sendo beamed like a kid on Christmas. On the sidelines, Snuffy watched the exchange. He noted the change in the team's chemistry and tapped his chin. He glanced down at Sendo's name on his clipboard and hesitated. Maybe, just maybe, the kid was more than just a benchwarmer after all. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Discipline versus Freedom. 1,143 words. Chapter 156, Discipline versus Freedom. Time blurred as the training sessions stacked up, one day bleeding into the next until match day finally arrived. Round 2 is officially live. Kira is back on the pitch. I live for this. They're up against Barca today. Honestly, Barca looks like a pushover compared to Ubers. The Blue Lock TV live stream was already buzzing with activity. In the bottom right corner of the screen, a familiar face appeared, the veteran analyst at Sudo, Teresa. Hello everyone, it is an honor to be your guest commentator for today's main event, Teresa began, his voice buzzing with professional hype. Let's start by breaking down the starting 11s. The Ubers roster is almost identical to their last outing, but wait, we have a major shift in the midfield. Shudo Sendo, the former U20 ace, is starting as a midfielder today. This is a massive curveball. Sendo has been a striker his entire life. This is his first time stepping onto the pitch in a playmaking role. Over in the FC Barca locker room, the vibe was anything but traditional. Their master, Levinho, was dressed like he was headed to a fashion show, casually scrolling through his phone. Coach. We're about to head out. Do you have any, words of wisdom? Otoya asked, clearly exasperated. Their mentor was a total flake. Oh, right. The game. Levinho looked up, his eyes scanning the room, as if he were just noticing the players for the first time. Don't sweat it. You're being led by the best in the world. Just go out there and play. Do your thing. He followed it up with a bunch of vague, nonsensical platitudes. Coach, Noah is the undisputed number 1. You aren't even a solid number 2, Bakira said, bluntly calling out the man's ego. What did you say? You've got a lot of nerve, kid. Levinho laughed it off, his eyes flashing with a wild light. Look, football is all about improvisation and harmony. It's about fighting for the rhythm that makes you feel alive. I'm not much of a teacher, but I'll tell you this, there is only one you in this entire universe. That is your originality. Go out there and show them what that looks like. His words hit home. The room felt a surge of electricity. This was their stage. Their goal was simple, show the world the best version of themselves. The Ubers locker room was the polar opposite. The atmosphere was cold, clinical, and professional. Snuffy stood at a small chalkboard, hammering home the tactical details for the 100th time. Is the plan clear? Does everyone know their role? Yes, coach. The response was immediate and synchronized. Every movement and contingency had been burned into their minds. Snuffy gave a curt, satisfied nod. Good. Then it is time to clock in, Ubers. The players began to filter onto the pitch. As they lined up, Bakira spotted Kira from across the grass and waved enthusiastically. Hey, Kira. It's been a while. Bakira was as hyper as ever, but Kira could sense a fundamental shift in him. He looked more comfortable in his own skin, more at ease with his own power. Let's settle this, Bakira. That is the plan. Their eyes locked for a second before they turned back to their respective sides. Beep. Match start. Bakira took possession immediately and ignited his signature dribbling style. Kira watched him closely, noticing that Bakira's posture had evolved. His movements were fluid, but the unnecessary tension was gone. His center of gravity was like iron. As Bakira drove forward, the Ubers defense closed in. Bakira kept the ball glued to his feet, dancing around it in tight, rhythmic circles. He constantly shifted his weight between his feet, his upper body perfectly poised. The ball never strayed more than an inch from his studs. Drago, the defender tasked with stopping him, was paralyzed. He couldn't read Bakira's intent. To him, it looked like Bakira had 1,000 different options at any given second. Bakira was waiting, refusing to force the play. Damn it, he's not breaking his rhythm, Drago thought, his patience wearing thin. Fine. If he won't move, I will. Drago lunged for the steal. That was exactly what Bakira wanted. He thrived on the counter-response, using the defender's momentum against them. Nice try. You bit. But as Bakira prepared to skip past, he realized he'd been played. The mistake by Drago was a calculated lure. This was the Uber's blueprint: bait the dribbler into a specific lane, then collapse the trap. Waits the bangs. As Bakira cut to the right, Iki Nico was already there, perfectly positioned to intercept. It was surgical. It was Uber's. On the sidelines, Levinho's lip curled in disgust. He glared at Snuffy, who was standing calmly by the touchline. I can't stand your team, Snuffy. They're hollow. They have no soul. They're just puppets dancing on your strings. Snuffy shrugged, completely unfazed. Discipline is the kryptonite of freedom, Levinho. The results speak for themselves, don't they? You're suffocating their creativity. You're turning them into office drones instead of free spirits, Levinho argued. Then show me. How do you plan to break through the iron discipline of Ubers? Snuffy asked, a taunting glint in his eye. TCH. Levinho went silent, but his confidence never wavered. He believed that human originality would always triumph over mechanical repetition. Whoa, that was cold. Bakira watched, stunned, as Nico took the ball. The Uber's counterattack ignited instantly. Every player moved like a gear in a massive, well-oiled machine. On the other side, FC Barca was a mess of individual reactions. They were being picked apart by the interlocking layers of the Uber's press. The ball moved through the midfield with zero resistance before landing at Kira's feet. FC Barca, you guys are a little too free for your own good. Kira didn't hesitate. He carved through the remaining defense and buried the ball in the net. 1-0. Only a few minutes had passed, and Ubers had already turned a defensive stop into a clinical lead. The Blue Lock TV chat went into a frenzy. Kira is an absolute monster. Another goal. Ubers moving like a single organism. FR Barca is just a bunch of guys running around. Low-key, freedom is cool and all, but discipline is the one getting paid. The viewers praised the discipline of Ubers and mocked the chaotic style of Barca. On the pitch, Bakira looked at the Ubers players and shook his head. This wasn't the kind of soccer he wanted to play. Even if Barca was messy, he loved the feeling of the unknown. He'd lost the ball, but he'd also found a new truth. He hadn't been free enough. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Villain. 1,145 words. Chapter 157, The Villain. Just as predicted, Kira's Ubers have drawn first blood. This match looks like it might be over before it truly begins. There's zero room for error here, but the players from FC Barca aren't backing down. They've got that look in their eyes, the refusal to die. Let's see if they can flip the script. Teresa's voice boomed through the live stream as viewers across the globe glued their eyes to the screen. The game restarted. FC Barca kicked off and immediately made a move that defied all tactical logic. They left only 3 defenders in the back, while every other player surged forward like a tidal wave into the Ubers half. Wait, what is this? Barca is going all-out attack against the most disciplined defense in the league. Ubers is a counterattacking meat grinder. One mistake and Barca is just handing themselves a death sentence. This is absolute madness. Teresa was practically falling out of his chair. On the pitch, Kira watched the sea of crimson jerseys flooding his half, and instinctively dropped back to help the defense. It was the only logical play. If they were going to be outnumbered, staying up front as a passenger wouldn't win him the game. Ignacio took the ball and immediately showed off the kind of world-class dribbling talent that defined Barça. Sendo, playing in the midfield for the first time, felt his head spinning. He was struggling to adjust to his new reality. Usually, all he saw were the backs of defenders and the white mesh of the net. Now his teammates were behind him, and the entire pitch was a chaotic puzzle. Snuffy's voice echoed in his mind from their earlier sessions. Some midfielders exist to stop the bleeding, while others exist to carve open the path for the king. Which one are you going to be, Shido Sendo? Which one? I'm going to be the best. I'm going to reach that level of absolute dominance, the kind of masterclass play Itoshire Sae puts on. Driven by that ambition, Sendo lunged forward, hell-bent on stripping the ball from Ignacio. If I can't stop Bakira, there's no way I'm letting a nobody like you past me. Sendo, you idiot. Don't break the line. Kira shouted, but it was too late. Sendo's aggressive lunge left a gaping hole in the midfield. Ignacio didn't even flinch. He performed a sharp, effortless double touch and left Sendo eating dust. On the sidelines, Snuffy's brow furrowed. That one impulsive move had thrown the entire Uber's central line into disarray. Sendo realized his mistake instantly, but the damage was done. Another Uber's midfielder was forced to shift over to cover Ignacio, which opened up exactly what Barça wanted, a clear lane to their ace. Ignacio flicked a casual, stylish pass toward Bakira. Take it away, Ginger. Not on my watch. Nico stepped up, cutting off Bakira's immediate path to the goal. He didn't rush in like Sendo, he stayed composed, keeping his eyes locked on Bakira's shoulders, refusing to fall for any feints. Bakira narrowed his eyes, his feet starting to dance over the ball. But Nico remained a stone wall. TCH. I can't bait him. He's already mapped out my patterns, Bakira thought. He could feel the pressure rising. Ubers had clearly drilled for this specific scenario, and if he didn't make a move now, he'd be swallowed by the press. He could see Lorenzo approaching out of the corner of his eye, the gold-toothed ace-eater, was closing in like a hyena. A few days ago Bakira had stood before Levinho, seeking a way to evolve. Levinho, you talk about your imagination as a butterfly. I used to have a monster in my head, but I moved past it. I found my own strength. But if I want to reach the next level, what do I imagine now? Levinho had looked at the boy with a rare moment of genuine interest. You've got a solid foundation, kid. That's your original edge. But is that monster really gone? No, whenever I really want to win, it's there. Then it's simple. Levinho slammed a fist into his palm. Let that monster evolve. Take it to the next stage. It shouldn't be a crutch, it should be your roadmap to becoming the best in the world. The next stage. Bakira repeated the words to himself. Daydreaming in the middle of a war is a good way to get killed, kid. Lorenzo arrived, moving with that uncanny, swaying zombie gait. To him, Bakira looked like easy prey, a boy who had frozen under the pressure. He lunged for the steal, intending to put an end to the play right there. The moment Lorenzo's foot moved, Bakira ignited. His speed hit a gear he hadn't shown yet. Nice press, Bakira chirped, a wild glit in his eyes. But you aren't stopping me. What? Lorenzo's eyes widened. The ball he was supposed to swipe vanished. Bakira dragged it back with his studs, flicked it into the air with a lightning-fast motion, and then kicked it forward. A one-footed rainbow flick. The ball soared over the heads of both Nico and Lorenzo in a perfect, gravity-defying arc. He actually cleared Lorenzo. Snuffy's expression shifted from indifference to genuine shock. Heh. Dance for me, Ginger, Levinho smirked from the sidelines. His face said it all. That's what you call a free soul. That's football. The live stream chat was exploding. That was insane. Did he really just rainbow flick a world-class defender? I'm still doing homework and this kid is out here playing FIFA in real life. Oh Toya. Bakira screamed as the ball dropped toward the grass. Otoya Ida appeared out of the shadows, having ghosted past the defense while everyone was mesmerized by Bakira's move. He was the invisible assassin, and he'd been perfectly synced with Bakira's breakthrough the entire time. Don't let him shoot. Nico roared. Ariel lunged to block the lane, but Otoya didn't pull the trigger. Instead, he executed a clinical, no-look cutback pass. A perfect triangle. Bakira had already arrived at the edge of the box, meeting the pass with a first-time strike. Boom. The perfect play met an immovable object. Kira had arrived, standing like a mountain in the path of the shot. He blocked the strike with his body, clearing the ball with a violent kick. No way. Bakira's momentum died instantly. The fire in his eyes flickered as he looked at Kira. Even after that perfect evolution, it wasn't enough. Lorenzo recovered the loose ball, a jagged, villainous grin spreading across his face. He looked like the antagonist in a high-stakes thriller, his gold teeth glinting under the stadium lights. Time for the counterattack, Ubers, he shouted. Let's show them how a real villain plays. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Dragons and Knights. 1174 words. Chapter 158, Dragons and Knights. What a clinical cutback. FC Barca just painted an absolute masterpiece to get the ball into the box. Bakira pulls the trigger. Unbelievable. It's been cleared off the line. Is that Ryosuke Kira? The man is everywhere. Why the hell was a striker that deep in the defensive trenches? Atsuto Teresa's voice crackled with a mix of awe and pity for Barca. The play had been flawless from start to finish. Every pass was a beat in a perfect symphony, only for the finale to be brutally cut short. Kira and his Ubers are playing the ultimate villains today. They're making the Barca players look like they're staring into the abyss. The villain comment immediately sent the Blue Lock TV chat into a tailspin. What is this commentator on? Kira is literally the golden boy. How is he the villain? Exactly. He's the most wholesome player in the facility. Did you see his last interview? Pure class. I think you guys are missing the point. He's not a bad guy, he's just the final boss. He's so dominant that he creates a sense of total despair for the opposition. In Barca's story, he's the monster they can't slay. That single comment flipped the perspective for the millions watching. When you put it like that, I actually feel bad for Barca. They played so well and still got denied. That's brutal. Stop, I'm actually starting to root for the underdogs now. On the pitch, Bakira stood frozen for a second, the weight of the blocked shot pressing down on him. Bakira. You forget what you said in the locker room. Otoya's voice snapped him back to reality. Bakira blinked, his eyes refocusing. Right. The game wasn't over. He couldn't afford to check out now. He didn't care who he lost to but Kira. Kira was the one mountain he refused to stop climbing. If he couldn't break past the final boss, he'd never be the best in the world. Ignacio, the more experienced pro, recovered instantly. He lunged to intercept Lorenzo's breakthrough. Lorenzo tested the lane a few times before casually flicking the ball to Kira, who was already moving upfield. Take it away, new king of Ubers. The second the ball left Lorenzo's foot, the ace-eater just stopped. He stood there, watching the play move away from him. On the sidelines, Snuffy's eye twitched. Since Kira joined the squad, Lorenzo had developed a terminal case of coasting. Before, the guy was a relentless engine. Now, after seeing Kira's top-tier efficiency, he was content to just clock out early and let the new king handle the heavy lifting. Snuffy made a mental note to tear him a new one after the match. Double team him, Bakira. Otoya yelled. On it. The two of them burned their lungs to track back, flanking Kira on both sides. Kira. Over here. Sendo appeared in the periphery of the trio. He knew he'd been useless, and even a liability, in the last defensive set. He'd finally accepted his reality. He wasn't the star here, he was a tool. If he wanted to survive, he had to be the best damn decoy on the pitch. This guy again. Otoya shifted his weight toward Sendo, his instincts momentarily distracted by the run. Crap. Bakira realized too late. The double team was compromised. Kira ignited. He exploited the tiny gap Otoya left, accelerating with a burst that left both Barca players reaching for air. He'd shattered the press. My bad, Bakira. Otoya shouted, his voice full of regret. He'd let a side character pull his focus away from the main threat. Don't worry about it. We're not done yet. Bakira shouted back, his competitive fire burning hotter than ever. The two of them turned and gave chase, but the pitch was opening up. Barca's highline press had left their backline exposed, and there was a literal beast lurking in the shadows. Shibaru was waiting. Kira didn't hesitate. He unleashed a surgical through-ball that sliced through the Barca defense like a hot knife. It was perfectly weighted, meeting Baru's stride without forcing him to slow down. No offside. Just pure, predatory execution. TCH. I guess I owe you one. Baru's words were ungrateful, but his body was a machine. He tapped the ball forward, executed a feint that sent the keeper diving into the dirt, and then buried it. Boom. Goal. 2-0, Barca was now staring down the barrel of a shutout. What a finish! Atsuto Teresa screamed. Barca's high-risk pressure didn't just fail, it backfired. Ubers caught them overextended and punished them instantly. Kira Ryosuke is the undisputed architect of this team. He doesn't just score, he creates the gravity that pulls the entire defense apart. 1 goal, 1 assist, he is the undisputed king of Ubers. Teresa had called countless matches for Kira since the U20 game, but the kid still managed to surprise him. He could feel it in his bones, Kira was a name that would one day be etched into the history of the sport. Nice one, maestro. Kira chirped, jogging over to give Baru a high five. Baru looked at him, completely baffled. Why the hell did you just call me maestro? Huh? Kira blinked, his brain making a weird connection to an old inside joke. What would you prefer, maid Baru? You want to catch these hands? What are you even talking about? Baru growled, his face twisting in confusion. He considered punching Kira then and there, but since the kid had just handed him a goal on a silver platter, he decided to let it slide. This once. Ha ha ha. Kira laughed, enjoying the joke that only he understood. Damn it, we were a second too late. He just saw the pass too fast, Otoya sighed, hands on his knees. Yeah, he's terrifying right now. He looks like a final boss in the flesh, Bakira said, but there wasn't a hint of gloom on his face. But hey, the hero only looks cool when the villain is this strong, right? Bakira's innocent, unyielding expression made Otoya's chest tighten. The kid really didn't know how to quit. Spoken like a true protagonist. But sorry, kid, the hero who takes down the Demon King is going to be me. I'm the Knight of Justice in this story. Levinho's voice boomed across the pitch. Bakira and Otoya spun around to see their mentor already on the grass, shed of his warm-up gear. The Barca master had officially entered the fray. Hey, Levinho. You're forgetting someone. Mark Snuffy was right behind him, pulling off his jacket with a cool, detached air. If you're the knight coming to save the day. Snuffy said, his eyes locking onto Levinho's. Then I'm the evil dragon guarding the Demon King's throne. Kira watched the two masters take their positions. This was it. The narrative was reaching its climax. Justice versus evil, huh? Let's see who survives the fire. For early access to 20 chapters, p@tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Careless. 1,300 words. Chapter 159, Careless. The moment everyone has been waiting for is finally here. With Barcha facing a total collapse, Levinho has been forced to step onto the pitch ahead of schedule. This entire chain reaction was sparked by Blue Lock's own Ryosuke Kira. Now the question is, will the arrival of these two world-class masters flip the script? Let's find out. Teresa's voice was reaching a fever pitch. And why wouldn't it? This was Levinho. He might not be the undisputed #1 in the world, and his trophy cabinet might look a little thin compared to Snuffy's, but no one could argue that he was the most entertaining player alive. He was the last dancer of the pitch. Levinho. The Jenga butterfly. Barcha has been playing like they're stuck in a box. It's time to give these kids a masterclass. Wait, is he actually going to play, or is he just going to spend the whole match rolling around on the grass? The chat was a war zone of jokes and hype. Levinho's dribbling was pure art, but it also made him the primary target for every defender's studs. After years of being hacked to pieces, Levinho had adapted. If a defender breathed on him, he went down. His dramatic roles had become a legendary meme, but for a pro like him, it was a necessary survival tactic to keep his body from being destroyed by hacks. I can't lose focus for a second. This guy is on a different level, Nico thought, his eyes locked on the newcomer. If I can shut down a world star, my market value will finally be glamorous. I have to stop him, Ari mused. He was still bitter about his low initial valuation, and was starving for a highlight reel defensive stop. Ubers just ran into some serious overhead costs, okay. Lorenzo muttered. He sounded concerned, but his posture was loose. Their own boss, Snuffy, was right there with them. The spotlight belongs to me now, Whitey, Levinho said, using his usual brand of disrespectful nicknames as he glanced at Kira's hair. Kira wasn't sure how to respond. The guy was a global legend, yet he had the temperament of a middle schooler. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Still a brat who refuses to grow up, Snuffy said, stepping up behind Kira, and looking at Levinho with a mocking smirk. If I let you hijack the spotlight, the whole point of this stage is lost, isn't it? Snuffy's meaning was clear, this was a stage for the youth to evolve. The masters were only there to facilitate, not to steal the show. It's a shame we didn't cross paths in the Champions League last year. Let's settle it here instead, Levinho challenged. We didn't meet last year, but I remember the semi-finals the year before that. You lost pretty spectacularly, if I recall. Forgetting your failures isn't a very heroic trait, Snuffy noted helpfully, reminding Levinho of a crushing defeat. Levinho's face soured instantly. Whatever, you disciplined workaholic. I feel bad for your team, having to live under your boring-ass rules. They're like robots. Snuffy just rubbed his temples. Levinho was the type of person who could pick a fight with a brick wall. He was just a kid who had never grown up. It's still better than being led by a master who treats his job like a part-time gig. You're basically an absentee parent. What did you say? You're full of it. I'll kill you. Levinho snapped. Snuffy ignored the outburst and drifted away, followed closely by Kira, who wanted to stay out of the blast zone. Bakira just rolled his eyes. He'd picked his mentor, and now he had to live with the chaos. So, after seeing how Barcha operates, what's your take? Snuffy asked Kira as they waited for the restart. It's different. Their style is the polar opposite of ours, Kira admitted. I can't say who's right or wrong. It's just those players look like they were born to play that way. It's a natural fit for them. Snuffy gave a small, appreciative nod. Well said. It's like a math problem. There's more than one way to solve for X. Some methods are quick and efficient, while others are long and complex. They all get you to the same answer. As a student, your only job is to pick the path that suits you and produce the result. Football is no different. Snuffy patted Kira on the shoulder and moved to his position. His words left Kira in deep thought as he looked over at Bakira. Because even if we choose different paths, we both have to evolve before we meet again. That's the only truth that matters, right, Meguru? The match resumed with a Barcha kickoff. Levinho took the lead, with Bakira dropping back into a supporting role. The master started his performance the second the ball hit his feet. Come and get it, Snuffy. A free spirit doesn't punch a time card. Levinho taunted. I guess I'll have to play babysitter for a few minutes, Snuffy replied, dropping into a defensive stance. The world-class duel was on. Go past him, Levinho. Snuffy's defense is legendary. He might be the best defensive forward in the game. Levinho's handles are no joke, though. Nobody can stay in front of him when he starts dancing. The live stream chat was exploding as fans argued over who would come out on top. Levinho flashed a grin at Snuffy and began a rapid series of ball taps. The frequency was insane, levels beyond what Bakira had shown. Kira focused, trying to track the micromovements, but he realized that one lapse in concentration would mean he was finished. Snuffy, however, stayed perfectly composed. His fluidity allowed him to mirror Levinho's chaotic rhythm with uncanny precision. I need to get in on this, Kira thought. Kira received the pass, closed his eyes, and whispered, use Levinho Attribute Trial Card. Levinho Attribute Trial Card activated successfully. Dribbling plus 25, continuous decay. Speed plus 12, continuous decay. Duration, 10 minutes. The change was instant. Kira felt like every cell in his body was vibrating. He wanted to move. He wanted to dance. So this is what it feels like to be Levinho. This is incredible. Hey, you're being a real buzzkill. A good dance partner knows when to let go, Levinho grumbled. Snuffy was like a blanket, smothering every attempted breakthrough. It was frustrating as hell. Levinho prepared to shift his weight for a new feint when a third shadow entered the duel. It was Kira, moving with the same erratic, rhythmic bounce as the master himself. Back off, kid. The grown-ups are talking, Levinho said. He saw a gap and tried to use Kira's positioning as a screen to lose Snuffy. It was a veteran move, using the weakest link to escape the master. The kid is too green to realize he's being used as a shield, Levinho thought. You're too young for this. Snuffy started to warn, but then he saw the look in Kira's eyes. Levinho felt a surge of triumph as he slipped past Snuffy, but then he felt a cold breeze at his ankles. He looked back expecting to see Snuffy giving chase, but the master was just standing there with a smirk on his face. Levinho realized with a jolt that the weight at his feet was gone. The ball had vanished. Kira had sniped it cleanly as they crossed paths, moving with the exact same Jenga rhythm that Levinho used. The master had been outdanced by the student. I guess I got a little too careless, Levinho realized, his eyes wide with shock. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 160, The Dancer of the Pitch. 1,341 words. Chapter 160, The Dancer of the Pitch. My God, what just happened? In the middle of a high-stakes duel between Snuffy and Levinho, Kira Ryosuke just ghosted in and sniped the ball right off Levinho's foot. I can't believe my eyes. We're talking about the king of Jenga here. Kira just showed zero respect for a living legend. Levinho just got caught sleeping on the job. Teresa was practically screaming into his headset, his eyes bulging. The play was nothing short of a statistical anomaly. Damn it, the kid stole my spotlight. Levinho ignited into a dead sprint. This was humiliating. He was a global icon, a world star, and some high school kid had just made him look like an amateur. He had to admit, he'd been careless, he hadn't taken Kira seriously as a threat to his own ball control. But to time that steal so perfectly at the exact moment of a crossover. Either the kid was a once-in-a-century genius, or he knew Levinho's habits better than Levinho knew them himself. It was definitely the latter. As Levinho chased from behind, he got a clear look at Kira's posture. The rhythm. The sway. The arrogant, effortless grace. Are you kidding me? As a man who spent half his life watching his own highlight reels, Levinho felt like he was looking into a mirror. He wanted to call the cops. The kid was a literal copycat. Start the counter, Ubers. Lorenzo, acting as Kira's personal enforcer, was already moving up into support. Baru was ghosting in a corner, waiting for the inevitable delivery. But Kira wasn't looking for a pass yet. He felt different, his entire style had shifted into something unrecognizable. Kira felt every cell in his body screaming with electricity. It was as if a current were vibrating through his skull. His brain was a storm of tactical inspiration, mapping out paths and feints before he even processed them. One defender after another tried to stop him, only to end up face down in the grass. Do you know why Levinho is called the dancer? He's the best in the world at being unpredictable. But that nickname doesn't come from his flashy footwork. It comes from the people he plays with. When you get toyed with by his dribbling, you end up collapsing in a heap. It's called the dance of defeat. Snuffy was staying glued to Levinho, narrating the history of the nickname, as if he were a documentary filmmaker. Snuffy, what is wrong with you? I am Levinho. I don't need a history lesson on my own damn life. Levinho was fuming. He could have sprinted back to shut Kira down. Kira's breakthrough was impressive, but Levinho had the recovery speed to intervene. But Snuffy was acting like a human straitjacket, blocking every lane and keeping him trapped in a useless conversation. Haven't you realized it yet? Kira is a magician. He doesn't just play, he replicates the essence of his opponent, Snuffy said, revealing his theory. Levinho's pace slowed for a fraction of a second. Is there really a person capable of that? Kira provided the answer immediately. He had carved through the midfield until the space in front of him was nothing but green grass. Don't even think about it, Kira. Bakira had sprinted back, desperate to stop the advance. Kira met him with a cold, stylish spin. Bakira tried to mirror the rotation, desperate to keep up with the speed of the turn. Suddenly, Bakira's foot slipped. His center of gravity shattered, and he tumbled onto the turf. I got crossed. By Kira. Bakira stared up from the grass, stunned. Dribbling was his weapon, his soul. He'd never imagined being on the receiving end of an ankle-breaker like that. Kira was one-on-one with the keeper. The goalie charged out, desperate to smother the ball before Kira could pick a corner. It was a textbook decision. Against a normal striker, it might have worked. But he was facing Akira Ryosuke powered by a Levinho trial card. Kira gave a wicked, playful smirk. He chipped the ball into the air with the tip of his toe and launched himself forward. He sailed over the diving keeper like he was clearing a hurdle. He landed, walked the ball to the goal line, and performed a sharp, arrogant spin. With his back to the net, he used his heel to flick the ball across the line. The entire sequence was pure, unadulterated style. Kira turned and gave a mock gentlemanly bow to the crowd. Sorry, Barcha. But the free soul of Ubers is me. The Barcha players looked like they wanted to crawl out of their skins and punch him. Bakira sat on the grass, watching the celebration with a dazed expression. Ah. I really can't touch him yet. In the distance, Levinho grabbed Snuffy by the collar. There is no way in hell you taught him that. That was my move. Is this kid a superfan? Does he sit in his room watching my clips all day? Levinho felt a surge of indignation. Why did a boring workaholic like Snuffy get a student this cool? If Kira were at Barcha, Levinho could have let him run wild. Calm down. I had the same thought when he first joined, Snuffy said, prying Levinho's hands off him. But it's not just imitation. It's his talent. He mocks us by being better at our own games than we are. He's showing off. So you're saying the kid isn't as wholesome as he looks, Levinho noted. He wasn't slow, he caught the underlying warning in Snuffy's tone. Then it clicked. Wait. He's just like you. A snake in the grass. This is the successor you chose. Maybe, Snuffy replied, neither confirming nor denying. He just gave a small, cryptic smile that made Levinho want to scream. The tactical guys are always the ones with the dirtiest minds. I need to stay away from this freak. Incredible. My job is going to be so much easier from now on, Lorenzo said, his gold teeth flashing. How did you do that, Kira? That last sequence, my eyes could barely track it, Nico admitted. For the first time, Nico felt like soccer was actually easy. He started to feel a twinge of envy for Isagi and the others who had been in a room with Kira from day one. If Kira had been on Team Y, maybe the whole squad would have made it through. Haha, honestly. My brain just kind of sparked. I went with the flow, Kira explained. It wasn't exactly a lie, the trial card had filled his head with a million variables, and he'd just picked the flashiest one. At that moment, Sendo walked up behind Kira and started staring intently at the back of his head. What are you doing, Sendo? Aiku asked, looking at his teammate's weird behavior. I'm trying to see if his skull is shaped differently. Why doesn't my brain spark like that? The comment sent the entire Ubers squad into a fit of laughter. Congratulations to Ubers on their 3-0 victory over FC Barcha. I didn't expect a shutout of this magnitude, but Kira Ryosuke is simply playing on another level. Is there any team in this facility that can stop the Ubers machine? We'll find out next time. See you then. As Teresa's sign-off echoed through the speakers, the Blue Lock TV broadcast cut to black. The viewers, however, were just getting started. That last goal was the disrespect of the century. I love it. Kira is a cheat code. How do you even defend that? There's only one word for a guy like that, monster. Inside the control room, Ego watched the final replay with a look of genuine shock. I wonder which European giant is going to be lucky enough to catch his eye, Ego muttered. Because right now, the world is at Ryosuke Kira's feet. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Okuhito Iman. 1,215 words. Chapter 161, Okuhito Iman. The Uber's locker room was alive with the raw, electric energy of a 3-0 shutout. Even when Levinho had entered the game in the final minutes, he hadn't been enough to stall Kira's momentum. The scoreline was a statement. It was a clean, decisive victory. Even Snuffy, usually the stoic professional, was handing out rare compliments to the squad. Sendo had managed to cement his spot in the starting 11, largely by serving as the perfect decoy for Kira's game-winning strike. However, Snuffy wasn't letting him off easy. The coach was still riding him about his defensive positioning and passing accuracy. With only 2 games left in the league, Sendo knew that if he didn't evolve fast, he'd be right back on the bench, watching his Hollywood dreams go up in smoke. Attention, diamonds in the rough. Time for the updated salary rankings, Ego's voice crackled from the monitors, his face appearing for a fleeting second before the data began to scroll. The room went dead silent as the list materialized. Kira leaned in, eyes scanning the bids. Rank 20 is Karasu. Still at 12 million, Nico noted, looking at the stagnant numbers. Probably because PXG didn't have a game today. No match, no new bids, Aiku said, leaning back and stroking the stubble on his chin. He remembered Ego's explanation well enough, the market only moves when you're on the stage. Makes sense, Nico nodded. Then, a name jumped up. Rank 19, Shido Sendo. 16 million yen. Kira did a double take, blinking at the screen. Are you serious? Someone actually put up that much for this guy. Oh yeah. Hollywood, here I come. Sendo practically launched himself off the bench. He lunged forward and grabbed Kira's hand, shaking it with manic intensity. Kira, I don't even know how to say it. I used to hate your guts, man, but seriously, thank you. I actually have a shot now. Sendo knew exactly why his value had spiked. He was being rewarded for being Kira's most effective tool. Kira felt a surge of pure annoyance, but suppressed the urge to yank his hand away. He could understand Sendo's desperation. The guy had gone from the arrogant ace of the U-20 team to a guy forced to play out of position just to survive. That kind of ego-shattering fall would break most people. Aiku patted Sendo on the shoulder with the pride of a big brother watching a kid finally pull his weight. He's finally growing up, he thought. The list continued. Rank 18, Ryusei Shido at 20 million. Stagnant, just like Karasu. Rank 17, Ida Otoya at 22 million. Even without a goal in 2 games, his off-ball movement was clearly catching the eyes of some deep-pocketed owners. Rank 16, Iki Nico at 23.5 million. You're moving up, Nico. Nice work, Arias said, flicking his hair. Nico gave a sharp nod. It was progress, but for a guy with his ego, it wasn't nearly enough to satisfy him. Rank 15, Ranz Corona. Kira barely remembered the guy, but apparently, he'd done enough to crack the top tier. Rank 14 was Aryu at 25 million, followed by Aiku at 13th with 27 million. 25 million. Glamour is always a steady investment, Aryu mused, looking pleased. 27. At least I'm still worth more than Sendo, Aiku muttered. He didn't look thrilled, but he wasn't complaining. Rank 12, Jin Gagamaru. 28 million. As the undisputed number 1 keeper in Blue Lock, his value was a rock-solid testament to his reliability. Then, the monitor flickered to rank 11. Okuhito Aiman? Buru asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Kira was just as stunned. Wait, wasn't he eliminated? How the hell is he on the board? I should mention, Ego's voice interrupted their confusion, that aside from the main qualifiers, Okuhito Aiman is the sole survivor of the wild card round. He is currently playing for Sunshine City in England. The butterfly effect was in full swing. In the original timeline, Kunigami was the one who crawled back through the wild card as a cyborg-like shells of his former self. Now, that dark horse role belonged to Aiman. Kira wondered what kind of hell the guy had gone through to survive, but a 28.5 million yen valuation meant he'd come back as a completely different animal. Then, the top 10 slammed onto the screen. Rank 10, Kenyu Yukimiya at 29 million. Rank 9, Hayoma Chijiri at 30 million. Rank 8, Mikage Ryo at 40 million. Rank 7, Ito Shirin at 41 million. Rank 6, Meguro Bakira at 47 million. Rank 5, Rensuke Kunigami at 50 million. Rank 4, Yoichi Iseijai at 66 million. Rank 3, Shiburu at 80 million. Rank 2, Saishiro Nagi at 88 million. Rank 1, Ryosuke Kira at 150 million. Are you kidding me? 150 million. You just jumped another 50 million for one game. Sendo's excitement evaporated into pure, concentrated salt. It hurts. It actually hurts. We're the same age. How is the gap this big? He jumped a whole Kunigami in one round, Nico thought, staring at the numbers. Kira noticed the shift. Kunigami was still in the mix at 50 million, meaning he hadn't failed in this timeline, he'd just stayed in the program. Iseijai was still hunting the lead, but the real shocker was Nagi. 88 million. What the hell had happened in the Sunshine City match? I need to hit the film room, Kira thought. Something big went down. Food. Move it. If we don't eat, we don't work. Lorenzo started shouting, herding everyone toward the cafeteria. Kira took a quick shower and headed to the mess hall. As he sat down with Nico and Aryu, he spotted a group of familiar faces. Yukimiya was waving at him from a few tables over, flanked by Corona, Hyori, and Igaguri. Hey, Yukimiya. Long time no see, Kira called out, flashing a grin. Good to see you, Kira, Yukimiya replied. He looked different, more composed, radiating a quiet, dangerous confidence. The last 20 days had clearly changed him. I heard you guys just finished your match against Bastard Munchen. Looked like a hell of a fight, Kira said. He was fishing for info. Haha, you could say that. We barely scraped by, Yukimiya said with a modest smile, but his eyes were sharp. Where's Isagi? Usually, he's the first one in line for seconds, Kira asked, looking around. Oh, him. Igaguri piped up, looking amused. The idiot pushed himself so hard he fainted the second the final whistle blew. He's in the infirmary. Wait, seriously? He's okay, right? Kira asked. The coach said it was just extreme brain fatigue. Overused his vision or something. He'll be fine after a nap, Hyori explained. Kira felt a chill. Isagi had overused his vision so much he'd blacked out. The intensity in the Bastard Munchen match must have been suicidal. England was clearly no joke. You guys are still undefeated, right? I'm looking forward to the day we finally face Ubers, Yukimiya said, his tone turning competitive. Same here. We'll be waiting, Kira replied. Yukimiya nodded and led his group away. They've changed a lot, Nico noted, watching them leave. Kira nodded. Everyone is evolving at a breakneck pace. This league is getting dangerous. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Aiku's Resolve. 1111 words. Chapter 162, Aiku's Resolve. After finishing his meal, Kira said his goodbyes to Nico and Aryu, and headed to the film room alone. He needed to see exactly what had gone down during the Germany vs. England match. If the genius of adaptation, Yoichi Isagi, had actually passed out, the intensity must have been off the charts. As the footage rolled, Kira found himself staring in disbelief. Is this even soccer? It looks more like a high-stakes civil war. The team dynamic at Bastard Munchen was a complete disaster. The squad was fractured into two distinct, warring factions, the Kaiser faction, led by the German ace Michael Kaiser and his loyal pet, Ness, and the Isagi faction, consisting of Isagi, Corona, and Kunigami. No wonder Isagi collapsed. That's exhausting, Kira muttered to himself. You're not just fighting the 11 guys on the other side, you're playing 4D chess against your own teammates just to get a touch. He imagined himself in that environment. If I were on that team, I wouldn't be picking a side. I'd just make the whole Isagi faction mine. The power struggle between Isagi and Kaiser would quickly turn into a war between me and Kaiser. Suddenly, he felt a wave of gratitude for his current situation. Ubers is a paradise compared to that. Lorenzo and the other academy players weren't interested in petty politics or gatekeeping. He could practically hear Lorenzo's voice in his head, we're all just here for the paycheck, man. Why make it hard on each other? Let's just win and get paid. While Germany was a mess of internal sabotage, England's Sunshine City seemed far more cohesive, yet they lacked the raw firepower to finish. In the end, they'd lost 3-2. Kira watched the clip of Nagi's goal, the 5-stage fake volley, and shook his head. His valuation is through the roof because of that world beater, but it's a miracle goal. You can't replicate that on command. If Nagi and Rio keep relying on magic instead of a system, they're going to hit a wall. The English Academy player, Agi, seemed to be the only one who realized this. He was trying to force Nagi to think for himself, to develop his own soccer brain. Rio, on the other hand, was doing the opposite, coddling Nagi and doing all the heavy lifting for him. It maximized Nagi's immediate threat but killed his long-term potential. It's a shame. Another wild blossom that needs pruning before it wilts, a voice said from behind. Kira turned to see Oliver Aiko leaning against the doorframe, holding 2 bottles of sports drink. He looked relaxed, yet he radiated that jaded, seen-it-all aura that made him feel much older than he actually was. How long have you been standing there? I thought you were Nico, Kira said. Long enough. Aiku tossed a bottle. Kira caught it with one hand as Aiku took a seat a few feet away. Nagi, if he doesn't find a way to stand on his own 2 feet, he's going to be a non-factor in the next match. I agree. But I'm curious, what's your logic? Kira asked. Aiku took a slow sip of his drink. No logic. Just intuition. Kira rolled his eyes. Right. The defender's instinct. Very mysterious. Seriously though, Kira, Aiku said, his tone shifting. Why did you pick Ubers? I took you for the ultimate egoist, someone who wouldn't want to be tied down by a system. You aren't exactly the follow-the-rules type on the pitch. Would you believe me if I said I actually prefer team play? Kira asked. Aiku paused, looking surprised. Ha! You're joking, right? Every goal you've scored lately has been a middle finger to Snuffy's playbook. You're winning on raw, individual dominance. It's a mix, Kira admitted, staring at the screen. There's something beautiful about 11 gears clicking together to crush an opponent. But taking the ball and destroying an entire team by yourself. That feeling is addictive. It's hard to let go of. The room went quiet. Aiku hadn't expected that level of honesty. He let out a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. You really are a walking contradiction. Humans are full of contradictions. It's what makes us interesting. Maybe, Aiku sighed. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling. You know, once upon a time, I wanted to be the world's best striker too. Kira didn't interrupt. He knew the look in Aiku's eyes. This was a confession. Coaches, teachers, they all told me the same thing. Aiku, you're a physical freak. Use that body to protect the goal. Be the anchor. If you stay in the back, the real scorers can do their jobs. Aiku took a massive gulp of his drink. He wasn't looking for a response, he just needed to say it out loud. Everything was always for the team, for the coach, for the win. No one ever asked me what I wanted. I tried to show them my footwork, tried to prove I could score, but they shut me down instantly. They told me soccer was about discipline and cooperation. They said I had to follow the rules if I wanted to play. Aiku's voice was laced with a lingering bitterness. Coaches. All they want to do is water the flowers they already recognize. They don't want anything irregular growing in their garden. They decide where the flowers should grow before they even bloom. By the time I looked up, everyone was exactly the same. We were a field of identical, boring flowers. I was no different. Somewhere along the line, the kid who believed he could be the world's greatest striker. He just withered away and died. And one day, I decided I wanted to be the world's best defender instead. I wanted to become the man who could kill every single one of those cookie-cutter strikers the coaches were so proud of. That was my revenge. That's why I became a defender. Aiku's gaze suddenly snapped to Kira. His heterochromatic eyes were burning with a fierce, newfound intensity. But I made myself a promise. If I ever saw a striker who was actually trying to bloom into something unique, someone who refused to be clipped, I wouldn't cut them down. I'd be the one to reach out and say, keep going. Bloom until the whole world has to look at you. Kira met Aiku's gaze. The silence in the room was heavy, charged with a level of ambition that surpassed mere sport. I'm counting on you, Ryosuke Kira. Don't let them turn you into just another flower. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, The Evaluation Panel. 1,257 words. Chapter 163, The Evaluation Panel. What was this guy's deal? Kira stood there, momentarily stunned. He understood Aiku's vision. Aiku was obsessed with the idea of Japan producing a world-class striker, a way to settle the score for his own failed dreams. So have you found one? A striker who's actually ready to blow the roof off this place? Kira asked. He had a sneaking suspicion Aiku was talking about him. I found what I was looking for the moment we finished our match against Blue Lock, Aiku said, closing his eyes as if he were replaying the game in his head. And it wasn't just one guy. But out of all of them, you're the one currently burning the brightest. Aiku took another swig of his drink. Kira felt a rare flash of self-consciousness. Even with his massive ego, having someone like Aiku drop that kind of heavy praise right to his face was intense. It wasn't the usual trash talk or competitive posturing, it was a direct acknowledgement of his status. Haha, look at you. You actually look human for a second, Aiku chuckled. I don't do filters. I say what's on my mind, so don't get weird about it. That's just who I am. Talk about being brutally honest, Kira thought. He started to formulate a comeback but the door hissed open. There you are. Finished the footage yet? Nico and Arya walked in, clearly looking to dissect the latest match between England and Germany. In this facility, information was as valuable as talent. You didn't just play, you studied. We just finished. Both teams look lethal, Kira said, instantly shifting the focus back to the game. Aiku's here too. Why are you guys sitting so far apart? Nico asked, immediately taking the seat right next to Kira. He looked back and forth between the two of them. Please tell me you weren't shouting at each other across the room this whole time. Kira and Aiku shared a brief, silent glance. Nico sighed. He didn't need a verbal confirmation. You guys are freaks, Nico muttered, shaking his head. Is this some kind of new, stylish way to communicate? Distance creates style. Aryu asked, looking intrigued by the potential aesthetic. Where's Baru? Didn't he come with you? Kira asked. He half expected the king to be in the dorms, obsessively cleaning or something. I tried to grab him, but he said he was going back for another round of training, Nico said, a hint of admiration creeping into his voice. I think seeing you evolve so fast finally lit a fire under him that he can't put out. Kira felt a surge of respect for the guy. He thought back to Snuffy's story about his friend who had spiraled out of control. Baru was the polar opposite of that. Even if Baru became the most famous athlete on the planet, he'd still be in the gym at 4 a.m. The king's obsession was his greatest armor. All right, enough talk. Put the recording on, Arias said, grabbing the remote. He pulled up the Munchine City vs. Bastard Munchen highlights. I've already seen it, Kira said, making a move to leave. Not a chance. We're staying here to compare notes. You're not going anywhere, Nico said. His tone was surprisingly authoritative, stopping Kira in his tracks. Stick around, Kira. Seeing it again might reveal a detail you missed when you were watching alone, Aryu added. It was a logical point, and Kira conceded with a shrug, sitting back down. Aiku, get over here. Stop acting like you're too cool to sit with us, Arya called out. Aiku laughed, stood up, and joined the group. The four of them settled in to dissect the high-level chaos on the screen. The next day. Training grounds. Snuffy gathered the squad together, his expression sharp and professional as he outlined the next phase of their evolution. By now, you all know the score. Our next opponent is the English club, Munchine City, Snuffy said, closing his tactical notebook and scanning the room. They operate on a different frequency than PXG. Their philosophy is built on speed, power, and overwhelming physical impact. They believe that winning the physical duel is the key to winning the match. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Prepare yourselves. This is going to be a war of attrition. It will be the most physically demanding match you've played yet. Physical impact. Nico shifted uncomfortably. That was his one glaring weakness. Kira, however, remained unfazed. Between Baru's brute strength and Aiku's defensive frame, Uber's wasn't exactly a team of lightweights. Don't overthink it. You just need to adapt to their contact and stick to the system. We play our game, we win. I'm adding physical conditioning and contact drills to the schedule starting now. Let's get to work, Ubers. Snuffy was a master of preparation. The squad followed his lead without question, including Kira. Over the next few days, Kira pushed himself harder than ever. During his private sessions, he burned through Snuffy's trial cards, focused on refining his core attributes and adapting to the world-class rhythm. Ding. Evaluation panel feature activated. Note, currently restricted to Blue Lock participants and Club Academy players. The notification flashed across Kira's vision in the middle of a drill. A ranking system. What's this? Evaluation metric, German standard bastard Munchen system. Kira looked over at Baru, who was currently destroying a training dummy on the other side of the pitch. Shui Baru. Overall, 93, S rank. Speed, 80, A. Defense, 82, A. Passing, 55, D. Dribbling, 91, S. Shooting, 96, S. Offense, 94, S. Damn. The king is a beast, Kira thought. Then his eyes drifted to the D in passing. Actually, that sounds exactly right. Passing just isn't in his vocabulary. Kira realized he could control the interface with a thought. He could summon or dismiss the panels at will. He took a deep breath and focused on his own internal data. Ryosuke Kira. Overall, 97, S rank. Speed, 97, S. Defense, 85, A. Passing, 96, S. Dribbling, 94, S. Shooting, 99, S. Offense, 99, S. Holy shit. I'm a monster. Kira stared at his own stats, a smirk spreading across his face. Even if the system was only ranking him against his peers, he was almost a perfect 99 in the most critical categories. His defense was the only thing keeping him from being a total monster, but for a striker, an A in defense was more than enough. Hey! What the hell are you staring at? Baru had stopped his drill, and was looking at Kira with a suspicious glare. Kira realized he had been standing perfectly still, staring into space with a weird grin on his face. Ha, nothing. Keep at it, Baru. You're looking sharp. Kira felt a surge of energy. He had a new toy, and he wanted to see how everyone else measured up. He wanted to know exactly how high the ceiling was in this facility. I'm heading out for a bit. You know where Aiku and the others are. Baru looked at him like he had grown a second head. Kira had been training for 10 minutes, and now he was bailing. How should I know? Probably in the dorms, Baru grunted, turning back to his goal. The king of the grind, Kira thought, heading for the exit. It was time to go scouting. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, The Eve of Battle. 1144 words. Chapter 164, The Eve of Battle. Gyubei Aryu. Overall, 87, A rank. Speed, 80, A. Defense, 93, S. Passing, 85A. Dribbling, 77B. Shooting, 80A. Offense, 84A. Nico Icky. Overall, 88A rank. Speed, 75B. Defense, 94AS. Passing, 91A. Dribbling, 79B. Shooting, 80A. Offense, 80A. Not bad. My two main defenders are solid high-tier A-rank assets, Kira mused. He had spent the last hour wandering the facility, finally tracking down Nico and Aryu. The two were currently locked in a focused game of chess in their room. Kira. I thought you were doing extra reps with Baru, Nico said, not taking his eyes off the board. What brings you here? Oh, I ran out of face wash. Thought I'd come by and see if I could borrow some, Kira lied. It was the lamest excuse he'd ever come up with. I don't buy my own. I just use whatever Area has, Nico replied. So that's why my supply is disappearing so fast, Aryu interjected, his voice dripping with dramatic flair. I knew a minimalist like you couldn't maintain such a stylish complexion on your own. It turns out Nico wasn't as innocent as he looked. Well, I'll leave you guys to it. See ya, Kira said, pivoting toward the door. Wait, didn't you come here for the face wash? Nico asked, finally looking up with a confused expression. Actually, I just remembered I have an extra bottle. My bad. Kira called out over his shoulder as he made his escape. Scouting mission, ongoing, Kira thought. He passed several Uber's Academy players in the hall. Their stats were respectable, mostly hovering around the 80 mark. To be a pro in Europe, that was the baseline. He eventually reached the film room. Aff! A blood-curdling scream erupted from behind the door. Kira crept closer and cracked the door open an inch. Inside, a group of players were huddled together in the dark, watching a horror movie. Kira ghosted inside, snuck up behind Sendo, and gave his shoulder a sharp tap before ducking behind a row of seats. Holy shit! Aiku, did you just touch me? Sendo's voice was trembling. Why would I touch you? Watch the movie, man, Aiku replied, clearly annoyed. The room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Lorenzo sat in the front row, his gold teeth barely glinting in the flickering light of the screen. Maybe there's a ghost in here with us, Lorenzo whispered, his voice raspy. Something unnatural. Who are you calling unnatural, Goldtooth? Kira thought. Click. Fukaku-gen couldn't take the tension anymore and flipped the light switch. The sudden brightness revealed Kira crouching in the corner, trying to stifle his laughter. You brat. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Sendo shouted, looking genuinely traumatized. Haha, sorry. Couldn't help myself, Kira said, stepping into the light. He immediately began scanning the room. Shudo Sendo. Overall, 79, A rank. Speed, 80, A. Defense, 75, B. Passing, 79, B. Dribbling, 85, A. Shooting, 74, A. Offense, 89, A. Wait, how was this guy ever considered the ace of the U-20 team? Kira wondered. His offensive instincts are high, but everything else is mediocre. Maybe they just liked his hair. Gen Fukaku. Overall, 80, A rank. Speed, 77, B. Defense, 92, S. Passing, 81, A. Dribbling, 79, B. Shooting, 75, B. Offense, 77, B. Solid keeper. His defense and passing are high enough to anchor a backline. He's a reliable backup. Then, Kira turned to Aiku. Oliver Aiku. Overall, 90, S rank. Speed, 80, A. Defense, 96, S. Passing, 88A. Dribbling, 81A. Shooting, 80A. Offense, 85A. A true S-rank defender. You made the right call quitting the striker role, Aiku. Your shooting stats are as average as Sendo's. Finally, his eyes settled on Lorenzo, who was currently inhaling popcorn. Don Lorenzo. Overall, 94, S-rank. Speed, 88A. Defense, 98S. Passing, 95S. Dribbling, 92S. Shooting, 80A. Offense, 82A. The Ace Eater. A defensive monster. Even though he was still a few points behind Kira's overall score, Lorenzo's specialized stats were terrifying. Hey, Kira. Why are you staring at everyone like a creep? Lorenzo asked. You look like the monster in the movie. Sorry. Just lost in thought, Kira said, rubbing the back of his head. Jen, turn the lights back off, Lorenzo commanded. We were just getting to the good part. Sit down, Kira. You're watching the rest with us. Kira realized he had walked into a trap. He hated horror movies as much as Sendo did. For the next hour, the two of them were jumping at every shadow while Lorenzo laughed like a maniac. Even Aika seemed amused by Kira's reaction. At the same time, in the Moonshine City film room in the England Stratum. While Ubers was goofing off, the atmosphere in England was electric with ambition. Look at this. Kira's valuation is already worth 3 Kunagamis, Nagi said, glancing at the rankings on his tablet. He was ranked second, but the gap between him and Kira felt like a canyon. We have 3 matches left to close that gap, Chidori said, his voice sharp with determination. He wasn't just here to play, he was here to build a brand that the world couldn't ignore. This is the only chance we get to skyrocket our value before the World Cup. Ego really hit the jackpot with this live stream idea, Rio added, looking at the data from a business perspective. The subscription revenue alone must be astronomical. No wonder they could afford to bring in these world stars. We're part of a billion-dollar show. Rio turned to the man sitting in the corner, Okuhito Iman. The former Team Z keeper had survived the wild card and come back as a completely different person. He was silent, intense, and ignored Rio's attempt at conversation entirely. The door slid open, and a man stepped in wearing a suit covered in high-tech sensors and resistance bands. He struck a series of poses for the cameras embedded in the walls. Want a physique that screams perfection? Wear the Prince Series 2.0 and feel the burn of excellence. The man was Chris Prince, the master of Moonshine City. And he's doing a commercial again, Chidori sighed. Pro athletes love a good paycheck, Nagi noted, unfazed. He's a genius at marketing himself. I can respect the hustle, Rio admitted. Chris Prince finished his routine and turned to his players, his charismatic smile widening. All right, listen up. Our next targets are the Italian workhorses, the Ubers. Get your heads right. We're going to use our superior physiques to crush those office workers into the dirt. Show the world what true power looks like. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Rio's Metamorphosis. 1055 words. Chapter 165, Rio's Metamorphosis. Time moved with a relentless rhythm, and before anyone realized it, the day of the clash with England's Moonshine City had arrived. It was the third round of the Neo-Egoist League. Bastard Munchen was on their mandatory break for this rotation, leaving the spotlight to 2 matches, Barcha vs PXG. And Ubers vs Moonshine City. The Blue Lock TV live stream was already humming with activity. Today's guest commentator was a familiar face, Natsuki, the man who had called the high-stakes U20 match. He sat in the booth, his thinning hair catching the studio lights, which didn't escape the notice of the millions watching. Baldy's back in the booth. Is it just me, or is the glare from his head brighter than the stadium lights? Leave him alone. He looks like a friendly marshmallow. Natsuki glanced at the scrolling chat on his monitor and nearly had an aneurysm. He took a deep, shaky breath, gripping his notes. Don't let them get to you. You're getting paid. There's a camera right there. Stay professional, you glorious, shiny man. He forced a stiff smile and began the broadcast. In the Uber's locker room, Mark Snuffy was the picture of calm. Kira's presence had turned the team into a tactical playground, offering him more options than he'd ever had in his professional career. This trip to Japan felt less like a coaching job and more like a pre-retirement vacation, where he just happened to be building a masterpiece. I've said everything that needs to be said, Snuffy announced, his voice steady and commanding. Clock in, Ubers. It's time to work. Sir, yes sir. The squad erupted. Riding a dominant win streak, their confidence was at an all-time high. Led by Kira, the black and white striped jerseys flooded out of the player tunnel like an approaching storm. On the pitch, the Moonshine City squad was already waiting. Look at you, walking like you own the place, Chidori said, looking up from his cleats. He stood up, shaking out his long red hair. That 150 million yen price tag really changed your gait, didn't it? I'm going to take everything you've built, Nagi added, his eyes devoid of their usual boredom. He was vibrating with a new kind of intensity, fueled by his magical goal in the last round. He wanted to prove that his evolution could swallow Kira whole. Okuhito Iman stood behind them, his face a hollow mask of cold focus. He said nothing, his gaze fixed on some point in the middle distance. Hey, Moonshine. Good to see you guys still have some fight left, Kira said, offering a casual, easygoing smile. 150 million, you're basically a walking corporation now, Ryo joked, though his eyes were sharp and calculating. The world's most expensive teenager. Must be nice. Coming from the heir of the Mikage Corporation, that doesn't mean much, Kira shot back. Fair point. In my family's world, 150 million is just the salary for a mid-level manager, Ryo flexed with a smirk. Don't let the fame get to your head. We're here to bankrupt you. Good. I hate playing against poor losers, Kira replied. Kira's gaze shifted to Iman. The former keeper's throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but the words never came. He just turned and walked toward his position. Kira felt a pang of concern. Whatever happened in the wild card had clearly burned the humanity out of him. Iman looked like a man who had seen the abyss and decided to move in. All players, take your positions. The match is about to begin. The stadium speakers boomed. The pleasantries were over. All right, viewers, it's showtime. Natsuki shouted, trying to regain his professional footing. Let's look at the Moonshine City lineup. They're running a 3-4-3 with Aji as the lone striker. Chidori and Nagi are flanking him as high-speed wingers. In the midfield, we have the anchor, Iman, and the playmaker, Mikage Ryo. Natsuki's voice wavered as he saw a particularly nasty comment about his forehead, but he pushed through. Match start. Moonshine City kicked off. Aji immediately dropped the ball back to Ryo, who took control with an aggressive confidence. You aren't getting a free pass today, Sendo said, stepping up to form the first line of the Uber's press. He was focused, keeping his knees bent and his eyes on Ryo's core. Don't break the line. Don't be the weak link. Kira watched from upfield, giving Sendo a mental nod. The guy was actually learning. But then, he noticed something different about Ryo. Ryo met Sendo's press with a violent burst of physical power. He used his shoulder to shield the ball, spun with a fluidity that shouldn't have been possible for his frame, and left Sendo in the dust. He's faster. He's stronger. He's smarter. Kira focused his mind, summoning the data. Mikage Ryo. Overall, 85, A rank. Speed, 81, A. Defense, 86A. Passing, 89A. Dribbling, 83A. Shooting, 82A. Offense, 86A. He's a mini-me, Kira realized. The ultimate all-rounder. He's optimized his body to copy the world's best. Your little guard dog is a bit slow, isn't he? Rio said as Nico stepped up to intercept. You talk too much, rich boy, Nico replied. Rio didn't slow down. He began a rapid-fire series of ball taps, keeping his center of gravity low. Just as Nico prepared to shut down the passing lane, Rio executed a lightning-fast nutmeg, slipping the ball through Nico's legs and surging past him. Nico stood frozen. He'd been expecting a pass. Rio had always been a playmaker, a facilitator for Nagi. He never expected Rio to take the duel himself. He's completely changed his style, Kira thought. England really did a number on him. But Kira wasn't worried. The Uber's defense had several more layers of hell to put Rio through. Lorenzo, who had been lazily watching the play with his eyes half closed, suddenly snapped them open. The ace-eater exhaled, a jagged, golden-toothed grin spreading across his face. Looks like I actually have to clock in for once, Lorenzo hissed. I usually hate doing real work, but you look like you're worth the effort, purple hair. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The New Sensation Shot. 1,246 words. Chapter 166, The New Sensation Shot. Whoa! Rio Mikage, number 14 for England's Menshine City, is tearing through the middle on his own. This is insane. The Uber's defense is legendary for being a brick wall, but he just ripped a hole right through it. Natsuki rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this really a Japanese high schooler? If Teresa were here, he'd probably just laugh and tell Natsuki he hadn't seen anything yet, that the white-haired monster on Ubers was the real freak of nature. Nico watched from the back, his head spinning. Rio had evolved into something dangerous. He wasn't defaulting to Nagi as his first option anymore. It was a high-level all-rounder style that Nico honestly envied. Agi and Nagi were keeping pace with Rio, but Rio didn't even glance at them. Tell me, Mikage Rio. What does the number one in the world look like to you? How would the ideal Rio Mikage answer that question? Chris Prince's questions from their first meeting flashed through Rio's mind as he drove the ball forward. Chris, I've finally got my answer. I'm going to be the striker who controls the pitch and pulls the trigger myself. I'm done being the parasite who needs someone else to look good. I want the power to become number one on my own terms. Rio had made his decision the moment the whistle blew. He was going to score against Kira. He wanted to show Nagi that he could take down the king without any help. This is the new me. Rio reached the edge of the box and wound up for a strike. 40 million yen. Please. A shadow suddenly eclipsed Rio's vision. Lorenzo had read the shooting motion perfectly. With a jarring, awkward lunge, he sniped the ball right off Rio's foot and sent it spiraling out of bounds. You were trying to mimic Ito Shirin's curved shot, weren't you? I've faced the real deal. Yours is just a cheap knockoff. If you want to learn how to actually copy someone, maybe you should take notes from our ace, Kira. Rio's little trick was child's play to a man like Lorenzo. TCH, you gold-toothed freak, Rio hissed, his face twisting in frustration. He couldn't believe his ultimate weapon had been dismantled that easily. What a massive stop by Lorenzo, the heart of the Uber's defense. Mikage Rio was centimeters away from a goal, but the ball is out for a throw-in. This match is on fire. We're seeing world-class offense and defense right out of the gate. Natsuki might be older, but he could still keep up with the play-by-play, even if he lacked Teresa's frantic energy. That gold-toothed guy is a lifesaver. Right? Look at Kira just strolling around the front line. He has zero intention of dropping back to help. Well, yeah. If the strikers have to do the defending, the defenders might as well go home and collect unemployment. The live stream chat was already singing Lorenzo's praises. On the sidelines, Snuffy remained expressionless. To him, a stop like that was just another day at the office. In fact, he was slightly annoyed. He hated that the ball had made it all the way to the edge of the box before being cleared. Too slow. Hey, workaholic. Chris Prince leaned over to address Snuffy. The two masters began to trade barbs as they watched the pitch. Don't think that's the only trick we've got. We're just getting warmed up. Oh? Is the rest of your team also a bunch of muscle-bound meatheads with zero brain cells? You. Chris sputtered, caught off guard by Snuffy's roast. I'm not even going to argue with you. You'll see soon enough, Chris said, huffing and turning his head away. Snuffy let out a small, subtle smile. Ruffling the feathers of a guy who lived and breathed bicep curls was always entertaining. Match continues. Moonshine City throw-in. Rio scanned the field before launching the ball back into play. TCH. Your delivery is trash, rich boy. Aiku anticipated the drop perfectly, beating Nagi to the spot. Nagi tried to use his god-tier trapping ability to bypass him, but Aiku was too experienced. He used his frame to lean into Nagi, denying him the space to leap. Without your wings, you're just a grasshopper that can't hop. Get lost. Aiku casually cleared the ball forward. My strikers are waiting. Counterattack, Ubers. Heh. Lorenzo let out a raspy chuckle as he moved to collect the clearance. The rest of the Ubers squad ignited in sync, moving like a well-oiled machine. Hey, Goldilocks. You're just another gear in the machine, aren't you? A streak of red lightning tore past Lorenzo, snatching the ball before he could even touch it. You're fast, 30 million, though you feel like you're worth way more than that. Lorenzo was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected to be sniped. Up front, Kira and Baru were equally stunned to see Lorenzo lose possession. Hayoma Chijiri. Overall, 90 S rank. Speed, 98 S. Defense, 68 C. Passing, 80 A. Dribbling, 93 S. Shooting, 88 A. Offense, 95 S. TCH. No wonder, Kira thought. Chijiri had hit S rank. A 98 in speed was terrifying. The Red Panther had undergone a massive evolution in England. Shut him down. Nico roared. Ubers shifted gears instantly, transitioning from an all-out attack back into a defensive shell. Lorenzo was fast, but even he couldn't catch Chijiri. He was trailing by half a body length, desperately trying to close the gap. Arias stepped up to help, creating a 2-on-1. Chijiri didn't flinch. His eyes were cold, fixed on the goal. Tell me, Hayoma Chijiri. What is your ideal? Be specific. Work backward from the person you want to become. What kind of player is the ideal Chijiri? Chris Prince's training echoed in Chijiri's ears. His answer was carved into his every stride. I don't want to pass. I'm going to use this speed to tear through every single one of you. I'm the one who's going to score. Chijiri gritted his teeth and shifted into another gear. He can still accelerate. Arya was left in the dust. The sheer explosive power of Chijiri's sprint was too much for him to handle. Lorenzo was left behind a second later. Chijiri was moving like a rocket. On the sidelines, Chris Prince watched with a smug grin. He was proud of his masterpiece. Go on, Chijiri. Trap them in your game. Inside or outside. Another Uber's defender rushed in to close the lane. Chijiri came to a dead stop, then instantly exploded into an inside cut. The defender's brain couldn't process the change in momentum fast enough. Chidori's high-speed incision shredded the Uber's final line. I've got you. Nico's metavision was active. You're cutting inside to find your golden zone, the perfect angle for your shot, right? Nico's eyes were sharp behind his bangs. He thought he'd read the script. Heh. You're too late, Four Eyes. This is my backyard. Before Nico could react, Chidori executed a lightning-fast lateral drag. Nico's balance was gone. Chidori wound up and pulled the trigger. The ball took flight, carving a perfect arc toward the net. Crap. It's too fast. Nico realized. Chris Prince stood on the sideline, his ego swelling. Enjoy the show, Chidori. Forget about raw power, it's all about the line. Show them that new sensation. For early access to 20 chapters ahead, key at tray.com/demonic_fiction, link is in the synopsis and my profile. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.